The Nameless Storm by Novi Kalem. Text copyright 2024 by Novi Kalem. Audiobook copyright 2025 by Novi Kalem. All rights reserved. This audiobook is digitally narrated. Dedication. To everyone who found themselves later in life. To everyone who needed kindness instead of shame. To everyone who needs to see themselves and know they are loved. This book is for you. Author's note. The Nameless Storm was originally published as Season 5 of the ongoing serial The Stars and Green Magics, covering episodes 151 to 196. I made some minor editing changes from the original serial version, most notably that the guard who goes with Imorie is now Farouk, not AG. If you haven't yet read A Bid to Rule, Book 3 in the series, the prequel, now would be a good time to pause and read that. This book contains some spoilers for A Bid to Rule. There also might be a few things in The Nameless Storm that lack context without Book 3, but I did my best to flow the story for if you haven't read it yet. The story is richest, though, having read Book 3. This book features several characters who use gender-neutral pronouns, they, them, their, fae, fair, fair self, am, air, or other neo-pronouns. This book, barring the occasional and inspired burst of strong language, is a solid PG-13. Chapter 1. Rest. I have had two fathers, and at times I've found myself both exasperated with and immensely grateful for both of them. Ariana Rialdan, Melisori X in the Change dialogues. Kidaa woke to soft light, soft sounds, soft blankets. He was propped up, which was odd. He wasn't in his bedroom, or his own blood servant's bedroom, and that realization made his heart rate spike, and that made a monitor nearby chime. Haneri was curled in an awkward position in a chair beside his bed, her eyes closed. Her clothes, for once, disheveled. He inhaled and smelled antiseptic and rust. A pile of rusted metal flakes lay scattered across his lap, his left hand resting in the mess. His right hand was tied to an intravenous hookup. His torso, beneath the blankets, was stiff with med patches and heelskin bandages. He didn't have a shirt on. He said, which was about the most sound he could manage. Haneri jerked and sat up, peering at him through bleary, golden-brown eyes. Her flawless brown complexion wasn't dimmed, not even a little, by the wan overhead lights. And was it horrible? Adious. Yes, it had to be horrible. That his thought at that moment was how beautiful she was when waking up beside him. Even if she was in a chair, and he in a bed that wasn't his own. Haneri's eyes darted to the pile of rust on his lap. That had to have been a metal bar, and who had supplied that? And then back to him. He shuddered and broke into a cold sweat. If he had rust in his lap, if someone had given him metal to pull strength from, then his aura was showing. Who had seen it? How many? And could they be contained? Kidaa was in the palace infirmary, not in a public hospital, but even so. He took a breath and tried to push his aura back inside himself, but gasped as his whole body repulsed his attempt. Adious. Fire was boiling in his blood. Haneri jerked forward. Don't! Homage, don't! They already know. There wasn't time to get Dressa or the blood servants to take you through the back corridors. We had to take you through the main ones. The infirmary was on the floor beneath the royal residence, near the back of the palace. Accessible through the back corridors, yes, but also through a service staircase and lift. He wouldn't have been paraded through the court, at least he hoped not. Who had seen his unconscious body? His bleeding body? Kidaa looked down at his chest again, trying to make out the colors of the med patches beneath the light blanket, trying to assess the damage. He focused inward, He remembered that he could focus inward and took a bodily inventory. He'd had surgery. He'd been sedated and was still feeling the haze from that. He knew not to smooth that post-surgery haziness away. He'd need that energy for healing. The injury. He blinked hard, and what had happened snapped back into memory. Lysander. The hug. The knife. He could feel with his change-trained senses the edges of the wound inside him, the most aggravated parts. He measured the precise fix of the surgeon's intervention. His body had an influx of stored blood, so he had lost much. The injury might have killed him if he hadn't managed to call for help, if he hadn't been a magicker, pulling strength from the wood of the floor around him to let his truth-spoken training maintain his body and heal. He had an automatic heal command set for when his body was in a dire state. That had kicked in. Now, he was pulling from several nutrient patches to replenish his system reserves, but he knew it would be several days before his body would make a full recovery. Yada lay back again, his breaths coming short. "You will recover," Haneri said. He nodded and smoothed away a burst of nausea. Maybe he would need that energy too, but he had no wish at all to throw up. How bad is the court taking this? I'm still... Homage. I don't know. Right. Yes, he was still Homage. He was still, from sheer habit, speaking with Homage's intonation, using his gestures. He reassessed himself with that in mind, made small adjustments. If he was Homage now and others had seen his aura, then he had to keep being Homage for the time being. No help for that. "I've been here," Haneri said, her voice gathering steel. "Someone had to make sure that you got the proper care. Kior is tending to everything else." "And Dressa?" he asked. "Dressa is distraught." But there was more there she wasn't saying. An anger that boiled just beneath the surface. Was he reading that through her body language? Or with his aura out? Feeling it? He gingerly reached to brush the rust on his lap. "Did you bring the medal?" Then he sucked in a breath, looked to her. "Are we safe to talk?" That she was calling him Homage made him think they were not, but maybe she was being overcautious. Haneri rolled her shoulders, tilted her neck to either side to work out the kinks, then reached into a hip pocket, pulling out a compact combination dampener scrambler. It was one of the models, he saw, that obscured visuals too. Haneri flicked it on, nudged it in beside him, then pulled her chair closer. "You're asking, I think, if everyone thinks you just manifested? There is speculation. Oh, Audius, there is speculation. We're not going to get around that. But I talked briefly with the first magicker. He said it would be best if we all broadcast that this was your manifestation, this injury. It's a trauma, that's plausible. Haneri, my rank isn't low. And neither is your social rank. I think that follows. But Imorie's rank..." Her hand closed around his. The monitor beside him was chiming again, and his heart hammered in his chest. He closed his eyes, damming the stabs of pain that his breaths were bringing, and separated the pain from himself. Yada slowly brought his heart rate back down, but the effort left him sweating. He opened his eyes and squeezed her hand, unable to stop tears of sheer frustration. "Imorie will be fine," Haneri said with her usual bluntness. "I need to know that you will be fine. You're Homage. Can you continue to be Homage?" He turned up his other hand, his rust-covered hand, and she frowned, standing to pull the soiled blanket off of him. He finally got a good look at his exposed torso and grimaced. Yes, that matched what he felt inside. Haneri brushed off the remaining rust, grabbed another blanket and covered him again. There was a pile of blankets beside her chair, and how many times had she done this? How many metal bars had he crumbled? Mariette brought the metal. He said it would give you more strength, but not to use more than he brought. How many bars? 10. Fuck. How long? It's afternoon, day after. Startled, he tried to push up. Haneri pressed him firmly back down. Homage, you will absolutely rest until the physicians say you can safely leave the bed. But Sior has the kingdom in hand for the moment. But Dressa, my heir. Haneri tilted her head, and even though the dampener was on, she lowered her voice. Where is Iada? He looked between her eyes, but knew that if he was Homage, she was asking after Maya, and her question earlier about if he could remain Homage might plausibly be asking if he could change or not. Just in case every other security precaution was failing, because no dampener or scrambler was ever 100% secure. Nothing was ever totally secure. Not even his study. Not even his judgment. Hestia, he croaked, and she grabbed a bottle of water, put it to his lips. He coughed before managing a few sips. Haneri, you don't need to... But she waved him off, recapped the bottle. So, is this a temporary thing? It's already been almost 3 weeks. 3 weeks solid of being Homage, barring his change when Imorie had arrived. He swallowed again, clearing his throat. Okay. So now she was going to throw security to the wind, but she wasn't wrong that she needed to know. And at that moment, he was too fucking tired to really care. The dampener would have to be enough. It was supposed to be temporary. I was supposed to step up fully. Haneri's brows shot up. Am I still married, then? Asking, then, if Maya had abdicated yet, which would follow that he had to abdicate if Iada was to rule. All of which was complicated. He turned his hands up. Legally, yes. Technically. He tried to sit up straighter again, and this time she didn't stop him. Haneri, my magics. My manifestation of magics. What is Sior saying? How is she handling this? She's saying you were attacked. We had to. She made a face. We had to blame it on IATA. That got out first, unfortunately. Some of the staff or some of Jaliva's people saw Iada going to your apartment before this happened. It got out too quickly, though Jaliva is trying to find the leak. I've tasked Vogrit with that too, and she is effective. This said with a tight nod. But the danger, too, was that Imorie would be blamed, as a magicer associated with the deaths of other nobility. Or Eti, though I'm sure it would have been pinned on Imorie. Iada groaned and sat back, closing his eyes until the room stopped spinning. So, you're publicly a magicer, she said. You're being painted as the victim by everyone on your side, which you are a victim, and that the attack made you manifest. You'll need to be clumsy in your magics at first. I know how a manifestation works, he snapped. At her sudden and eloquent silence, he opened his hands. I am the Ceratarchus, he said, and didn't know if that was a declaration or an apology. Haneri, her mouth tight, nodded. And you'll remain as such. You're not going to abdicate just now if you were considering that. Not when Dressa's associations are in question. She narrowed her eyes. Dressa didn't do this, he said quickly. Oh, I know. Tiora is sorting that out. I want to see Lysander. Her eyes glinted. No, not yet. Not until I've had the chance to talk to her. He opened his mouth, was going to say that Lysander hadn't wanted to do this to him. That had been painfully clear. She'd been crying. She'd embraced him. Unless his senses had been so locked down, his magicer senses too frayed to tell the lie in that too. He was having trouble keeping his eyes open. Tell Tior. I want to see her. When she can. Haneri laid a cool hand on his brow, and startled, he opened his eyes again. Do I have permission to touch you, husband? She'd called him that before, but here, knowing she knew who he was, Knowing she knew now that even Maya wasn't truly her husband anymore, it made his back and neck prickle. He nodded, and he knew that she was trying, in whatever way she could, to give him strength. He wouldn't take it, but he knew he already had, when she'd offered, when he'd been dying. He took her hand, pulled it from his face, gripped it tightly. "Thank you," she nodded. "Just rest, Homage. Please, rest." Chapter 2. Permanent. I'm sure people would like to hear that when I was first sealed as a magicker, I rejoiced to join the ranks of magickers in service to the kingdom. The reality is that it was a sign of permanence for a life I hadn't yet asked for, and closure for a life I was leaving behind. First, magicker Mariet Broden, as quoted in the Change dialogues. The second time Iada woke, Haneri wasn't in the room, but first magicker Mariet Broden sat next to the bed, reading a paper book. He glanced over at Iada, his bushy brows lifting as he smiled. He shoved a folded tissue between the pages to mark his place. Mariet looked determined to be cheerful, but his face was a little too pale, too flushed in the reading light. "How are you feeling?" Iada unfocused, delving within again. His body had made progress. He was sure someone had replaced the nutrient patches since he'd last been awake. He would have used up the others. "What day? What time is it?" "Late night. 1 day since you were injured." Iada noticed how Mariet avoided saying, "attacked." His throat burned. He looked around to see if Haneri had left the water bottle. Mariet produced a cup instead and carefully handed it to him. Iada hated how his hands were trembling. He hadn't, for whatever reason, been as concerned about showing that with Haneri. Mariet was a friend, yes, but... "Not that I don't welcome the company," Iada started. He didn't feel the telltale ear pressure of a dampener in play, and he knew he was still Homage. Mariet must have sensed the dilemma, because he smiled and said, "You've manifested green magics, Ser Seritarchus. I would be extremely remiss, in fact, it would be illegal, if I left you to your own devices just now." Iada did not want to spar with Mariet, not in any capacity, no matter if it wasn't real. He wanted to sleep again. No, he wanted to get up and see what mess had been made of his kingdom. "Homage," Mariet said quietly, "I know this is hard. You have my full support. I must seal you, however, and the sooner that is done, the sooner the people will feel safer with where you stand." It took Iada a moment to register what he meant, but yes. Yes. And it was why Iada had never allowed himself to be sealed before, and why Anya Norin, and then Mariet, had grudgingly agreed. He needed to be able to change, and needed to not be sporting a magicker's seal when he did so. But now? It was bad enough with Imorie being a Ryaldan magicker, even if publicly they were only a contract Ryaldan. But the people would be terrified of a truth-spoken ruler who was also a magicker. In their eyes, he could be anyone, anywhere, and also know every one of their innermost thoughts. But then, he'd known he'd have to be sealed when he revealed his magics as himself. He'd known that. His throat tightened. When he looked at Mariet again, he knew there was a plea in his eyes, and felt hot and sick with the shame of it, but he couldn't help it. "I have to," Mariet said, and that was the best apology he could give. Iada nodded, and Mariet picked up a shoulder bag he'd set on the floor and began removing supplies. Iada didn't watch. He was not particularly willing to be a participant in this, and could he change this law now, even if he was the ruler, when he himself was sealed? No. Because he would be back to the problem of the people being not just righteously cowed by their truth spoken, but paranoid in a way that might push them over the edge. If he'd been able to do this his own way, spin it his own way, he might have softened those fears. But a ruler manifesting after being attacked? And everyone would know now that he couldn't do violence, couldn't defend himself. Well, or maybe now they knew that he could. It was possible for him to kill, even if it was absolutely not an option if he wanted to live himself. That Eddie had survived didn't help things politically, which was a horrible thought. But now people would think that magicers could kill without consequences. He'd seen a magicer dissipate after killing. He'd shared Eddie's spiraling emotions, helped hold him back from that abyss, ground him in this world. Yada knew the truth of what happened to magicers who killed. He hadn't planned any of this. He hadn't yet smoothed over the way for him to publicly be a magiccer. But had he been fooling himself that he'd ever be accepted as a magiccer? Here? In this kingdom? Anywhere? He didn't look at the 2 boxes, the sealing instruments in Mariet's hand. And he hadn't changed that law, nor had Maya, because he knew it would cost him public support. Mariet leaned forward. "Homage, will you let me steady you?" "You flickered there." "I what?" he asked, as if he didn't know exactly what that meant, and the lie in that just now felt intensely wrong. He was a high-ranking magiccer, and so was Mariet. Their magics were overlapping in a push for truth. Mariet squeezed his hand, lingering just a moment to give a calm that Yada was struggling to accept as a truth. Because it wasn't. He wasn't at all calm. He couldn't be. Mariet let go and gave a rambling explanation as he prepared his instruments. "May I have your hand?" he asked, and Yada put it out, feeling the weight of the genetic recording crystal as Mariet set it in his palm. Mariet lifted it again and continued his ramble. "Where would you like the seal?" Yada pointed to his left cheek, where Mariet had his own seal. It was fairly standard, though not everyone chose there. "This won't hurt," Mariet said as he stood and crouched over Yada, aligning something cool against his face. "Not much, in any case. It may be uncomfortable for an hour or so after." Mariet's fingers brushed Iada's cheek as he fiddled with his tools, and Iada felt his intense distaste for what he was doing just now, and also, just a little, vindication, and shame at that vindication, as he knew Iada had felt that. Yada didn't blame him for that. He knew what face was his own just now. He knew what position he held. In Mariet's place, he would feel the same. He didn't flinch as the seal took hold. It did burn, just briefly, a nerve burn before the circuitry numbed his cheek to fully let itself integrate. Mariet pulled back, and Yada touched his cheek. He felt nothing different, but then he knew he wouldn't. "Do you wish to see?" Mariet asked. He thought about saying no, but found himself nodding. Mariet pulled out his comm, turned on the flat hollow mirror, and held it out to Iada. Iada took it and let out a breath. Adios. He looked awful. His usually tan and healthy skin, as Homage, now sallow, brown eyes puffy and one bloodshot. His long black hair tied into a tail but messy, unadorned. Someone had cleaned off all his cosmetics, and now he just felt bare, hollow. The coin-sized holographic seal, with a very dense fractal spiral pattern, glinted as he turned his head to examine it. He made himself regard it dispassionately. "This is my genetic rank?" He hadn't been tested again since he'd first manifested, but this was a lot denser than his own very dense removable seal. Mariet rocked on his heels. "Yes. Yes, it is. To your genetics now, of course. But that wouldn't affect the rank." "It's 7th, Mariet said, and Iada heard trepidation in his voice. He looked up, examined Mariet's own 7th rank seal. There was no higher rank than 7th. Iada's seal was just as dense. Maybe a little denser. He clicked Marriott's comm off, handed it back. Marriott should have given him a false seal, said his rank was lower. That would at least have made him less threatening. He wanted people to fear him as a truth spoken, in the holy and adium-backed fear that gave him the power to rule this kingdom. He didn't want people to fear him as a magicker, and maybe, truly, he didn't want anyone to fear him at all. He rubbed his cheek again. It was sore, but that was a small pain compared to the others he was keeping at bay. "I won't say thank you," he growled, absolutely homage. Marriott smiled. "I won't expect it. Welcome, Homage Rialdan, to the ranks of green magickers." Heat prickled all over him. And if he hadn't already overtaken Homage's life, if Maya had only been away for a short time with the intent to return to it, what would have happened then? And now? Now, if he wanted to rule this kingdom, he didn't have any other choice but to be Homage. But he wouldn't have to hold in his aura anymore. Oh, adios. He wouldn't have to. "Are they calling for my abdication?" he asked, as Marriott returned his tools to his bag. Some are. Some people are saying all of this is my fault, a conspiracy to infect the Rialdan rulers with unholy magics. Can you believe it?" He grinned, showing teeth. "You have allies, though. High House Xiao is publicly behind you, though that's not particularly surprising, given your parentage. Koldari has been outspoken in defense of both you and Imorie, too. I understand the truth speaker is hard-pressed not to appoint him the protector of all things Rialdan. Koldari. Yada didn't have a solid read on Koldari. What trouble had Koldari managed to cause while he'd been stuck in the infirmary? And High House Javieri, Marriott added, is also showing their support. Lysander made a very pretty speech in the courtyard a few hours ago. That took the wind from him. He needed to see her, needed to talk to Dressa, to Keora. "Marriott, can you send... I don't have my rings. Where is my ring comm? Or my hand comm, for that matter. The Ceratarchus consort told me to tell you she didn't want you to do any work, and that she has all of your comms safe in her possession. If you were to ask, Haneri. Maybe she thought she was protecting him, or maybe she had some other motive. Haneri was always full of motives. And where is the Ceratarchus consort?" Marriott shrugged. "In bed, I would imagine. She stayed with you a solid day until I relieved her around an hour ago." Yada blinked to process that, then decided that his calm was not worth waking her just now. Not when he was feeling the need to close his eyes again. But he said, "Please tell Chior I need to see her, and Andressery, and Lysander, as soon as they're able." Marriott considered him, as if to say that they'd come as soon as Iata was able, not the other way around, but he nodded. "I will, of course." He bowed. "Rest well, Ceratarchus." Chapter 3. Visitation. Haneri ne Delor. Rialdan is often seen as a political enigma, a force to be reckoned with in the early days of the rule of Homage Rialdan, Ceratarchus 9 of the 12th dynasty. Haneri mostly retreated from the public eye, only to burst out again into Valoran politics when she was needed most. From the documentary Haneri, A Life of Woven Shadows. It was nearing dawn. Sior's apartment behind the adium smelled like tea and something sweet, maybe fruit, maybe a scent stick somewhere Lysander couldn't see. She sat in a too-comfortable chair in the truth speaker's living room. Sior, who'd come in when one of Dressa's guards brought her here late that afternoon, had told her to wait. Sior had shown her a spare bedroom that she could sleep in if she wanted to, but she could hardly think about sleep. Chior had told her not to leave, and said that if she did, there would be consequences. Lysander didn't know if the AUDIOM guards outside would let her go, but she didn't want to find out. And this was all part of the test of her new and realigned loyalties. That much was obvious. Kiora had been gone for so long now, but Cheora had a kingdom to hold together, which was Lysander's fault. Adius. Her fault. Lysander was hungry, but she hadn't yet dared to see if there was food in the apartment's small kitchen. Dressa had spent all day doing. She didn't know. And that bothered Lysander intensely. She'd seen Dressa in only short moments all day, then been relegated here. That afternoon, Lysander had gone out and pledged Javieri support and allegiance to the Rialdans. Her mother would be furious. Her mother would know Lysander had failed. And Lysander was torn between distress at that and emphatically not caring. Finally, when she was working herself back up into a panic over just what Dressa and Shior were going to do with her, the entry door opened. Lysander stood, breath-catching, and turned to see who'd entered. Dressa? She hoped it was Dressa, or at least Kiora. A break from this nothing, from not knowing what was going on or her own immediate fate. But it was Hunneri, Dressa's mother, who came into view, and that was unsettling. Lysander had observed the dynamic between Hunneri and the Ceratarchus, between Adius, Yada, and it wasn't the cold relationship Dressa ascribed to her parents. Not at all. Lysander drew on her training, holding herself poised as Hunneri approached, and Hunneri seemed to be moving in a different world than everyone else. She wore a brilliant, flowing gown tonight, hugging all her generous curves, a big puff of gauzy gold in her hair, her cosmetics impeccable. Absolutely gorgeous, and every inch the Ceratarchus consort. She made Lysander feel shabby in her day-rumpled teal suit and silk shirt, her makeup and hair which hadn't been refreshed since that morning. Kior had been all glares since Dressa and Lysander had come to her the night before. Dressa had been alternately open, supportive, and intense. Cold. So fucking cold. But Hunneri seemed exactly as Lysander had ever seen her, in possession of herself, taking no bull whatsoever, giving only the world as she saw it. Lysander searched Hunneri's face and body language for rage, for hatred. It had to be there, if what she'd seen flowing between Hunneri and Iada was even remotely real. "I just came from the Ceratarchus's bedside," Hunneri said. Lysander barely kept herself from stiffening. She had decided, even with everything that had happened, that she would have just a little bit of dignity left. Just a small amount. And if they tried to take that from her, she didn't know what she'd do. She hadn't thought past that night of the attack at all. Adius. That night, she'd had all day and all night to think about a lot of things. That the man she'd stabbed was the Ceratarchus, but not the one she'd actually been trying to kill. That her idea to use Iada to access homage had backfired because he was Iada. That he was, and had been for some time, a green magicker. And she'd just exposed that very vital secret. She might have caused the downfall of the kingdom after all, though Dressa and Cheora were doing their utmost to stop that from happening. Was that what she'd wanted? Had she wanted the kingdom to fall? She'd pledged her loyalty to Dressa with all she had and all she was. Witnessed by a magicker and everything. 2 magickers, truly. But everything had seemed so desperate that night of the attack, and now, Lysander wondered if her mother would start plotting to assassinate her. "Lysander," Hunneri said. Lysander jerked, flushing as she realized she'd drifted, and Hunneri had said something more. "Sit," Hunneri commanded, and Lysander backed up into the chair she'd just left and sat again, folding her hands tightly in her lap. Hunneri stood over her, arms crossed, brows raised. It reminded her, forcibly, of her mother doing the same. Or even her grandmother, the sour old dowager who her mother Iroikin had taken after. But even knowing Haneri's usual acidity, Haneri's posture still seemed softer. Haneri could be horrible, from all of Dressa's accounts and from what Lysander knew from her own research. But she wasn't a monster. She was not Prince Iroikin Javieri, and the base fact that Lysander had seen affection between Haneri and Iata was proof of that. Her own mother didn't care for anyone. Haneri had once been the heir to a high house princedom, too. Haneri had also been betrothed to a truth-spoken. She'd renounced her former titles at her own wedding, but she hadn't completely forsworn her family like Lysander had just done. At least, she didn't think Haneri had. With a sigh, Haneri sat down on a couch across from her. "I understand your dilemma," she said. "I'm not trained in change like you are, not more than the cosmetic kind. But I have a vacu to rival a truth spoken, and not the watered-down version most of the nobility use. But you have to understand, when you come to Valen, you are playing on an entirely different board. The Rialdan court is not the Delore court, not the Javieri court, not any court but its own. It has very particular rules, all of those rules being that the truth-spoken know what you're doing. They are always, always ahead of where you are. And if you think you have outmatched them, they are in orbit, ready to blast you away if you so much as try." Lysander studied her hands in her lap, though she was watching Haneri's body language out of the corners of her eyes, bracing against if Haneri would try to kill her to protect her daughter. Or her... what? What was Iata to her? "Dressa can't rule right now," Haneri said, "though the kingdom sorely needs her to. But she can't rule right now because of you. None of us trust you. You gave an oath. But then, you also gave an oath when you married her, and that you did not keep." Lysander's gaze snapped up. I did keep it. I acted because if I hadn't, my family would have, and she might have been dead, and I couldn't." Her throat closed, which was as well, because none of this was going anywhere good. "Do you care about the good of this kingdom?" Haneri asked, relentless. The garnets in her earrings glittered with every move of her head, twins to her blazing eyes. "Yes," Lysander hissed, which was true. "And do you care about it enough that if the way forward is for a Rialdan to rule, and always to rule, never a Javieri, would you still support your Rialdan wife?" "That is my mother's goal, not mine." Haneri pursed her lips, and a flicker of something Lysander couldn't name passed over her face. Something distant, maybe something old. And had Haneri's father, Prince Delore, sent her to the Rialdan court all those years ago with a mission of her own? Haneri inhaled sharply, some of her composure fraying. "Then why, child? Why did you try to kill him? You've dealt this kingdom a blow to its core, at the moment it was most vulnerable. I am so glad that he lived, but it is even more complicated now that he did. Did you think you could step into that gap? I don't..." Her eyes were flooding. She rapidly smoothed the tears away, but more just came. This was hell, wasn't it? One of them, anyway. This was reciprocity. This was punishment. Haneri sat forward, held out her hand. "Come with me." Lysander drew back. "No. Sior said to stay." "And I, the Ceratarchus consort, am giving you my order. Also, my word. I'm not going to harm you. What happens to you belongs to my daughter. But you must come with me. Now." Lysander swallowed, debated arguing. Finally, she stood. She didn't take Haneri's hand, though. Not that Haneri seemed to think she would. Haneri stood as if there was no care in the world. Haneri would be a match for Lysander's mother, she was fairly sure. Why had her mother told her that Haneri was almost a non-entity at court? That had been a gross miscalculation, one of many. "Does Cheor know you're taking me somewhere?" Lysander asked as Haneri led her out into the courtyard behind the Idaeum, bordered on one side by the Audium itself, and on the others by the housing for the speakers and Cheor's own small residence. The sky shone with pale colors, but the sun wasn't up yet, the air damp and heavy and just faintly smelling of the river. Lysander followed Haneri back into the Audium proper. They passed Audium guards, who didn't stop them, though Lysander was sure they had orders to guard her specifically. The few speakers in the Audium at this hour watched them pass, but also didn't stop them. "She'll know now," Haneri said. Lysander's stomach tightened. One of Haneri's guards fell into step with them, the tall, pale Ina Vogret. Dressa had spoken fondly of Vogret before, but Vogret's look at her was hard. Lysander would find no love in this palace today. They were halfway across the still-lit and mostly empty courtyard to the palace, where she'd made her speech pledging Javieri's support the day before, when Lysander got up the nerve to ask where they were going. But she knew. She knew in her bones where Haneri was taking her, and it was all she could do to keep putting one foot after another. "We're going to see the Ceratarchus," Haneri said. Chapter 4. The Offer. High House Javieri has always had a place among the highest of the 14 high houses. As such, their rulers, like the other 5 high house princedoms, are ruled by hereditary princes, unlike the other 7 lower high houses which are ruled by dukes. For the purposes of this book, High House Rhyalden is considered a royal house, not a princedom. For a prince to give up their princedom is the greatest sacrifice they can make, even if it gains them a place in the Rhyalden family. Torin Zelani, in high house princedoms, and the power they wield. No one was staring at Lysander as she followed Haneri into the palace infirmary. At least, not in the way Lysander kept thinking they should be. Murderer, assassin, enemy. The few people she passed bowed, both to Haneri and to her. The Ceratarchus consort and the soon-to-be heir consort. The staff looked distraught or harried, but nothing more than that. By the time Haneri first knocked and then pushed open a heavily guarded door, Lysander's jaw was clenched so tightly that she was having to actively block the pain. She expected the Ceratarchus's guards to bar her way, but no, they didn't look at her any differently either. Dressa had told her, between the meetings she'd held all day, that Ayada was being blamed for this attack, that he was currently being searched for and would be arrested on sight. Dressa had said this with a calm so deep she could see her own reflection in it, a horrible, surreal reflection. Why had Dressa entrusted Lysander with the whole of it? That Iada wasn't a blood servant at all, but a full Rhyalden, the older of the 2 remaining children of their parents. Couldn't Dressa see that Lysander was absolutely not to be trusted? Even if she had been verified by a magicier, even if she'd made her oath. Haneri was right, she knew. She'd married into the Rhyaldens. She had already given her oath, and she had betrayed that oath too. Lysander's thoughts stopped as she saw the person propped up on the bed, dark eyes darting from Haneri to her. He was visibly Homage Rhyalden, if more disheveled than Lysander had ever seen him. No makeup, his long black hair pulled back loosely but bedmussed. She couldn't see any difference in his body language, but then, according to Dressa, he'd been Homage Rhyalden almost the entire time Lysander had been at the palace. She wouldn't see a difference. He was the Homage Rhyalden that she knew. His face was gaunt now, the shadows deep under his eyes. He had a blanket drawn up to his bare shoulders. A fluids line ran to a post beside him. Forest green haloed him, and his cheek glinted with the circle of a holographic seal. Lysander froze. She could not walk into that room. She could not. Lysander caught her breath as she felt a hand on her back. Haneri's, pushing her forward with more care than Lysander would have thought. Much more than she deserved. Haneri closed the door behind them, locked it. She steered Lysander ever closer to the man on the bed, who hadn't taken his eyes off of her. "Lysander," he said. "Daughter." She coughed, choking on that. What the hell? Oh, Aedeas. He had said that when he'd taken her into the city, and she had... She dropped to her knees beside the bed. Haneri swore, pulled her back up again. "Wait until I get the dampener on to have your breakdown." Lysander just blinked at her, open-mouthed. Haneri fumbled with a dampener, and Lysander's ears popped. Everything beyond a 2-meter radius around her was a blur. "Are you well enough to talk to her?" Haneri asked the person on the bed. "Well enough?" the Ceratarchus said, though his voice sounded raspy, and not nearly as full or in control as it should be. And now Lysander couldn't look away. She was close enough to touch him, and her gaze darted to his stomach, back up. She didn't know what to say. He didn't look angry, just tired, and she didn't know how to respond to that at all. Of course, as a Rhylden truth-spoken, and she had learned there was a vast difference between his training and hers, he could just be hiding his emotions well. Haneri's hand pressed on her shoulder. "Tell him what you told me." She spun to see Haneri's face, so she didn't have to look at him anymore. "What?" "Tell him why." She couldn't swallow. It took several tries. None of her training, none of the excruciating hours of maintaining her composure, no matter what her mother had thrown at her, had prepared her for this. But Haneri's face was set. Lysander wasn't going to get around this. So she turned back around. The Ceratarchus's lips pulled tight, not quite a smile, not quite a frown. He didn't look much older than she did most days, his mid-late 20s at most, which was from his truth-spoken change training. His body defaulted to his prime. But just now he seemed much older, much closer to his actual age. "I knew someone once," he said, then stopped, glancing at Haneri. He nodded. "My sister, who decided it was better to do a terrible thing than face telling a terrible person knew. She regretted that choice. But even though it was her choice, it was also a choice she was forced to make." Lysander took a step back, shaking her head. "Don't." She wasn't sure what she was saying. Only, Aedeas. He should be furious with her, not looking at her like he understood. He should be ordering her death, by every law in this kingdom. Had he not, because he was a magicker? Would that count as violence to him? But it was justice. Maybe it was a violence to let her live. He'd taken her into the city, even knowing she was a fraud, even knowing and openly showing he knew that she was illegally trained. She should not be here. He should not be telling her whatever family secrets he was sharing now, and they were family secrets because she knew, and he knew she knew, that he was one of 4 full siblings, not the distant cousin to the royal Rhyldens that everyone thought. It wasn't her place to know these things. She shouldn't be in this same room with him. He held out a hand, and she stared at it. "Please," he said. "I won't force you. This is your choice. But I want to know what you're feeling, and I want you to know what I'm feeling." She didn't want to know, but Haneri squeezed her shoulder, and she looked back to see Haneri's solemn nod. And maybe that was why Haneri had brought her here. For this, whatever this was. She didn't see a way out. And also, she did want to know. If she wasn't to be publicly blamed for this, she wanted to know how bad it would be to live under his rule from here on out. She knew what it was like to cross her own mother, let alone try to kill her. She needed to know there was rage. There had to be rage. Lysander gripped his hand, braced against what she was sure would be a gale force of unseen fury, amplified to her through touch by his magics. But she was met with calm. she was met with fatigue and frustration, and yes, there was also anger, but it wasn't directed at her so much as flowing around her. Well, maybe a little at her. He wasn't hiding that, either. But beyond all of that, she felt an overwhelming sense of his protection, like he was placing himself between her and danger like a shield, between her and her family. Was she reading that right? She didn't have much experience with magickers, hardly any at all, but the sense of warmth, of protection, grew. She couldn't help the sob. She was shaking her head again, trying to pull away, and he let her. "You..." She pulled herself together enough to make her voice steady. It was the only armor she had left. "You can't. You shouldn't. I'm the Ceratarchus," he said, and she had the impression he'd wanted that to sound steadying and firm, but it came out thready with a cough. She had done this to him. She had done this. No one else but her. Lysander wet her lips, shifted her weight, tried a dozen different things to say, none of them passing her lips. "I want to train you," he said, and she took another step back. "Why?" The word tore from her, but she'd just felt his emotions. Adius, this was too much. "Because I need another truth spoken, and I want you to have another chance. A better life than you've had." He paused, licking his own lips, and Haneri handed him a cup from the bedside table. Lysander watched him take a shaky sip. It was an ordinary thing, and vulnerable. Adius. She had done this to him. "No," she said. He handed the cup back to Haneri. "You don't think you deserve it?" His voice was growing stronger. "So earn it. You will absolutely earn it. But this isn't penance, and it isn't punishment. It's me using the resources I have at hand. And also, telling you that my offer still stands." "I tried to fucking kill you," she cried, and then pressed her hands over her mouth. Adius. She hoped the dampener had been strong enough for that. But neither he nor Haneri looked concerned. "I know who you are," she said. I figured out some of it, but Dressa told me the rest." He nodded. "Then we are all on the same screen, aren't we? No more secrets. That is a good foundation to build from." Would he please stop being so... not how he should be? "I will need to rest for the next few days, but report to me when I summon you, and your training will begin." He paused, brow creasing. "If that is what you want?" He was truly giving her a choice? She wanted to doubt that, but it was hard to doubt when she was this close to him, and he seemed to be radiating sincerity. It wasn't just his evacu projected through his body language, but it was in his very aura. She glanced again at the holographic rank seal on his cheek, wanting to shrink back at that visible evidence of her immense stupidity. His rank looked higher than Imorie's, and she was certain Imorie's was high too. She truly wished, he would shut her out. Tell her that this was all a cruelty, that he was showing her what she could never have, only to take it away again. Show her how worthless she truly was. And maybe it would be a cruelty. Training with her mother had been nothing but torment, and her mother hadn't been truth spoken, only determined that her daughter would be so. The trainer her mother had hired had also been a monster. Yada's face shadowed, and Adius, had he read her thoughts just now? Had he been trying to? Would he use his magics against her? Lysander blinked hard, looked away, so at least he couldn't read her emotions through eye contact. It was one of the most dangerous things she knew she'd ever say, but she said it. "Can I think about it?" "Yes, of course. Tell Dressa what you decide." He lay back again, his face looking grayer than when she'd come in, Add that to her list of sins. Thank you for coming to see me. Haneri. He nodded to, well, not his wife. Not actually his wife. Haneri had a hand to Lysander's back again and was steering her out, but Lysander needed no prompting this time. It was all she could do not to run. Chapter 5. The Banner. We repeat, all violators of the limited advertising on buildings policy will be subject to steep fines and punitive community labor. This includes any message you wish to send to any other person, period. Please do not propose to your future spouse, S, on the walls of our city. Public announcement from the Valon City Municipal Guard. Not knowing most of what was happening outside the walls of Imorie's borrowed apartment was hell. Being useless to do anything about it was doubly so. Imorie had already decided on leaving with Eddie, and now they were pacing themselves exhausted, trying to decide if they should just go. They weren't a prisoner here, and their presence was actively harmful at court. Now that Homage Rialdan had publicly manifested green magics, he couldn't have Imorie and Eddie around at court to remind people that magicers could kill, or be exploited, or that there were now 2 high-ranking Rialdan magicers. Never mind that Imorie wasn't supposed to be Royal Rialdan. They knew that very few people would believe that now. They had to go, and Eddie was fairly vibrating with the need to go to his family too, enough that Imorie was picking up on it and feeling that need too. But they couldn't even ask Kidaa just now. It had been a night and a day and most of another day, and all they knew was from a few dashed-out messages from Dressa, saying that Kidaa was doing a little better, mostly resting. And what did that say about them that they were frustrated, and Kidaa was lying in the infirmary and might be there for days yet? Would they be helping him if they left? Or abandoning him? They couldn't abandon him just now. Or Dressa, if she was about to become the ruler, and Imorie didn't know if she was. And a part of them? A part that they couldn't ignore or push aside as not them, damn their magics, wanted to claim this as their chance too. If the Ceratarchus had magics, and it turned out to be okay, well, then the heir, if they could ever be the heir again, had magics too. They were not at all sure Dressa should rule, with Lysander by her side. Even having felt Lysander's intense, profound regret. But Imorie was also not optimistic that they could, or Kidaa could, hold the rulership as magicers. Eddie, who'd dressed that day in the simplest of the clothes Jang had brought for him, his dark brown hair hastily combed that morning, and now mostly askew again, handed Imorie his comm. There were 2 hollow windows up, showing a city in chaos. Word had spread quickly after it happened that the Ceratarchus was a magicer, that Kidaa the blood servant had betrayed and stabbed his truth-spoken, and Imorie could strangle Lysander for that necessary lie, magics or not. There were riots. Of course there were riots, because it was bad enough learning that magicers could kill, but now the people had a ruler who was a magicer himself. Not just a truth-spoken who could read body language and intonation, but now also their innermost secrets. And the fear of the magicers, which always hovered in any conversation about magicers, had risen to a fever pitch. There were harsh statements from every angle, so much vitriol against green magicers that the violence by proxy made Imorie's stomach ache. They didn't want to see what Eddie had pulled up, not truly. He'd been showing them headlines for most of the last 2 days, which was how he was coping with all of this, apparently. But he never showed them anything without reason. So they zoomed the windows, skimmed the headlines, bracing themselves for more crowd-sourced violence, then paused and blinked, because this was solidly not what they'd been expecting to see. Oh, adios. Imorie zoomed in on one of the images accompanying an article and stared at it. They checked the timestamp. It had been posted 15 minutes ago. The image showed a building and financial district with a huge hollow banner projected onto its side, which was illegal except for special events. No one wanted ads everywhere. Yet the holo glowed bright red with yellow text. Imorie, I'll take you off-world. Only ask. Imorie let out a long hiss, biting their lip. Well, that was absolutely unsubtle. They'd mostly forgotten about Koldari in the last few days, but apparently he hadn't forgotten about them. And of course he hadn't, with everything going on. What the hell was Koldari thinking? Sending that sort of message publicly and illegally, with everything else going on? Well, and maybe this had been the only way to get through to them. Was Dressa screening Imorie's visitors? Of course she was. And if it had been reversed, Imorie wouldn't have let Koldari up to see their drastically reduced sibling either. Eddie met their eyes. There was growing hope. A hungry, eager need to look into this possibility. That's a bad idea, Eddie. They rubbed their hands over their face. Was Yada well enough to see them? They'd only been getting word through Dressa, and they hadn't wanted to ask. Hadn't wanted to disturb him if he needed the rest. Hadn't wanted to bring any extra attention to themselves anywhere, because they were a magicker just now in this palace, in this city, with everyone screaming for magickers to be gone. A dais. They couldn't go with Koldari. There were so many reasons why that was a bad idea. He's offering, Eddie said, and it isn't safe here. He was feeling that from them too, or maybe from the ambient mood of the palace, which Imorie swore they could feel through the walls. A silent and subtle contempt. And fear. A lot of fear. Eddie tapped at the other article, which detailed another violent anti-magicker riot. Anti-truth-spoken, too, and that was getting way out of hand. Eddie had chosen those articles and shown them with intent. Imorie almost laughed at that. He could play the court games. Oh, he could definitely play them. Anyone who'd successfully hidden himself as a magicker in plain sight for over a year, for all of his life, was not a stranger to manipulation, even if he obviously didn't like it. But was it safe for them to travel? It certainly wouldn't be safe for them on Calistre, Etty's homeworld, with the Javieris knowing that Etty might come for his family. They might be hoping Etty would come. But here, Imorie, before they'd given up on watching the feeds the night before, had seen a rant from a prominent influencer about how Imorie and Etty must have infected the Ceratarchus with their magics, and now people were talking about how green magics were contagious, even if that theory had been debunked centuries ago. Adios. Was it safe for them to travel at all? They couldn't hide their auras or their seals. Could Koldari provide any real protection, even being a duke and the head of a high house? And why, truly, was he offering? If Koldari wanted Imorie to come with him so badly that he publicly broke the law with that hollow banner and would have to pay a steep fine for it, then he'd have to agree to take Etty too. This is not a good idea, Imorie said again, but their eyes were still on Etty, and his driving need to go. And they could almost feel with their magicker senses, and could they possibly feel the mood of a whole world, that this world wanted them gone, wanted them out, maybe wanted them dead. People wanting them dead wasn't a new sensation. But this... Imorie looked back at the articles again. Their ears started ringing, a counterpoint to their racing heart, and they couldn't stop it. Because they couldn't change to heal themselves or hide, and they couldn't defend themselves if attacked. Their only defense just now was to make themselves invisible, and the very thought of that self-violence curdled their gut. But I'll ask the Ceratarchus. At least they'd try. Koldari wasn't a good option, but he was an option, and they also truly wanted to know what Koldari wanted with them. Imorie was much more important to him than they should be. They leaned against the plush covers of Rhys's bed and pulled out their comm, which had been Iata's comm. He'd wiped it of anything related to his rulership, but he had let Imorie have a direct line to him. Not that they'd dared to use it, dared to disturb him the last 2 days. Should they dare now? Would he even be awake to get the alert? Would he have his own comm with him? They bit their lip, hesitated, then tapped out a message anyway. Saratarchus. May I see you? The reply came quickly. Haneri tells me that's not a good idea, but I'll key you into the back corridors if you wish to come. Or I can ask Bettia to get you. They glanced up at Eddie, who was close enough to be reading over their shoulder. They'd only seen Bettia briefly since the night of the attack. Dressa and Chiore had Fair partially running the kingdom admin, as Iata had done for Maya as a blood servant. Bettia had trained for it, certainly. Faye was meant to be Imorie's own support when Imorie would be the ruler, when Imorie had still been Ariana and the heir. Were they losing their blood servant, too? Bettia wasn't just that. Had never been just that. Bettia was their closest friend. Their sibling, now that Iata had adopted Imorie, cousin by blood. But the kingdom was meant to be run with at least 2 active truth-spoken and 2 active blood servants. Right now, it had 1 truth-spoken in Dressa and 1 official blood servant in Priya to try to cover the gap, and Iata himself had no blood servant. The kingdom needed Bettia more just now than Imorie did, and they knew Haneri was right that they shouldn't come, though the way Iata had phrased it made them think he wasn't happy that she was. Imorie wasn't either. They typed again. I don't have to come. I want your permission to leave for Calistray. A pause, which turned into a longer pause. Koldari asked you to go. Do you wish to go with him? Imorie looked to Eti and swallowed. They could both go on their own. And take Dorian even, or take them either way as another buffer between Imorie and Koldari. But they were all still magicers. None of them could defend themselves. They could turn invisible if they absolutely had to. But Adeus, Imorie didn't ever want to repeat what had happened on Hestia. They had no desire at all to be hunted again. They glanced at Eddie's rank seal, glimmering in the overhead lights of Rhys's bedroom. Iata would surely be sealed by now. And did Imorie want to see that seal on their father's face? They'd seen Iata's aura before while he was Homage, but it would be different, far different to see the seal. To know that he, too, wouldn't be able to effectively change, and not because his body was failing him. Homage Rialdan, publicly and visibly, was a sealed magicker, as was Imorie. Haneri was right. And there weren't a lot of times Imorie could truly say that. They didn't trust Haneri's judgment at all, but they did trust Iata's. They shouldn't go to him right now. They shouldn't, truly, be in this palace. Yes, I don't think Koldari will harm me, and I don't think he's working with the Javieris, like I first thought. I want to know what he wants from me. Then I'll send Bettia with you. No. You need Fair more than I do. Another pause. Then I'll send my guard, Farouk. He has my full trust and will bring one of my seals, Perpetual, which you can use if you need it. Imorie let out a shaky breath. Lieutenant Farouk had been their favorite among their father's personal guards since childhood. He had the Saratarchus's trust in large part because he wasn't afraid to stand up to him if he thought it was needed. And Imorie knew what kind of trust Iata was giving them with that seal, though, with Farouk attached to it, they knew the guard wouldn't be afraid to stand up to them either. Iata knew their ambition wasn't small, or their hurt, or their anger at being relegated to the sidelines, cut out of their birthright. Sending Farouk out of all of his guards was in part a safety valve in case Imorie decided to act above their current situation. Part guard, part babysitter. And were they making the right choice here by leaving Iata to everything that was happening here? Yada needed all of his guards just now, and needed not to be distracted by Imorie's problems. Were they moving on emotions and not on facts? The Javieris hadn't made any further moves, but that didn't mean they wouldn't, and Yada would soon have to face the public as a magicker and deal with what came. But Imorie knew in their core it was more dangerous for everyone for them to stay. They couldn't be here when Yada made his push to regain his power and command of the kingdom, to find some sort of balance and acceptance, any sort of acceptance as a magicker ruler. But they still asked, "Is this a good idea? Truly? I can stay. I trust you, Imorie. If you feel you must go, then you must go. Take every care. Come back safely. Or if you judge it's not safe, or you don't wish to return for a time, I honor that too." A lump was swelling in their throat. They wanted badly just then to go and see him anyway, just to see he was okay, because that sounded a lot like a goodbye. And they weren't truly the sentimental type, but they didn't know how long they would be away, and while they knew he would recover, they should at least see him once before they left, right? There was a chance that they wouldn't come back. They knew that. They absolutely knew the risks of going to a Javieri vassal world to take back a family the Javieris had claimed. Their calm chimed again. "I love you, Imorie. Be well." Imorie choked, their hand to their mouth. Maya had never sent them off on a mission that way. Maya had seldom, never, shown anything like affection until possibly the last few days. It almost made them ask to see Yada after all and damn the consequences, but then another message came. "I'm sending Farouk through the back corridors now. I've unlocked them for him. I'll unlock them for your biometrics as well. For when you return." Etty exhaled a sigh, and Imorie almost startled. They'd still been aware he was there, yes, but they'd been fully focused on this conversation and everything it would mean for them. But Etty's relief now was so intense it made Imorie shudder. They turned, pressed a hand to his stubble-rough cheek, and he closed his eyes, tears starting to fall. A deus. Imorie pushed away from the bed and folded him in, let him cling to them. And he did, his whole body clenching with something that was deeper than sobs. His crushing need to be on Callistrae right now took Imorie's breath away, because with him it was their need too. Imorie's family was, for the moment, mostly safe. Which wasn't that safe, but safer by far than Etty's family. "We'll get them," Imorie said. He nodded into their shoulder, fingers digging into their sleeves, and they both knew that wasn't anything Imorie could promise, but it helped all the same. Imorie still had their comm in one hand, and they slowly typed out, "Thank you." They hesitated. Then, still awash in Etty's emotions, "Be well, Father." Chapter 6. Out There. She who wakes is most commonly characterized by rebirth, renewal, the season of spring, greetings, both new and continual relationships, and the start of a new cycle. She is usually associated with the pulse of life itself, our Taitri in spirit essences of the green magickers. He hadn't yet changed. His gender had slipped mostly back to male, but Shiera Carolyn was a shield, a comfortable difference. Maya knew he was stalling, but he didn't want to change. Not yet. Not and have to move forward again. It was the night shift of the second day traveling to Hestia. He was in the cockpit of the magicker ship, which was named the Open Hand, and he'd been trying to figure out if that was meant to be ironic. His feet were up on the dash while he watched the controls, but they hardly needed watching, so he was mostly staring at the grayed view outside on the screens, a slowly churning mass of something below space. A lot of people thought that the gray streakiness was the blur of stars and void through the speed of travel. But that wasn't true. Below space was different. Matter didn't behave the same outside the hull of this ship, and random eddies outside could crush them if they were moving fast enough, if Anya wasn't currently reinforcing the hull even in her sleep. Well, and that was a precaution, mostly. This magicer ship was small enough that it could travel safely up to military speeds without a magicer on board, but they were pushing the limit of military speed, so it was good to be safe anyway. Maya shifted in the co-pilot's seat and tried to refocus on the book he'd been trying and failing to read on his comm, in between looking at the board and staring outside. The book had won awards several years ago and was about the life of a fictional Melissery who supposedly was based on one of his distant ancestors. He'd wanted to read it when it came out, but hadn't had the time. It wasn't good enough to keep his attention from straying back to the slowly shifting swirls of below space outside. And he didn't know what was up with him. He'd never been this unsettled by below space before. It was common. It was safe. It was weird, yes, but its weirdness had parameters. His growing unease the last 2 days had everything to do with the mess he'd left behind in the capital, and the mess that would meet him on Hestia. So why, alone in the cockpit, with Anya asleep and Jang asleep, with nothing but streaks on the screens outside, and the controls entirely quiet and ordinary, did he feel like he was being watched? And the feeling was growing stronger. Maya clicked off his comm. The book didn't at all live up to the hype, and stood, stretched, flowed into a martial arts warm-up. There wasn't much space in the cockpit. Well, not any, really. But he could adapt to turn in place. It would be a challenge and get his mind out of whatever funk it was in. 2 minutes later, he'd had enough of the outside screens and turned them off. A few minutes after that, he checked again that the controls were on auto and fled to the common room to make himself tea. His hands were just slightly shaking. Odious. There were no monsters outside the ship. There never had been, ever, in the hundreds of years humans had been traveling through below space. Sure, there were ghost stories. Any weird environment bred ghost stories. There were superstitions, because there'd been superstitions as long as there'd been travel among the stars. Adius himself was one of the greatest superstitions of all, the great god who was made of stars, or from the stars, or inhabited the spaces between the stars, depending on how you read the holy mandates. Was he afraid that his god was watching him? He abandoned his tea still steaming on the table, got up again to pace. He'd abandoned his own holy mandate. He'd taken an oath to be the will of Adius in his kingdom, and then he'd messed it all up. And then he'd abandoned his kingdom at its lowest. Maya shook himself. He hadn't abandoned everything. He was going to Hestia now to save Batea if Faye needed saving, and do his utmost to find out what had happened to Imorie and Eddie, to contain any leaks, to generally clean it all up. Spin a new story if he had to. He heavily sat back down, his legs feeling wooden from all the pacing. He should be enraged. His child had been abducted, tortured, forced to confess their identity, pushed to such a brink that they'd manifested magics, and then chased like an animal until their capture. To think about it hurt. It hurt with an ache so deep in his chest that he couldn't decide where it came from, and he knew every square millimeter of his body inside and out. But the anger he'd felt when Imorie had told what happened had faded back into the all-pervasive, all-encompassing exhaustion. He didn't know what he had left to give. Maya took a breath, glanced again toward the cockpit. Monsters. Nothing had ever been substantiated about anything actually living in below space, and he would know. He still had the highest security clearance it was possible to have. He picked up his mug. And would tea possibly offer any kind of solace? A hatch opened in the corridor, and he jumped, swearing as he sloshed hot tea on his hands. His heart was pounding, and he bared his teeth, forcing his body to calm the hell down. It only partially obeyed. Anya Noren stepped into the common room in a purple robe, her gray hair frayed in its sleeping braid, squinting in the light. Oh, Adius, had he been making noise? "Anya, I'm sorry." "Your thoughts are ridiculously loud," she said, and shuffled toward where he was standing by the beverage counter. "They intruded on my dreams, and I had nightmares. Monsters outside the ship, is it?" She'd picked up on that? He'd known she was 7th rank, absolutely on par with or stronger than Mariette Broden, who could command all the plants in a room to do his bidding. But he'd been in a different part of the ship, and she'd been asleep. "Don't look spooked," she said, as she dropped a cartridge into water and cupped her hands around the rapidly heating mug. "I've got my mind all through the hull, and anyone who's touching the hull, well, I can usually block that out, but I was sleeping. And like I said, your thoughts were loud." He ran a hand through his blonde hair and waved to the seat across from him. She took it with a sigh. "I'm sorry," he said again as he took his first actual sip. She shrugged and glanced toward the cockpit. Her lined face had a few more lines than usual. He spread his hands. "It's everything going on, and, Anya, I'm truly sorry. I never meant for everything to get so out of hand with the anti-magicer sentiments, with what happened at Imorie's engagement ball. That was entirely my idea for Iada too. Don't blame him." She took her own sip, grimaced. "Too hot. And we don't stock these ships with any of the good teas, do we? Maya, I don't see why you'd think I would blame Iada. Or you were protecting your child. I understand that one." He cracked the knuckles of one hand, one of Shiera's habitual tics, and Anya laid a hand on his arm, just briefly. Not enough to really feel anything from the touch. "I don't blame you for that either. I never have." He closed his eyes, the pain he couldn't identify swirling back into his chest. She wasn't talking about his child anymore, but hers, because she knew where his thoughts would go from there. To her daughter, who'd given her life to save his. Her daughter, a magicer, had killed for him, and then dissipated. It wasn't true that Anya had never blamed him. Her daughter's death in protecting him had been the first hurdle they'd had to cross when he was younger. He, the young Saratarchus, and she, already old then and deeply grieving. She'd had every right to resent him. And now his own child had killed. Before they were a magicer, yes, but killed all the same. He'd trained his children to kill if necessary, to defend themselves. The lives of truth-spoken were hardly safe, but he'd hoped they'd never, ever have to do it. Maya shuddered and got up to refill his mug. Got out of touching distance of Anya. Not that it really mattered if she could feel his emotions through her holding of the hull's strength. "But you blame yourself," she went on. "For my child. For yours." "I don't have a child," he snapped as he sat back down. Not that one. Not after Imorie had asked Iada to adopt them. Mariette had been right that he'd just lost a child. Technicalities or not, it was still there. And that hurt too, a searing pain beneath all the other pains. His brother had his kingdom now, and his child. One of those things he didn't want. The other. "That's not true," Anya said softly, taking another sip. And she would know. He sighed, tracing the faux wood tabletop with his fingertips. Imorie was changing as much as they could, inside and out, to get distance from the person they had been. Who they still should be, if he hadn't deeply screwed that all up. Or maybe they were becoming someone else altogether. Had he screwed up in wanting them to be so much like him that they'd never been able to expand into their own full self? Were they doing that now? The irony, the absolutely bitter irony, was that he'd never been himself either. He didn't much like the person he'd been trying to mold them into. Odious. But he hadn't given Imorie the bruising sleep, and he hadn't given them green magics. Those disasters weren't his. He exploded out of his chair again. Why? It makes no sense why they'd get the bruising sleep and then become a magicker. Even the illness and its timing is suspicious when it shouldn't be, but the second? Right now, when things are already destabilizing, and there are the attacks with the Kidaa? Anya, I've been trying not to think about these things, because my mind is so worn out from trying to hold this kingdom together, and it's Yada's job now. But I can't stop. I can't stop. It makes no sense, unless there's someone behind all of this, and that makes absolutely no sense at all. No rational sense. No more sense than his feeling of being watched, and maybe that had been a vague awareness of Anya actually, in contact with his thoughts, but he didn't think so. He wanted something, needed something to blow this all open. Some breakthrough. A hint, a clue as to what was actually going on. Would he find that on Hestia? He'd take even a scrap of a possibility of a clue at this point, a direction, any direction, to point himself in. He ran his hands through his hair again, grabbed tight, stopped pacing long enough for his whole body to clench in the crawling feeling he was trying to fend off. The feeling of being watched, and not just watched, but seen. Anya tracked him, chin propped in one hand, her brow furrowed. She knew enough of Ivaku to hide her emotions from her face, though she seldom did that with him in private. What would be the point? He could read it anyway, as she could pick up on his emotions with a glance, or apparently through the hull. Which was irritating him now more than he liked. He heard another hatch open in the corridor. Shit. He'd been louder than he'd thought. Jang stepped in, dressed in the blue knits she'd worn to bed, her bobbed hair looking hastily patted down. Her squint rapidly assessed the situation. He held up his hands. "I'm fine. Go back to bed. You need to sleep." She ignored him and moved to get her own mug. He sighed and rubbed his face in his hands. He could feel his own hair messed up from where he'd grabbed it, with different waves and coarser texture than his own, and tried to smooth it back down again. He had a moment, just a moment, of feeling sharply out of place in Shiera's skin. But he took a breath. It passed, and he wrapped the difference around him tightly, fending off the unknown. He knew Shiera. He knew how she moved. He knew how to be Shiera. So, he would be Shiera. It was something, at least, that he could control. So he resettled himself into Shiera, resettled his personality and his fears, the much more practical fears of an upcoming investigation. Then he rejoined Anya, and now Jung at the table. Jung eyed him over the mug Anya had just given her. Her right brow twitched in that slight lift that always meant, always, "Are you okay?" Maya cradled his restless hands around his own mug, his twitchiness bleeding back through Shiera. He ruthlessly reset himself again into Shiera. He felt more than saw Jang sigh. "I agree with you," Anya said after a long moment, and he had to blink and run back through the conversation again. He'd been ranting before Jung came in. "I agree that all of these events are more than they should be. When you live with feeling the interconnectedness of everything around you, as I do, you learn that coincidence is almost never just that." Well, and he knew that too. Green magics were a very different thing than truth-spoken training, than Ivaku and social patterning. But no, not quite so different. Anya stilled again, and though he'd wanted to follow her thought, though his own thoughts were jostling to come out, he paused, hands tightening around his mug. She was tensing, her breaths a little faster than they should be. "What?" he asked. She hissed through her teeth. "Likely shadows." She smiled, though it was an expertly forced smile. "But I have been thinking lately, ever since the Kidaa attacks started, and I have little more to this than a weird feeling. But—" She took a sip, long and contemplative, and he called on years and years of training to not try to shake it out of her. A dais. He was wound far too tight. Maya's hand sought Zhang's beside him under the table, and she gripped his back, steadying. There. Always there. "In Magicker beliefs," Anya said slowly, "we revere the spirit essences of life around us, essences like motion, or pivotal moments of change, or steadiness and solidity. She who wakes is the personification of renewal and life itself, because life is always waking." He sat back. He'd studied Magicker theology before, loose and rambling as it was, but he wasn't tracking. He had absolutely no idea where this was going, and he was exhausted, and now feeling much less interested in what Anya had to say than this conversation being over. But Anya's eyes were bright. "She who wakes," she said, fervor coming into her voice. "We don't know exactly where our beliefs come from, the Magickers, I mean. They're more myths and allegory than a religion, really, passed down in conflicting and parallel stories through the centuries. Records have been corrupted and written over, and in some cases, we've only had an oral tradition, or songs and art, because that's more natural. That's a strength we can feel. But, Maya, I have been thinking about all of this. If our highest spirit essence is someone who wakes, that implies that, at some point, she sleeps." He blinked slowly, his arms rippling in a chill as his hairs stood on end. He still didn't know where she was going with this, but his ever-ready sense of patterns was kicking in. What if everything that was happening wasn't the design of one of the high houses? And how could it be? How could any of the high houses give someone green magics? How could they burn runes into the ground with absolutely no evidence of any equipment? How could they give his child a disease that no one understood, that itself defied thousands of years of medical logic? "What if the Kidaa attacks are something waking up?" Anya asked. His heart clenched, skipped, then escalated. Zhang made a noise, and Maya glanced down to see he was crushing her hand, and he didn't have nearly as much muscle strength as a mid-level palace bureaucrat as he did as an apex ruler, go figure. Zhang could easily best him in a fight just now, which made him, of all things, grin. Zhang was looking up, though, not at the ceiling, but past it, as if she felt what he'd been feeling too, that overbearing sense of something. Something out there. Something watching. Someone. He sobered. It would be another half a day before they could land, and it couldn't come soon enough. "Well," Anya said, "I haven't told you about my latest godchildren, have I? It's been a while, Maya, since we last kept up, and that's entirely your fault, you know." Anya was no doting godparent, not any more than he was a doting father. But he followed her through a winding account of a myriad of Magicker children's lives, and it was soothing for a time. Chapter 7. What We're Dealing With. If we truly understood the Kidaa, we might not have to watch their ships and activities so closely. High General Banamar Abret in a letter to Truth Speaker Adowel Shin Myrna. Rhys stood beside their captain on the bridge of the border scout, V.N.S. Occam's Storm, waiting, hands clasped behind their back in the most composed stance they could manage, one hand nervously flicking behind them. The Kidaa ship had never returned after the overlap, so on the morning of this, the third day, the captain had taken them into below space to continue on their patrol route. Rhys hadn't protested. Not that they weren't feeling their nerve for protesting staying at the border at all. And they'd thought, maybe even hoped, that the Kidaa might not be back. But now, out of below space again in the next uninhabited system, still trying to wake up from the alarms blaring a ship-wide alert, Rhys stared at the view screen that wrapped around the front half of the bridge. It currently showed an aft view of the 3 huge blunt Kidaa ships following the storm. 3 of them. Audius. And the number of Kidaa ships was a pattern that never held to the Kidaa's love of 3s. They usually traveled alone, sometimes rarely in pairs, but never in anything Rhys had read did they come in 3s. One was Clan Starlight, the same ship that had overlapped with the storm in the last system. But that had been the only ship present before, and now, not 10 minutes after the storm had exited below space on their next stop on the border patrol, these 3 ships had come in system, exactly behind Occam's storm, and just kept station behind them. Just following the storm for the last hour, not answering hails, both human comm and maneuvering code, not doing anything but following them. Rhys was about ready to strangle something, or cry. They were likely to do either soon. "Well, Commander Gian," the first officer said, rubbing his hands on the arms of his hover chair. "Well, we can't just stay here on alert forever. They're not doing anything." Beside Rhys, Captain Nan-Treyan made a dissatisfied noise and frowned at Gian. It wasn't the sort of remark a first officer should make in front of the bridge crew. Even Rhys knew that, and Commander Gian was usually a stickler for protocol. The commander patted down his neatly combed black hair, lips pursed tight. As the officer on watch when the ship had exited below space, he looked a lot fresher than Rhys, the captain, or Misha, who was currently at the Magicker's hull bracing station. The captain very pointedly did not look at Rhys, didn't ask them why the Kidaa were just now doing what they were doing. Rhys certainly didn't know. There wasn't a person on this ship who hadn't hoped they'd left the Kidaa and their strangeness behind when they'd left the last system. Well, so, apparently, a few hours in below space wasn't remotely enough time to get away from the Kidaa. Not that Rhys thought they should get away from the Kidaa. But now that the Kidaa were here, had followed them to the next system, and Audius would have to have known they were coming here and planned ahead to arrive so soon after, and so close. What were they going to do about the Kidaa? What were the Kidaa planning to do about them? "Helm," the captain said. "Try maneuvering code 1 again." "Aye, sir." Rhys heard the faintest change in the hum of the ship's engines as they surged, the ship weaving back and forth, before it straightened course again. That meant talk in the maneuvering code humans had worked out with the Kidaa. At least, it did on the human end of things. They all waited a few minutes more, someone sniffing near the back of the bridge, someone coughing on the upper level. "No sign of response," the pilot said, and looked back toward the captain, a look that was almost pleading. The captain chewed on her inner cheek. "All right. Stand down from high alert. Go to medium. Night crew, I know you were supposed to be off shift a half hour ago. Give me another hour more, please, and I'll reflect that in your pay. Magicker Maratu, please remain at your post, in case we have to leave. Pilot, take the con until I return. Gian, Petrava, with me." Rhys caught Misha's eye where she was slumped against her safety harness, one hand just barely touching the support post that gave her access to the greater structure of the ship. Her eyes were half closed, and she gave Rhys a feeble smile. Adius, but Rhys was only awake by the grace of adrenaline, and the captain beside them didn't seem much better, though she was hiding it well enough. It wasn't standard to exit below space in a system with the captain off the bridge, but then little of what the storm had been doing the last 3 days was standard. Rhys didn't doubt the captain had needed the sleep. They all needed more sleep. There were few souls on the ship that had been sleeping well after that overlap with the Kidaa. They doubted there would be much sleep after whatever the Kidaa were doing now, either. Rhys attempted a smile at Misha and was warmed when she returned it. She swiped her fading green hair out of her eyes, her pale green aura faintly rippling. Her fingers gave a tiny wave, and she sent a grimace toward Commander Jian. And no, Commander Jian had not, in fact, been kind to Rhys the last few days, and Rhys had to think it was because the captain had filled him in on exactly why the Kidaa might be interested in talking to Rhys. And now the Kidaa were here again, with 3 times the number of ships, following the storm. Were they here again to talk to Rhys? Would they try to overlap? And why hadn't they done so already? Why weren't they answering the maneuvering code? The Kidaa only answered that some of the time, yes, but why just follow the storm? Rhys's nerves were too strained from the last few days to truly feel the panic they knew they should be feeling. Okay, no, they were totally feeling the panic. It just hadn't gotten much better since the overlap. "Petrava!" the captain snapped, and Rhys startled. They followed quickly after her, doing their best to ignore Commander Jian's darkening scowl at them as he guided his chair out the double bridge hatch. And now, Rhys had a different problem. Maybe a ridiculous problem, but it suddenly consumed their thoughts as they walked. When the alarms had sounded, Rhys and Misha had both tumbled out of their bunks and into uniforms. Rhys had been too preoccupied with figuring out the urgent puzzle of the Kidaa to remember to get their old uniforms laundered the last few days, so now they were wearing their crinkled and slightly smelly uniform from the day before. The Kidaa were a much more alarming, much more urgent thing to panic about, but Rhys's overtaxed mind wasn't super interested in logic at the moment, and they just really didn't want to embarrass themselves in tighter, more smell-detectable quarters with the captain and Jian. They'd had enough of the sometimes deferential, sometimes hostile looks from the crew since the overlap, and didn't want them from the captain too. Commander Jian was probably a lost cause there. The Kidaa had singled them out. The captain had singled them out. And whoever might have known about Rhys's identity before and was keeping quiet wasn't anymore. Everyone knew. And when they weren't thinking about the Kidaa, they were worrying over what everyone thought about it. "Call up Hamid too," the captain said to Jian as they exited the bridge into the corridor. "I want her in on this too." Rhys got a sour taste in their mouth. That didn't bode well. None of this boded well, being called into a meeting of the senior officers, and Rhys absolutely did not know their place on this ship anymore. Not when everyone was treating them differently. Good or bad, it was all different. Rhys had thought the deference would be familiar, but on Valen, everyone had already known who they were and adjusted accordingly. Here, Rhys had had something approaching normal for a time. The captain's office wasn't far from the bridge. Rhys waited for Commander Jian to enter behind her, then slipped in themselves. They told themselves they'd been in far more terrifying company. They'd grown up around Homage Rielden. Now that was someone who deliberately cultivated fear around himself. Rhys should be fairly immune to it by now. But they quaked inside all the same. Because no, they weren't just Rhys Petrava here anymore. And they weren't sure at all what they actually were here, or how they could influence this situation if it spiraled out of control. Rhys could see that it was about to, in the twitchiness of Jian, in the too rigid posture of the captain. She stepped behind her desk and rubbed her hands together, but didn't sit. As soon as Rhys shut the hatch behind them, Captain Nan Treyan said, "We're going back to Valen. Everything I've been taught tells me that those ships out there aren't and can't be hostile, but my instincts are saying otherwise. Jian?" Commander Jian stopped his chair by the captain's desk, eyeing Rhys. "I'm not sure why we didn't leave after the overlap." "Sir?" Rhys's jaw tightened. Commander Jian shouldn't have said that in front of a junior officer either. Either he was truly rattled or good and truly pissed. The captain's smile didn't reach her dark, slightly bloodshot eyes. She ran a hand across her close-cropped, coiled hair before sighing. Gian. And respectfully, sir, Gian went on, if you have any plans left to stay in this system, we should call for reinforcements. We should have called the first time. No word yet from Admiral Jaya? There hasn't been enough time. Which, by the captain's tone, he already knew, and probably had asked before. They'd be around 4 days' comm distance now. There needs to be more than one theater commander on this stretch of the border, Gian growled, and gave Rhys another look. As if the sparse command structure at the border was somehow Rhys's fault? Their father might be a general, but Rhys had barely spoken to him in years, beyond a few terse communications sent every few months, and they might have grown up in the palace, but they had no military influence at all. Gian had never been particularly friendly to Rhys, but he'd also never been outright hostile until after the overlap. Rhys kept himself from fidgeting, barely. Not many in the Navy, especially in the ships at the border, liked the nobility. Commander Gian seemed to have suddenly grown a particular hatred of them. It felt personal, though Rhys hardly knew why. I agree about the border command structure, Captain Nantrayan said, gripping and ungripping her hands. But that's not my problem to solve, and it's not yours either, Gian. She turned to Rhys. Your assessment, Petrava? What are the Kidaa doing here? Do they want to talk to you again, as you thought they would? Shit. She knew she was putting Rhys in the crosshairs. She had to know that. Commander Gian wasn't known for keeping his thoughts to himself, and he had to have expressed his distaste for who Rhys was to the captain already. Rhys opened their mouth, but the hatch chimed, then let in Lieutenant. Commander Frisa Hamid, Rhys's OPS duty commander. Short and solid and definitely not smiling, she glanced at Rhys, her expression tight. But maybe also a little concerned? Did they have one ally in this room? Hamid, at least, would have had enough time to get used to the idea of who Rhys's family was. She'd already known. Hamid turned, nodding to her seniors. Captain. Commander. Hamid. Right, then. What is your assessment? The captain asked. Have we ever seen 3 Kidaa ships at a time before? Does that mean anything? It means we don't know what we're dealing with, Hamid said. There have never been 3, to my knowledge. I'll check again, but I'm very sure. And she was right. Rhys knew that. They wanted to point out that maybe it had something to do with the Rings of Viator song, Cycle of 3. But they'd been churning over that the whole last hour of waiting on the bridge. They'd decided that if the song was related to what the Kidaa had to say, the 3 ships now held a different significance. It fit a different place in the pattern, at least, though Rhys couldn't say where or how. Petrava, the captain said again, and Rhys did some quick calculations to decide how to present themselves just now. They were still, mostly, holding the pretense of Rhys, the ordinary junior ops lieutenant. Friendly, affable, excitable. A last-ditch attempt at normality, but they had a gut feeling that continuing that here, right now, would only alienate their senior officers more. And they were a long, long way from home, with a desperate need for their seniors to listen to them when it came to the Kidaa, because those ships out there were here for a reason. The Kidaa had overlapped with the storm a few days ago for a reason, and if that reason had been to talk to Rhys, terrifying as that was, then Rhys needed to have some say in what happened next. They couldn't just go back to Valen. Not yet. Not especially now, with the Kidaa out there again. They had a feeling deep in their gut, a thrumming sense that something was building, something really bad was coming. They didn't have more details than that, but that feeling... Well, they'd had about an hour of sleep before the alarms blared, and it had been close to their wake-up time anyway. Rhys straightened, letting their bearing and body language flow into how they might carry themselves at the capital. Still mostly unassuming, but with the easy privilege they knew they wore like a second skin. No, a first skin. It was who they were. If still not entirely who they were. Rhys marked Jian's curling lip. Sirs, I'm waiting on information from the Institute of Sulana. It's still my assessment, if the Kidaa have taken an interest in us and in this ship, that we should stay at the border. They've taken an interest in you, Petrava, Commander Jian snapped, and I'm not happy at all that the Ceratarchus inserted one of his children. Rhys waved their hands in a sharp negative. No, sir, I'm not. You're something, Petrava, the captain sighed, leaning on her desk. And I'm worried about what will happen when the Kidaa figure out that you aren't actually truth-spoken. The question now is, how important is this knowledge of the Kidaa you have in your head, and their interface with you? However you came about it, you do have insights that we don't, and I suspect other ships don't as well. We sent reports, but that's nothing like an actual asset. You're valuable, Petrava, and worth returning to Valen for to preserve and disseminate. Rhys swallowed. They'd sent a message back to Valen, to the Ceratarchus, asking for help. Begging, really. But that message wouldn't have even reached Valen yet, with just over 5 calm days now between the storm and the capital. The captain tapped the surface of her desk with her knuckles and grimaced, waving the desk displays on. She eyed Rhys again, and Rhys didn't like that look at all. Had she decided to deal with them after all by not seeing them as the person they were, but the symbol of their upbringing? Hideous, and they didn't even have any of the benefits of that assumption. They weren't truth-spoken. They had no authority here at all but smoke and political threats. And Rhys wasn't about to threaten anyone. Holos sprang up over the captain's desk, and she touched one. She expanded it to the width of the desk before she turned it so they all could read. This came in. Priority drone already in system, just before the alarms went off. Jian, thanks for the wake-up. I haven't yet decided what or how to tell the crew. I don't want a jumpy crew right now. Not with those Kidaa ships right outside. Not when we don't know what they want with us. They want Petrava, Jian said. And distantly, Rhys braced again for the onslaught. But most of them was focused entirely on the message over the captain's desk. Their pulse jumped near light speed. Adius. Adius. The captain pointed to the hollow window. Read this. They already were, and they went back to the top to start reading again. This was from Admiral of the Fleet Dasan Laguaya, Priority 1. Chapter 8. Arrest them. Of course I support the truth spoken. It is my job to protect the kingdom, and protecting the kingdom means protecting the truth spoken. I will protect the truth spoken to my last breath. Admiral of the Fleet Dasan Laguaya, when ambushed for an impromptu vid interview. Rhys quickly reread the message hovering over Captain Nantreyan's desk. From Admiral of the Fleet Dasan Laguaya. 2. All Valoran Navy officers ranked commander and higher, in command of a ship, station, local headquarters, or outpost. Priority 1. Ceratarchus 9th. Homage Rialdan has suffered an attack on his person and is in critical condition, though expected to fully recover. Attacker is known to be Ayada Bayer Rialdan, blood servant, who is currently at large. Homage Rialdan manifested green magics during the attack. All ships and stations are advised. Arrest Ayada Bayer Rialdan on sight, with deadly force if necessary. Watch for unrest and anti-magicker sentiments. Take all precautions to protect magickers among crew and in civilian ships and stations. All space in Valen's system is now under medium alert. Stand by for further instructions. Rhys didn't breathe. Their gaze flicked up to the captain, who watched them with an alertness that made them want to shrink away. They quickly returned to the message, rereading once more. trying to make it all make sense. They'd met Admiral of the Fleet Laguaya a few times, at social receptions or in passing. Laguaya had always been deferential, but never actually polite. They'd never been polite, as far as Rhys knew, to anyone. Rhys had never particularly liked Laguaya, but Laguaya hadn't been overtly hostile either, to them or anyone in the Rialdan family. Not that they knew of. Were there overtones of hostility in this message? Was there something in how Laguaya called for the arrest of Iada? Adeus, was that the sign of a coup on Laguaya's part? Had they or their people attacked the Ceratarchus and then framed Iada for it? No. That didn't make enough sense. Homage was injured. Was Dressa okay? Was Ari? Would Dressa have to step up to rule now after all? Iada had a kill order on him. Iada had always been intense, and he had always weirded Rhys out a little, but he and the Ceratarchus were as tight as they came. There was no way Iada would try to kill Homage. That screamed against every instinct Rhys had. So then something else must have happened, and this was the official story. Maybe a coup attempt, but not Laguaya's, Rhys was fairly sure. Homage was a magicker now, and that sat uneasy on more than one level. What were those odds that both the Ceratarchus and the former heir had manifested within weeks of each other? That they'd both been attacked at the time of, or not long before they'd manifested? Green magics could run in families, yes, but not in that way. Unless Rhys's very quiet, very dangerous hunch there had been right, too? That maybe there was something weird about the magicker attacking Ari, especially when Misha had reacted the way she had to the news of that attack. They'd thought, but they'd also been afraid to think that the magicker might just possibly have, been a truth spoken too. And if that was true, had Homage been a magicker his entire rule? For Ari manifesting to make any kind of sense, he must have been. But that also didn't make sense. He had no aura. The Ceratarchus was a lot of things, but Rhys just didn't think he could conceal being a magicker for his entire rule. He was sympathetic to magickers, yes, but a magicker himself all that time? Rhys tapped the sides of their legs and focused on the most immediately important information to them right now. No help would be coming from Valen. Not from Homage, not from Dressa. Would Homage even be able to hold his kingdom if he was a magicker? If Admiral Laguaya had warned specifically against anti-magicker sentiments, was that a warning or incitement? Rhys had heard some rumblings among the crew. They'd seen how some of the crewers and even officers were treating Misha after news of Imorie Rialdan Marin Quevedo's involvement in several deaths. Things were about to get a lot worse. Commander Gian swore. This was on that priority drone? It came in system just before we arrived. I checked the timestamps. Commander Hamid made a noise as she also stared at the message. Fleet Ops must have sent 3 or more drones to make sure it found us. Or maybe Laguaya sent to every system. Adios. Gian opened his hands to the captain. I was going to ask after you had a chance to read it, Ira, but then the Kidaa showed up. The captain nodded. Which is unfortunate timing. Rhys's thoughts raced ahead again. Comm lag. There was comm lag between the storm and the capital. This had happened 5 days ago. But if Rhys was reading the patterns right, the Kidaa had already shown they could act at a distance with their rune attacks. Could they gather information at a distance as well? Could they have already known Homage was attacked? Could they have known when it happened? Was that why the Kidaa were here now? In response to this attack on the Ceratarchus? They seemed interested in the truth spoken. Maybe it wasn't a stretch to think they would be interested in the fate of the kingdom's truth-spoken ruler. But the Kidaa had never cared about Valoran internal politics before. But why here? Why the storm? Why Rhys? The Kidaa had singled Rhys out as truth-spoken, even if they hadn't been totally right about that. We have spun. You have spun. Rhys still didn't know what the hell that meant, and why it was so important. Important enough for the Kidaa to actively follow the storm to this new system, if that was even their reason why, if whatever happening at the capital wasn't their reason, and if the two things weren't also connected. Rhys suppressed a shiver. Oh, Audius, how could they know what the Kidaa thought? They were just a junior Op-S lieutenant with some intensive pattern and logic training, which they were sure right now was currently glitching in their need to make sense of things. This, Captain Nantrean said, is also why I want to return to Valon. I know you're not truth-spoken, Petrava, and I'm not a politician and don't tend to mess with politics in general. It's why I'm out here, not trying to steer a capital ship. But you do have truth-spoken evacu training. That's what makes you good at deciphering the Kidaa patterns. And by my count, there's 2 truth-spoken left who are currently able, and one of them has also been embroiled in controversy. Rhys swallowed. She meant Ari. Yes, the rumors around Imorie being Ariana were nerve-wracking, and they'd only grow stronger now. I'm not truth-spoken, Rhys said reflexively. But the captain had already said that, and she wasn't wrong that Rhys might be needed. They were trusted. They knew enough about the daily running of the palace to be summarily recalled to help, which they might be. Those orders might follow shortly, but... The Kidaa certainly think you are, Commander Gian said, turning his chair to face Rhys. Petrava, Delore, what are you actually doing on this ship? As a junior lieutenant... I already explained to the captain, and I am a junior lieutenant, Rhys protested. I went to the academy. I earned... Nothing at all in your life is earned, Gian spat. You came here to take advantage of us for your own reasons, or maybe someone else's, and now, what? We're a part of your own coup? Are you in league with this Ayada buyer Ryalden? Get the Kidaa to legitimize your own bid to rule? Rhys gaped at him, incredulous. They took a sharp step back, ramming the back of their leg on a metal stand near the hatch. They hissed, shaking their smarting leg, but pulled themselves together, glared Gian down. I'm a fucking junior ops lieutenant, Rhys growled. That's all I am. That's all I want to be. I mean, maybe a captain someday. But sir, I'm not a traitor. They're my family. I wouldn't... That he would even suggest... That he'd even make that leap. But it might not be as far a leap as Rhys had thought. Not with enough pieces to draw conclusions. Not, even, when it had been Ayada who had sent them to the border. Not Homage, directly. Deus. No. But Commander Gian wouldn't know that. He was poking at the nearest available target. That's enough, Gian, the captain said. And it's easy enough to verify if any of us truly have suspicions with our magicker. But I don't share your suspicions, not on this one. Whatever the Kidaa want with Petrava, I don't believe it was invited by Petrava. But the timing, Gian barreled on. Delore is here, and the Kidaa have been attacking, and Delore just happens to solve this big, implausible mystery. I haven't solved anything, not yet. With a rock song, and then the Kidaa show up and want to talk to them, so maybe they're working with the Kidaa to become the hero, to overthrow... No, Rhys yelled. What the hell, I wouldn't do that, and the Kidaa wouldn't even do that. Commander Hamid was beside them now, gripping their shoulder. Lieutenant, calm down. They shook her off, then paused, realized what they were doing, where they were. Adius. They'd unbent too far. Farther even. Then they'd dare around the palace when it wasn't just their siblings. They gulped for air. Rhys didn't have their siblings' ability to calm their physical body, but they knew how to calm their mind and their nervous system through breath, through the unwinding of their thoughts. And right now, it wasn't working. They wanted to shake Gian, get him to understand that Rhys had nothing whatsoever to do with any of this other than being here. But that wasn't true, was it? The Kidaa had singled them out. The Kidaa had also used a song Rhys knew from a band whose lead singer they'd been low-key obsessed with for the last year. Rhys usually tried to play that down. They were supposed to be cooler than unabashedly crushing on the lead from one of the biggest bands of the moment. Beyond the huge poster in their bedroom, which was acceptable enough because Jareth Tobrin was hot, they weren't sure even Dressa and Ari knew how much they liked the Rings of Veter. They hadn't taken more than a long look of appreciation at Jareth Tobrin at Ari's engagement ball, though they'd wanted to. They hadn't squealed or made like they knew all the words to most of the songs. Which they did, though Cycle of Three hadn't been one of their favorites. Rhys needed their own secrets too, in a palace full of secrets. But why would the Kidaa choose that song? And how would the Kidaa have known Rhys was obsessed with Jareth Tobrin if they'd worked to hide that themselves? Could Rhys possibly take the pattern that far? Had a connection with Rhys been the motive for the message in the attacks? Had the Kidaa actually been looking for them specifically, calling them specifically, and not just one of the truth spoken? They stood, frozen, their mind stuttering on that thought. It didn't make sense. That couldn't make sense, could it? No. The Rings of Veter were just that popular right now. Their songs were everywhere. The Kidaa had just used the tools at hand. "You should arrest Delore," Gian went on. "They're a threat to the ship." Rhys jolted their thoughts back to the present. No. They couldn't leave the border now. They couldn't be arrested. What was happening here? Whatever the Kidaa wanted with them, with a truth spoken, or maybe just with them, no help would come from the capital. Rhys's plea wasn't going to be answered by Dressa coming, or Homage, or anyone else with the authority to do something, who the Kidaa would actually speak to. They knew that. They knew that in their bones. They were alone in this. Rhys knew the Kidaa, maybe as well as it was possible for anyone to know the Kidaa. They knew the Kidaa's patterns, and the patterns here were all off-center, and that was freaking them out in every way. That the Kidaa had followed them to this system was freaking them out. That there were 3 Kidaa ships now, when there were never 3 at one time, was freaking them out. And maybe the smartest thing to do would be to leave, to travel to Valen as quickly as possible. But leaving the border now would be the wrong move. It had been when the captain had thought they should before. It was doubly so now. They were almost certain the Kidaa, Clan Starlight, would try to overlap again, maybe soon. What signal would that send to the Kidaa if they left? That they weren't listening, maybe. Or that they were abandoning ground, giving the Kidaa permission to move in themselves. And if the Kidaa truly did have a way of doing things at a distance that humans didn't know about, what would happen if the Kidaa felt slighted, felt threatened? The attacks on other worlds had all happened without Kidaa ships in orbit, without any ships in a position to carry out those attacks. So they'd had to be carried out from afar. Somehow. Could they threaten Valen? Was Valen already in danger? If the storm left now, and the Kidaa had followed them here, would the Kidaa just follow them there too? Would Rhys bring the Kidaa straight into the kingdom's heart? "We can't go," Rhys said. They glared back at Gian. "And I'm not a threat to the ship." They turned. "Captain, you can verify my truths." "Misha." The captain looked grim. Like she hadn't wanted to call in a magicker, like this whole meeting had gone a different way than she'd expected. But that, Rhys saw with a sinking feeling, was an act. They read the small signs of satisfaction in the captain's body language. She'd wanted this conversation to go the way it had. Whatever she was driving at, whatever she was trying to do here, she'd wanted this. Rhys wanted to trust their captain. They truly did. But they also knew they couldn't. Not with their own life, not with the kingdom. That was one lesson they wished they hadn't learned growing up around the truth spoken, but they couldn't deny its need. They were better trained for this situation than their captain. And could they honestly risk the kingdom to save an already burning career? In their pocket, the Ceratarchus's seal chip sat heavy, ready and waiting if they needed to use it. They hoped to Adius that they wouldn't have to, but those 3 Kidaa ships out there told Rhys what stakes they were playing with. The captain touched the comm controls on her desk. Magiker Muratu to my office. Chapter 9. My Ship. Moral treason is such a fine line to walk. In one light, it's heroism. In another, an atrocity. T.M. Ung in Prince Vana Onabri, the dynastic sword. Captain Natrayan clicked off the comm and gave an exasperated wave. Petrava, this is my ship, not yours. No matter who your parents are. My decision. And unless you had a message that I haven't seen yet, which isn't possible because I've been watching, and unless you've received word back from Valen, which also isn't possible because there hasn't been enough time, you don't have any more authority to act here than you did the day before. All of which was true. But it didn't stop Rhys from stiffening up. They knew they were right. They had to stay here and talk with the Kidaa, if the Kidaa wanted to talk again. But whatever the Kidaa were doing, Rhys had to stay. It was important. But as much as Rhys couldn't trust the captain with the future of the kingdom, they knew the captain also couldn't trust them with the safety of her ship, because those things might not go hand in hand. Rhys wasn't sure just how much depended on this, but they couldn't afford, Valen and their family couldn't afford, to take this with less than the gravity it deserved. Which could be everything. Think, Petrava, the captain said. If we stay here, the Kidaa might bind themselves to policies that you make. What if they expect all of Valorous to act to your decisions? You're not truth-spoken, no matter who you grew up with, and with the kingdom rulership in question, are you certain the new ruler will agree with your decisions? Rhys had to work not to glare at their captain. They had to remember that they were the junior lieutenant here, but she was giving a whole lot of lie to her claim that she wasn't political. That was an entirely political speech. Whatever was happening with the Kidaa was political too, but not in a way that could wait for the trained diplomats. It just couldn't. Rhys knew with a conviction they'd defend to their grave that the Kidaa, whatever they were here for now, wouldn't wait long to push for what they wanted, whatever that was. And Rhys needed to find out what that was. They all did. Nothing back home would matter if the Kidaa suddenly decided to start a war and tore through systems in the wave of destruction they could be, if they wanted to be. The hatch opened again, and Misha stepped in, her gaze flicking around them all before she settled on Rhys, then looked back to the captain. Sir. She straightened, and there was the military bearing Rhys hadn't seen in her before, a discipline she'd been determined to ignore. Rhys wasn't the only one trying to distance themselves from the necessity of their own persona. Ensign, please verify Petrava's truth, the captain said. Misha's brows drew tight, looking a question at Rhys, and they were glad, so glad, she didn't just obey without thought, no matter that she was supposed to. Of anyone on this ship, Misha, at least, was someone they could trust. Trust not to betray them, at least. Rhys held out a hand, and she took it, her palm cool and clammy. Or maybe that was theirs. Commander Gian barked, Petrava, were you involved with attacking the Ceratarchus in the capital? Misha jerked at that statement, almost whipped around to protest, but Rhys gripped her hand tightly with both of theirs, holding her steady. She met their eyes. Her own were wide, her pale green aura pulsing as if with her heartbeat. No, Rhys said. That's true, Misha said, and coughed. Her brows rose incredulously at Rhys, and they could feel her urgent need to know what had happened. But they didn't dare shake their head to say they couldn't talk. That might look like they'd worked things out with her beforehand, and that would cast doubt on everything she verified. Commander Jian shifted, looking annoyed that his accusation hadn't sunk home. The magicer could be involved. They came in together, and the Ceratarchus is now a magicer. "He's what?" Misha asked, whipping around again. "Gods, what?" "Moradu." The captain rubbed her hands together, her own nervous gesture. "Misha," Rhys said, the word a snap, a command, using, adios, a tone the Ceratarchus often used. She refocused on them, her breaths coming harder. They could almost see the fear and confusion and excitement roiling throughout her emotions. "Misha," Rhys said calmly, "I'm not truth-spoken." She blinked at them. "Well, I know that. True. Mostly. You are a little." Rhys grimaced. "I'm not an ADIUM-sanctioned truth-spoken. I am trained in a vacu, but I can't change. So that means I'm not truth-spoken." "Ah, true and true." "That means nothing," Jian growled. "You're twisting words." "Captain, you should detain—" "Commander Jian," the captain snapped. "Let them finish." And now it was a race to see if Rhys could figure out which answers would give them the best advantage before Jian asked the questions. They had no intentions, absolutely no intentions of being arrested just now. The Ceratarchus's seal chip sat light but oh so heavy in their shirt pocket. Commander Hamid stepped up beside Rhys. "Captain, I protest this treatment of my officer." Captain Nantrayan held up her hands. Yes, my apologies, Petrava. You should not have to have your truth verified. Not on this ship." Never mind that she'd asked that very thing a few days ago, before deciding to trust Rhys. Well, trust them enough not to have them formally read. "I don't require this. Ensign Moritu, thank you. Please return to the bridge." Misha gave Rhys a worried look before she stepped back. She eyed the captain, and Rhys knew she'd try to find a way to stay if they asked her to. They widened their own eyes and gave their head a tiny shake. Rhys didn't like at all the way this conversation was going, and they didn't want her to get any more in the middle of this. They shouldn't have suggested she be brought in. Misha stretched a not-quite smile and slipped out again. Commander Jian opened his mouth. "Commander, get some rest," the captain said. "You have obviously had a long shift. I expect you to be refreshed on your next shift." Jian hunched forward, poised for a fight. But then he loosened his shoulders, touched the controls of his chair. "Yes, sir." Rhys didn't think that fight was over, only delayed. But they breathed easier after he'd gone. They heard Hamid let out a long sigh, too. Treason. A deus. The commander was accusing them of treason? How had that spiraled so far out of control? Rhys's focus narrowed to keeping their breaths steady and even. Just breathing. They'd been worried about their shipmates looking at them the wrong way, treating them differently. They'd been worried about, by all the stars and holy mandates, the stale smell of their uniform. But they hadn't thought they'd be accused of colluding against the Ceratarchus, of trying to overthrow him. Except they had colluded against him in a way, with Dressa. Would that be used against them too, if it was ever found out? That Rhys had helped push her to do what she'd done in becoming the heir? They had no idea what was going on back on Valen, if the Ceratarchus was still alive, if Dressa had been forced to step up to take the rulership, and Yada had given them the Ceratarchus's seal. What if it had been Iata who'd attacked Homage, and he'd given the seal to Rhys to pin some of the blame on them? They closed their eyes, and Commander Hamid placed what she probably thought was a comforting hand on their back, but it felt like fire. They didn't want to be touched. It was hard to bear when every other sense was screaming, but they weren't about to shake her off again. "Breathe, Petrava." They did. It was the only thing they could think to do. Rhys looked up at the captain, pleading. "He's my... Homage is my..." Not their father. Not that. But Homage Rialdan had given them a home when they'd been dumped with Haneri. He'd given Rhys a family, let them grow up with their siblings, let them learn. He was far, far from perfect. He could be an absolute bastard, and had been on many occasions. Too many to count. But Rhys had never wanted him to be attacked. Their insides clenched hard to think that there was even a chance, in the 5 days comm lag, that Homage might have died. The captain looked unsettled. She smoothed her hands across the surface of her desk, waved off the hollow window that was still hovering near the front. Petrava. A dais. Rhys looked away. They didn't want the captain to apologize to them. They stood awkwardly as Hamid rubbed the center of their back. One more breath, and they straightened, pulled all their training back in, got their emotions under control. Yada had not attacked the Ceratarchus. That wasn't at all right in the pattern. So then, the chips in Rhys's pocket were exactly what they were. The problem remains, Captain Nantrean said, that understanding protocol for dealings with the Kidaa and following standing orders, we should go to Valen at military speeds. We should have from the start with the overlap. Adius, we should have left with your discovery about the runes, no matter how far-fetched. Rhys opened their mouth to protest. That would have been too soon. They wouldn't have had the proof they needed. But she held up a hand. Petrava, I don't even disagree with you that it would be diplomatically wise to stay. Strategically even. The Kidaa want to speak with you. But I risk a court-martial if we stay here and you start dictating policy. Or, Adius help me, treason charges. Because this all rides a dangerous line. Especially with what just happened at the Capitol. And especially with you being who you are. Gian won't be the only one making those connections. True or not. Rhys's adrenaline was peaking, their legs starting to give. Rhys, Hamid said, sit. They didn't argue with that command, plopping into one of the chairs in front of the captain's desk. The captain grunted and finally sat behind her desk too, with Hamid taking the chair beside Rhys. Rhys tasted a metallic tang, like iron, like bile. Because they knew what they had to do now, and they knew there would be no going back. Captain. Rhys reached an unsteady hand for the 2 chips in their inner shirt pocket, ignoring the small voice in their head screaming at them to think about what they were doing. Just think. Please, oh please, don't make what Commander Gian had accused them of a reality. Think of the optics. Think what this would mean, for them, for their place in the Rialdan household. But they couldn't see another way forward. If the captain wanted someone else to blame this on, if it all went sideways, and if the Ceratarchus disapproved, then they had to give it to her. That's what the deal with Commander Gian had been, hadn't it? Meant to push Rhys into making a decision they shouldn't have to make, take authority they didn't really have. Meant to keep the captain from having to make a career-ending decision at all. Let the blame be on Rhys, or on Gian as the antagonist, if it went the other way around. Because they had to stay at the border. The policy, those standing orders that they should return to Valen, were wrong. They didn't take into account the Kidaa wanting to speak with anyone specific, because the Kidaa never had. Rhys fingered the rounded edges of the chip that held the Ceratarchus's seal, then drew it out. This wasn't treason. This was for the Ceratarchus, not against him. This was for the kingdom. And Iada and the Ceratarchus had given them this open-ended seal, knowing they might use it. Trusting Rhys's judgment, Rhys had to believe that. Rhys Petrava Marin Delor, they said. The chip, which had lost its seal an hour after Iada had given it to them, as he'd said it would, now rippled across one surface. The seal of the Ceratarchus gleamed again, gold and intricate and obvious. Oh shit, Hamid said. Petrava? Rhys looked up. This seal was given to me, for use in emergencies. This seal wouldn't work without the Ceratarchus's express wish and command that it did. Everyone knew that if someone held the Ceratarchus's seal, they were meant to. And usually, those seals expired within 2 hours, the important task that was meant to be completed fully finished. But Iada had said that this one was different. That if Rhys said their name, it would activate again, and it had. And maybe that made sense. The chips that Rhys and Dressa and Ari had played with might have been meant for Valen, for the city, for temporary and immediate tasks. But Rhys had been going to the border, and it had taken weeks to get there. Of course there would be chips for situations where the Ceratarchus needed a say, but couldn't be there himself. And the trust the Ceratarchus had given them to entrust them with this. They hadn't really thought that through, or at least hadn't let themselves acknowledge it. They'd wanted to forget they had the seal at all. Rhys set the seal chip down on the captain's desk, and an array of hollows popped up, with verifications, genetic acceptance of the bearer's biometrics, every official credential. There was even a vid message, set to silent at the moment, of Homage Rialdan speaking, clearly on a several-second loop. That hadn't been a part of the seals that Rhys had used when playing with their siblings. Captain Nantrean stared at it, her face going blank, and Rhys had a sudden sharp panic that what if this had been the setup? What if that recording would say the bearer was a traitor? Rhys reached to tap the hollow sound on before the captain could, and the clip played, cycling through again. Petrava Merondelor is the bearer of my seal with my permission and my confidence. Their word is to be taken as mine, their commands as mine. Give them all of your cooperation and assistance. That is my command as Homage Rialdan, Ceratarchus 9 of the Kingdom of Valorous. Rhys's teeth ground in their mouth, their fingers digging into the hard arms of their chair. They'd thought this seal was a mark of authority, yes. That it would signal they were on the Ceratarchus's business. It had been a desperate move, hoping to get by on momentum and bullshit, give them just enough authority to keep the ship at the border, and likely be tried for it later. They'd known it was a gamble. They hadn't thought... Adius. They hadn't thought that the Ceratarchus would personally endorse them, and to that extent. A seal meant a bearer acted on the Ceratarchus's will, but this... They didn't know all of Homage's tells, but they knew enough, and that had been Homage Rialdan. Rhys slowly unclenched their death grip on the arms of their chair. These chips were never given lightly, even the 2-hour versions, and that Iada had given them one that hadn't had a time expiration on it, with this sort of endorsement meant... what? All the holy stars. Captain Nantrean's expression was stone. I hope you know what you're doing, Delore. Rhys flinched at her using their mother's name. It had been less of a blow from Gian, who obviously didn't like them, than from the captain. Who, Rhys sensed, had been trying. Before she'd decided to put them out in front of herself as a noble shield. The captain knew damn well what Rhys was doing. They were protecting her ass, but maybe, just maybe, protecting them all. If Homage was alive, they had to do this. And if Dressa was the ruler now, they still had to do this. She would understand. She knew them better than anyone. This chip, this seal, that endorsement, that was more authority than they'd thought they'd have. But it didn't mean they still weren't in trouble for activating that seal. Anything, absolutely anything, could be twisted. Rhys knew that well enough. In any case, they'd just ended their career. Whatever they did from here, they would need Dressa's mercy, or Homage's, on the other side of this. Not that their career would have gone much farther with everyone knowing who they were anyway. Petrava, Hamid said, and they could hug her for still using their preferred name here. There's only 3 of us in this room. We don't have to have seen what you just did. But they had seen. And the captain, Rhys was sure, wasn't about to back down from that. Rhys held themselves steady, emotions in check, firmly set on the path through this maze. This wasn't treason. They did have the Ceratarchus's seal, and now his endorsement. But it wasn't a clear path of stated orders either. Impersonating a truth spoken was a capital crime. Representing themselves as truth spoken was a capital crime, and showing this seal was, in a way, legitimizing that unspoken claim. At least, it could be interpreted that way. Commander Jian's assumptions could be solidified here. Rhys knew that Homage's tells were real, but who else here could verify that but Rhys? Videos could be faked. Jian could argue that had been Iada with a vid filter giving the endorsement, not Homage, and that it was just another step in a much larger plot. But Rhys wasn't claiming they were truth-spoken. They'd never said they were truth-spoken to the Kidaa, mostly. Just tried to communicate in the way the Kidaa had presented. They weren't denying the insinuation to the Kidaa either, though, or correcting the error. And it wasn't too far a step with this seal now active to go all the way. To actively act as a truth-spoken would in this situation, even if they weren't. Not fully. And help would not be coming. At least, not soon enough to matter. The feeling of danger with the Kidaa, of impending something, was suddenly sharp enough to bring up bile. All the hairs on their arms stood up, their heart skipping a beat before it started hammering. They'd made the right choice. Not a good one, but the right one. They knew they had. "All right, Petrava," the captain said, and Rhys saw her shoulders relax, just a little, taking Rhys's offered out, letting Rhys take control of the situation. But she'd used their ship name again, called them Petrava, not Delore. And that, weirdly, gave them more resolve than anything else. "My responsibility," Rhys said, and felt the weight of that like a boulder pressing them down. Was this what Dressa had felt like, taking over as heir? Was that extreme hubris to even compare? Was Rhys way, way, way overstepping any bounds they ever should have? Yes. But did they see another choice? "Are you commandeering this ship?" Hamid asked quietly. Rhys blinked. No, sir, just... We need to stay, to talk with the Kidaa." Hamid smiled tightly, and Rhys got that. Their saying they should stay at the border while having that seal was making a claim over the ship. They should absolutely back down right now, maybe even surrender themselves to the arrest Jian wanted. But every Ivaku and Palace trained since they had told them that if the Kidaa started a war, Audius helped them all. They couldn't win. Humans could not win a war with the Kidaa. Not when the Kidaa could pick up and tow entire planets with their ships. Not when the Kidaa had technology humans couldn't remotely understand, and could attack human worlds from who knew how far away without having a ship in orbit. Maybe the runes hadn't been attacks. Maybe they had been a warning, like the Kidaa had seemed to give Rhys in person. But Rhys still didn't know what the warning was for, or what danger was so great that the Kidaa would specifically request a truth spoken to try to get their warning across. Maybe it wasn't a warning, but simply a threat, though Rhys was still less sure of that. And if it had been a warning, if the Kidaa were afraid of something and felt the need to warn the humans about it, shouldn't Rhys be downright terrified? Shouldn't they all? "My responsibility," Rhys said again, swallowing convulsively. The captain, slowly, nodded. "This can't be done in the shadows. So, Lieutenant Petrava Marin Delore, you are off active duty, effective immediately." Well, they didn't like that, but it was fair. All things considered, they'd just stolen her ship. You are, however, granted field advisory status as a representative of the Ceratarchus from Velen. You are not in my chain of command. However, you will not act without my permission on this ship, is that clear? If anything happens and I'm not available, you seek the same from Commander Jian or Commander Hamid. Clear? She didn't actually have the authority anymore to make that demand over them, and everyone in this room knew it. Rhys squeezed their hands together in their lap, an anchor point. It did help. They nodded. All right. I'll move you to guest quarters. No, please, Captain. I'm fine with Misha. I was under the impression that you didn't care to share your quarters. So, that had been a deliberate insult? Had she been trying to punish them after finding out who their family was? Had she been testing them to see if their supposed noble bearing would reassert itself, and they'd put up a fuss? I'm fine, Rhys said, and knew the tone they were using, were appalled that they were pulling from the acid tone Homage used when he was truly angry. And that was twice now that they'd used the Ceratarchus's own tactics. The seal chip sat on the desk, glowing with the Ceratarchus's personal seal, silent and condemning. I'm fine, they said again, softer, but the damage had been done. They didn't think the captain had missed that tone. Hamid, from the way her face had pinched, certainly hadn't. And was this all worth it? A dais. Would it be worth it? Thank you, sir, Rhys said, standing before turning toward the hatch. They paused, reached for the chip, and put it back in their shirt pocket. It was still faintly glowing, and Rhys had the strong suspicion that it wouldn't stop showing the seal after 2 hours this time. They shouldn't have called the captain sir. They shouldn't even have thanked her. She'd done them no favors. They'd had to take this authority for themselves. But they weren't about to test that line right now. Rhys fled as quickly as they could. Chapter 10. Open Air. If you're going to Valen City on a day trip with friends, there are some sections of each district you definitely want to avoid. You should probably avoid Gold District altogether. Then again, the bigger monsters always did live in Financial District. Popular vid commentator Laim Vercaro in A Loyal Anarchist's Guide to Valoris. Imorie wrapped their knee-length coat around themselves as they stepped out of the palace air car onto the rain-soaked street. Yada's guard, Farouk, had insisted on using the car, conspicuous as it was. It might be obvious, but it was solid. And the riots in the city hadn't gotten better. It was late, Valen City evening, the air heavy with humidity, and cooler than it should have been in high summer. Imorie almost shivered. But the open air. There was a freedom outside of the palace walls that Imorie hadn't felt within. The last city they'd been in hadn't been kind to them, but they knew these streets. They'd walked so many lives on these streets, and now they walked another. I don't feel any intention of violence around us, Dorian said, glancing around. They hefted their duffel on one shoulder. They'd insisted on carrying it, though Farouk had brought a hover cart. Other than, Dorian amended, the usual sort of sleaziness you'd find in a financial district. Farouk vented a soft, ha, but he was looking all around them, pistol still holstered but prominent on his hip. Farouk towered over Imorie, taller even than Yada's guard Enge, a muscled pillar of light brown skin and neatly tied back graying hair. He was younger than Maya, younger than Enge, and Zhang, and the rest of the guards who'd been with the Ceratarchus for over 20 years. He'd joined the Ceratarchus's personal guards when Imorie was 3 and had swiftly become their favorite mountain to climb. But Farouk looked older than his years, and the life of a personal guard to the Ceratarchus wasn't an easy one. Farouk wore civvies now, not the maroon and silver uniform of the palace guard, or the silver dagger pin of his place as a personal guard to the Ceratarchus. He wore his tan civilian jacket and striped trousers with ease. He always wore whatever he wore with ease. Farther down the alley they'd stopped in, another air car descended. Sleek and dark blue in the ambient city lights, exactly the sort of understated sign of wealth that Koldari would use. Imorie's shoulders tightened. This alley had been decided on as a random, neutral meeting place instead of the palace. Koldari was keen to leave, and the palace was always full of fuss, especially in the evening. Farouk had vetoed meeting at the spaceport, as some of the worst riots the day before had happened near there, people asking for magickers to be put off-world. But this alley wasn't convenient, and it wasn't really neutral, not to Imorie. It brought up too many memories of alleys on Hestia, even though that had been day and this was night, and that had been on another world, and this was their home. They were seeing another alley on Hestia just now. Buildings much lower, danger ahead of them, the gut-tearing feeling of being chased. Beside them, Etty pulled closer. Was he remembering the same? Still no malice, Dorian said under their breath, though they were tensing now too. But I'm only 4th rank. I might be able to pick up if someone's really intent on harming someone from a short distance, but like I said, we can't rely on that. Could Imorie sense more? They really hadn't had the chance to try, or do any methodical cataloging of their new abilities. They weren't going to get their training with the first magicker, at least not for a while. They drew a breath, centering in the same way they always had when playing a role, and became more aware of the minutiae of their surroundings. Would that work with magicker abilities too? Imorie felt Etty beside them as a blazing presence, a turbulent green, and Farouk as an alertness, an anxious reassurance. Dorian was also full of the life Imorie was calling green, but not as blazing as Etty, or as turbulent. And ahead, they could sense lives in the air car as it hovered closer into ground mode. 2 lives, bright points of light in Imorie's awareness. But they had no idea how to tell what those people were feeling. Imorie was higher ranking than Dorian by raw strength, but Dorian had far more training and experience. But Etty was looking too, and Etty had both strength and experience. No malice, he said, his eyes narrowing, a faint breeze blowing at his hair. Annoyance and impatience, though. He was rooting himself into the earth. Imorie could feel it, readying his defiance. His body language was full of that belligerence he got around Koldari, and he moved himself in front of Imorie. They tried not to be exasperated. All of them would have to live with Koldari for however long this took, and this trip was for Etty. No, Imorie didn't trust the Duke, but you didn't have to trust someone to have them work to your purpose. The air car settled, and the engine whined down to idle. The left door swiveled open, and Koldari stepped out, black hair pulled back in a tail but not otherwise fancy, his clothes well cut but plain. His brown eyes quickly moved over their group. Imorie glanced past him. They could see the outline of the other person in the car, but not their face. Iwan? His lover? I thought you'd come alone, he said. Imorie narrowed their own eyes. Why in all the stars had he thought that? Or was he just making a jab at Etty? Etty Tanaka is with me, and the Saratarchus has assigned Magicker Azer to teach me, and Lieutenant Farouk to keep me safe. Koldari's gaze lingered on the imposing wall that was Farouk. Then he shrugged. Well, then this is a more official exit? Good. I wasn't particularly wanting to get on the Saratarchus's bad side. Everyone should fit in the car, it expands. Iwan, be a dear and expand the back seat. Then Iwan Ko-Antia was the other person in the car. Imorie wasn't sure if that was good or not. They didn't know enough about Iwan yet to fully make a judgment of their character. But they would know in the next few days, wouldn't they? Imorie ducked into the car, taking the passenger seat beside Koldari. Iwan was already climbing into the back seat, which was odd, with them being Koldari's partner. Had that been an argument for Iwan to give up their more favored place in the car? but Iwan seemed unperturbed, giving Imorie a beaming smile in their handsome light brown face, the beads in their blue braids clinking softly together. "Hello, Imorie," they said, and then yelped as Farouk ducked into the car to toss the bags past the expanding back seat. "Hello, giant of a man." Farouk grinned, showing teeth, though he was too much of a professional to snap back. Iwan was being an ass. "Please don't talk to him like that," Imorie said, as Farouk ducked back out to get the other bags. "He's been nothing but respectful." Because Imorie wasn't supposed to have known Farouk since childhood. Imorie wasn't supposed to remember bouncing around on his shoulders when they were with the Ceratarchus, but intent on running around, not letting the Ceratarchus do his job. Farouk had been the fun guard. Iwan shrugged. "But I'm not respectful. Never have been. Sorry." "Imorie," Koldari said, drawing their attention back to him in the driver's seat. He had a hand on the yoke. "We're going to the spaceport. Don't worry. I've already made accommodations, and security will be there and discreet. I rented a private yacht." And Imorie, with one last annoyed glance at Iwan, suppressed a smile at that. The Ceratarcracy was the only renter of private yachts in Valon City, under legitimate and untraceable companies, of course, working on the theory that anyone who didn't already have their own private yacht but could afford one in a hurry was someone who needed watching. So there would be trackers hard-coded into the ship. Good. Imorie was sure Ayada would be on that, or at least Dressa. Someone. They swallowed, unsettled again at the shifting of their place within their reality. Outwardly, Imorie nodded, still glancing back as Eddie settled himself beside Iwan, and Dorian slid into the far back seat, with Farouk ducking after them, half bent over. Koldari touched the controls, and the doors closed, the windows darkened, and the engine changed in pitch. Imorie's stomach fluttered as the air car lifted. This wasn't a situation under their control. Under their guidance, maybe. But they would be largely dependent on Koldari's hospitality. And whims. They looked back to Koldari. "Calistray," Imorie said. He tilted his head. "Calistray? That's where you want to go? What's on Calistray? You don't have family there, do you?" And oh, he would have researched every corner of their fabricated life. In between everything else, Imorie had been crash reading up on the tangled existence Dressa and Lysander had fleshed out for them. It would hold up to most scrutiny, with all the inherent contradictions and idiosyncrasies that normal lives had. "Eddie's family," they said. Koldari rolled his shoulders. "You want me to take a ridiculously expensive yacht to Calistray to, what, drop the gardener off with his family? Couldn't he travel by freight?" "To rescue his family," Imorie said, and didn't bother to hide the irritation in their voice this time. "Who are also unsealed magicers, being exploited by the Javieris. I thought you said you wanted to make right what you did at Windvale, not saying anything." He lifted a hand from the yoke as he set the autopilot. "Right, yes. Well, Calistray it is." He paused, gave them a serious look. "But I won't let you go into danger. The gardener can rescue his family." Imorie didn't point at Eddie's aura as proof that he couldn't rescue his family, not with physical force, at least. And they couldn't do physical violence either. "That's why the Ceratarchus sent Farouk, and he has contacts," Imorie said. "To help Eddie, and thanks for helping me escape from Windvale." Koldari's mouth tightened, and Imorie wasn't sure what that meant. Was that still anger? Could it possibly be guilt? He was unusually opaque to them, much more than they liked. Or maybe they were just too scattered to be reading him right just now. Koldari banked over another street and sped up. Imorie could see the upthrust, sinewy towers of the spaceport ahead, the tops and dorsal fins of the larger ships waiting on the pads. Imorie had most of 4 days to work on Koldari, to get him to commit more than the ride to the planet. They'd seek out Iata's agents anyway, but Koldari's help on Callistre would be useful. Adea's help them. Koldari still wanted something from them. Whatever it was, did he want it badly enough that he would help them rescue people he didn't know or care about for someone he actively despised? Imorie was going to find out. Chapter 11. The Start. It is one of the truth-spoken heir's most sacred duties to make sure their truth-spoken line continues. Ariana Rialdan, Melisori X in the Change Dialogues. Dressa stared down at the softly humming incubator, not yet daring to touch it. It had been 1 day since the lab tech had finished her work. The embryo that would become Dressa's first child was 1 day into an accelerated 6-month gestation. 1 day. Easy enough to stop, to freeze even, if she decided she'd just made one of the worst mistakes of her life. Her child. And not Lysander's. The genetics lab was a heavily secured area of the palace infirmary, this room in particular most of all. In a few weeks, the incubator could be moved to her apartment. Or maybe not. Did she think Lysander would kill a child? But then, she hadn't thought Lysander would try to kill her father either. Or at least, who Lysander thought was her father. Now she touched the lid to the incubator, smooth gray metal and glossy white plastic. The readouts all showed good and normal, and it was possible yet for the embryo to have issues in the first few days, to not be viable. But that was rare, and almost vanishingly so in this particular lab run by this particular expert, the same woman who'd watched over Dressa's own incubator 20 years ago. The lab was empty at the moment at Dressa's request. She'd wanted a moment with her future child. Her son or daughter or child, or all of the above, whatever they chose. Whoever they would be. This child could be her own heir's blood servant, but also, this child might yet be her heir. If Lysander proved to be less than Dressa hoped, though it cut to even think it. Lysander's pledge to her had been sincere, verified by a magicker, 2 magickers. Lysander loved her, and she loved Lysander. Those facts weren't in question, but with the future of the kingdom riding on this, Dressa couldn't gamble. Not with this. She'd awakened the technician late that first night Ayada had been attacked, leaving Lysander with Kior. The technician had taken her samples without question and led her on a no-nonsense tour of her options for an anonymous donor parent. Dressa had wanted time to choose the attributes she wished in this child, because they would be her child, and care should absolutely be taken for such a precious thing as that. But there hadn't been time. There'd hardly been time for this visit now, crammed as it was into the middle of a crisis, in the middle of lockdown. She'd gone with her gut instincts and chosen some things on recommendation, some things at random. She hoped to Adius this child would forgive her for that. "They must be able to change," she'd told the technician. "Fully be trained as truth spoken, and they must have at least a noble donor parent." Donor parents weren't truly anonymous. Genetics could be traced to make sure that bloodlines weren't too overcrossed. But she didn't want to know. Politically, she needed not to know. And so, her first child had been conceived, without her wife, and would come into the world fully alive in 6 months' time. She hoped the kingdom would last that long. Dressa slowly retreated out of the lab into the back corridors, leaving the incubator and its blinking lights in this too sterile room. There was an entrance into the back corridors from this lab specifically. There needed to be, for discreet truth-spoken needs. It took a considerable amount of concentration, walking back up to her own apartment, to keep her body's stress responses steady. Her mouth kept going dry. Her hands kept wanting to come together. to twist around themselves in the knowledge of what she'd done, of what she was still doing. When she opened the panel door into her bedroom, Lysander was there, dressing for the reception that Iada had called as his first public appearance after visibly gaining an aura and a magicker's seal. He wasn't truly ready for it, but, well, he had to be. The restless kingdom couldn't bear any longer without word from their ruler, and Dressa hadn't been able to calm sentiments as much as she wished. She'd fielded more than a handful of questions in the last 3 days about her taking control of the kingdom immediately. No, not questions. Thinly veiled threats. People didn't want a magicker for a ruler. They were afraid of a ruling magicker in ways that they'd never been when he was just a truth spoken, even with a healthy fear of a truth spoken's ability to be anyone around them. It took Dressa a solid heartbeat to still herself and her roiling fear and nascent guilt and smile at her wife. Not too widely. She was still keeping some distance from Lysander, though it was killing her. And it was needed. She didn't have trust. She wouldn't have had to start a child without Lysander's knowledge if she had trust. "You look lovely," she said, and Lysander did, her tired eyes hooding just a little at the compliment. The stray, wispy red hairs around her temples, at the nape of her neck, more frayed than usual under her elegant twist. It was late morning now. Dressa had been up all night, again, trying to deal with various crises, mostly handling things in the admin suites of the palace, as it was easier to direct the staff. And when she'd crashed back in her bedroom at dawn, she'd found Lysander sitting on her bed, knees drawn up, looking haunted and small. "Your mother brought me here and told me to sleep," Lysander had said defensively, as if Dressa wouldn't want her here. "I wasn't sleeping well in her apartment." Dressa had felt a stab of guilt, because yes, she had deposited Lysander with Kiora again 2 days ago, and then just been too busy to deal with Lysander and all the emotions that came with her. She'd been vaguely aware that Haneri had taken over Lysander's watching from Kiora the last day, but had let it be as one less thing she had to handle right now. Now, Dressa reached up, smoothing some of Lysander's hairs down. Neither of them had had much sleep after dawn, and not because they'd been spending that time together. They'd lay on their opposite sides of the bed, close to the edges, turned away. At least, until Dressa had fallen asleep. Then she'd gotten tangled in the covers as usual. Dressa had 3 hours of sleep, and she'd been smoothing away her exhaustion all day. Lysander had been awake when she awoke. Should she ask Lysander to do a light touch-up change, to better straighten her appearance, to look less exhausted? But then, the Javieri prince looking distraught would play well to the court, wouldn't it? And that observation, and the fact that Dressa was jaded enough to make it, cut to the core. Still, Dressa slid her hands down Lysander's shoulders, catching her wife's hands as Lysander tentatively reached back for her. Lysander's gaze dipped down to the floor, a trauma cringe that also cut to the core. A dais. But she brought it back up again with the ferocity she'd gained in the last 2 days. The fear. Dressa didn't have to be a magicker to know that Lysander was terrified Dressa would decide to dismiss her. To not trust her after all, despite Lysander forswearing her Javieri name and titles and pledging herself to Dressa's and the kingdom's cause. Oaths were binding, but words were words. What good was a binding oath if you overthrew the government that made it official? Dressa squeezed Lysander's hands and leaned in to kiss her. Lysander froze, and Dressa pulled back. "Not okay?" Dressa asked. Lysander drew a shuddering breath, moved her hands, a fluttering motion, and Dressa let go. "I want to," Lysander said. Sorry." Lysander gripped her arm, held both arms pressed tightly to herself, looked away. Dressa, her throat burning, turned away too, felt at the edges of her own already styled curls. She'd decided to keep the curls, for now. She sorted through options of what to say. She couldn't say she trusted Lysander because that wasn't fully true, and Lysander knew her well enough now to read the lie. She couldn't say everything was fine, because it wasn't. She wasn't sure it ever would be, with a child, her child, now growing in the incubator on the floor below them. And still, she knew she wasn't wrong to have done what she'd done. And maybe that hurt most of all. When had she fucking become her father, making decisions at the expense of those she loved, for the good of the kingdom? "I don't know what to say," Dressa said. "Can I just let my body say it?" Lysander's smile was wry, a bitter twist to her red-glossed lips. Maybe. That might be the truest way. She stepped closer, and Dressa reached for her again. "I'm sorry," Dressa said. "I didn't mean to sideline you with my mother. You are always welcome here. This is your home now." But the apology was coming late, and it wasn't entirely true. Dressa was vacillating wildly between desire for her wife and repulsion of knowing Ayada's blood had been on Lysander's hands. The kiss was awkward, the most awkward they'd ever had, a fumble in the dark. Teeth and lips and tongues in slightly off places, a sour taste, and a desperate try again. On the second time, Dressa closed her eyes and gave in to what she needed. And so, she thought, did Lysander. That kiss felt like a chance at redemption, and a prayer that would go unanswered. She was crying, and it would mess up her makeup. But she cupped the back of Lysander's neck, and Lysander leaned into her, no intention of pulling away either. Until finally they broke for air, and both stepped back, wide-eyed, Lysander first turning away to dab at her smudged lips, two colors mixing together. "I'll fix it," Dressa said, and strode for the prep room. She didn't look back, but heard Lysander follow. Lysander stood still, arms tight against herself again, as she let Dressa wipe off and reapply the smudged lip gloss. Then Lysander held up a hand and carefully did the same for her. The awkward glances were back, but it wasn't first love. It wasn't a crush. It wasn't bashful or adventurous. Lysander set the lip gloss back down, and Dressa moved close again, haloing Lysander's waist with her arms, not quite touching. Just a closeness, for a little time. Lysander closed her eyes, leaning her forehead briefly against Dressa's. They were past the point of apologies having meaning, and in the part where it would just take time, if it would work again at all. Dressa wanted it to work with every fiber of her being, but she didn't know. She didn't know. Lysander nodded and stepped back, her face composed and free of any signs of distress, as Dressa knew hers was, too. Not naturally, for either of them. Her hand brushed Lysander's again, then she straightened. "We need to get to the reception ahead of the crowd." And Lysander nodded. Chapter 12. Duty. The personal guards of the truth-spoken ruler are chosen by the ruler at the start of their rule, with the expectation that each guard will serve until their death or retirement, or the truth-spoken's death or abdication to their heir. If a truth-spoken ruler dies on their watch, the ruler's personal guards will often flee, as all of them would be suspect to treachery. In a very few cases, they've been known to enact retaliation from the shadows. Regardless, these guards form a solid fortress around the ruler for the rest of the ruler's life. S.K. Varatan in Lives of the Personal Guards of Truth Spoken. Yada dressed slowly, Chadrakur helping him into a sky-blue jacket, deliberately tight to show that he had little to hide and nothing to prove. He wasn't yet fully healed, but though his torso still had a patchwork of med patches, the bandages were gone. The outfit had Homage's usual flair, but it was understated, elegant today rather than flashy. His hair was loosely bound up. He'd fix that and his cosmetics later, also with Chadrakor's help. He was still having trouble with fatigue in his arms and upper body, though it was vastly better than it had been the day before. He glanced around him and had the odd, uncomfortable feeling of not being able to fully place himself in his own surroundings, like he was timeless, but not a part of the flow of time itself. That was from pulling strength from so much metal. He had yet another bar in his pocket just in case he'd need it today, though he was determined not to. The metal Mariet had brought him when he was still unconscious had helped save his life, but his life wasn't in danger at the moment. The effects of so much metal would fade in another day or so, but for now, he anchored himself through his physical senses as much as he could. He met Chadrakor's eyes in one of the closet mirrors. Her uniform and steel-gray bob were impeccable, as always, but her brows were drawn, her lips tight and troubled. He hadn't told her yet who he was, and while his biggest secret was out, the other one still hung between them. Did she know? Had she picked up on it after all these years? But then, she wasn't Haneri. His personal guards had all had some training in Ivaku, official or not, and she was sure to have picked up more by proxy, but she wasn't Haneri. She was trained to watch outwardly rather than in. He turned, smiled tightly, and Chadrakor stepped back. "Sir?" she asked, all business as usual, though he could hear the concern in her voice as well. "Are you in pain? Is there anything I can get you?" "No, thank you." He took a breath. "Chadrakor, you have been with me from the start, and I know you haven't been brought into as deep a confidence as Jalava or Zhang. And I owe you an apology for that." She shrugged uncomfortably. She never had been as willing to be personal with the truth spoken as Zhang, preferring to keep her professional distance, even after all these years. He and Maya had talked about this before, several times, over a span of years. Should they bring all of Homage's guards in on these very potent secrets? But the less who knew, the less danger for everyone. He and Maya both knew how power could corrupt even those who were supposed to be unshakably trustworthy. And too, the less who knew, the less who were burdened with that knowing. Zhang's life had been deeply intertwined with his and Maya's, and she couldn't extricate herself. They hadn't even told Commander Jalava that he was a magicker, in large part trying to lessen the burden. Jalava had a family and enough on their mind. Had that been a mistake? Jalava had been unprepared for his sudden flare of magics now, though with Imorie's manifestation, his own public manifestation at least had a security roadmap, if a hastily constructed one. Yada would have to have a conversation with Jalava, and he knew it would not be pleasant. Jalava had a right to be furious with him. He ran a hand over his hair. "You're the captain of my guard. That's going to be permanent, unless you have a reason for it not to be?" "No, sir. I would be honored." But she didn't seem happy. She was still radiating concern. And Captain Zhang, Sir Truth Spoken? And therein was one of the problems. Everyone in the palace knew how attached Zhang was to Homage, and he to her. Maybe not that they occasionally slept together, but, well, maybe so. He debated whether he should hold out his hands, allow Chadrakor to read him through his magics. But she was loyal. She always had been. He owed her the courtesy of telling her the truth, and trusting she would believe it. "Zhang will be going with my brother. Maya." Chadrakor stiffened. She inhaled a sharp breath, surveyed him, his face, his body language. Oh, she'd definitely picked up more than even a personal guard's share of Ivaku, but she hadn't seen this. He held her gaze, pressed a hand to his chest. "I am Yan, Yata, the elder brother, full brother. Maya has abdicated in private. Right now, I am the Ceratarchus. I have been for the last few weeks. Another surveying look, and he waited, seeing how she would react, what she would do, especially with the public accusation and kill order over Ryalden. None of the guards but Jalava knew Lysander was the attacker, not Iata. He knew Chadrakur very well, but people could still surprise him. Lysander had. At the beginning, you were switched, she finally said. When the old Ceratarchus and the Ceratarchus consort were killed, your parents. I remember the truth speaker calling Homage out, and it wasn't who we'd thought. And then, that day with the truth speaker, though I know we don't talk about that. I can't deny, sir, that I haven't wondered if you didn't still switch sometimes. I have wondered at times. He breathed a laugh, looked around for something to solidly lean on. Sir, Chadrakur helped him to one of the benches inside the closet. And he wasn't smiling or laughing now. His breaths were coming short, his emotions just now taking too much of the energy he needed to maintain his body, to let it continue to heal. Sir, Chadrakur said again, thank you for informing me. But this obviously distresses you. He did laugh now and grinned up at her, all his own smile. Orilin, he said, and her brows rose. She wasn't as allergic to her given name as Zhang, but he had very seldom used it before, as either Yata or Homage. Thank you. We will talk more later. You need to know the whole of it, as the captain of my personal guard. But for now, know that the truth speaker knows, Jalava and Zhang know, as do the other truth-spoken and their blood servants. She nodded. Okay. Yes, sir. And do you anticipate this being an immediate security concern? If people touch you, will they know you aren't Homage? He held up his palms. That's part of the issue. But I am Homage. Apparently will be for however long is necessary. I'm just not Maya. He wondered if, with this latest development, he should legally change his name to Homage, as he'd done for Imorie. But his heart rebounded against that thought. He still had hope, maybe a slim hope now, that he might be able to rule this kingdom as himself one day. And despite what he'd just said, Homage was not fully his own truth, at least not all of it. Homage was a personality he'd helped to mold and had helped inhabit for years, yes, but it still wasn't himself, any more than it had truly been Maya. For now, he said, pushing up off the bench, I just need to hold the kingdom for the next few days, and the next days after that, and then we'll see. Chadrakur hesitated, then approached again to finish the buttons up the front of his jacket. And sorry for making you help me here, he said, waving around him. I know that's not your duty. I don't have a blood servant. She gave him a dry look. Respectfully, sir, my duty is whatever you need it to be, which I suspect is something you understand. He did. Adius, he did. Chapter 13. Turbulence. Do truth, spoken shine in a crisis, or are all their flaws revealed, and we witness their masterful cover-up? Lord Denom Xiao in an address to the General Assembly. It was a moment Iata had dreamed about for years, being able to step out into a room full of people, the highest courtiers and policymakers, and not have to hide his aura. But in all his imaginings, he'd been himself. He'd been Iata, and he hadn't had a kill order out against him. And he'd never, ever wanted the association of green magics to fall on his brother. That had been a fear for just as long, that he'd mess up one day, he'd slip, his aura would flare, or his touch might ignite a feeling that someone could identify. He'd been meticulously careful for years, but he hadn't anticipated being stabbed. Yata, as Homage Rialdan, Ceratarchus 9, stepped out from the antechamber into the reception hall. Haneri followed behind him, but not beside him. He had to walk apart for this. He had to be a pillar of his own today. Yada kept his chin level. He didn't scan the faces in the crowd until he'd stepped up onto the dais, taking his place beside Dressa to his left, and beside her, Lysander. Haneri might have settled beside him to his right. She had a right to that place, but she had argued for another to be in her place. Admiral of the fleet Dasan Laguaya, grizzled and hard-eyed, their metal-laden uniform trim and short salt and pepper hair neatly combed, one of the very first people he'd ever pissed off as Homage Rialdan. Laguaya had never been one of Homage's staunch supporters, and that was the point. Laguaya would not calmly accept his bullshit, and everyone here knew it. On the other side of Lysander sat Kidaa, wearing her red and violet truth speaker's robes, the golden pendant heavy around her neck. Hers was another carefully chosen placement. Kidaa was allowing Homage and the Rialdans to be centered here, consciously downplaying her power while lending her own weight to what would happen next. And to his right, beyond Laguaya and Haneri beside them, sat Jalava. Actually sitting this time, not hovering as a guard. Commander Jalava's jaw was tight, face paler than usual, their eyes flinty. They met his gaze briefly. He still hadn't had the chance to speak with them, beyond basic security dealings, and he owed them that. Oh, Odious. He owed them that and so much more. And finally, beside Kidaa on his far left, sat Mariette Broden. That had been a hot debate. Would the first magicker's place at the table be seen as inflammatory, with the Ceratarchus now being a high-ranking magicker himself? But Yada had won that argument with Haneri. Mariette was the first magicker, and this meeting involved magickers. Mariette had a right to be here in his own position of authority. Yada nodded to Laguaya, who nodded back, one brow slightly raised in question. He ignored that question for now. And only then, after he'd set himself in the center of all of these people who were a large part of his life in their own ways, did he dare to face the crowd. Silence met him. He could hear the soft rushing of air through the vents, the nervous rustle of someone shifting in their seat. A sniffle. The collective scent of the nobility gathered here was expensive and intense. He wasn't sure he'd ever seen a crowd of heads and representatives of high houses, high courtiers, and high-ranking members of the General Assembly so absolutely focused on a single goal, watching him. With camera drones hovering above them all. This was going out on live, unfiltered broadcast. He couldn't afford to do this any other way. "Thank you for coming," he said, then pointed at the seal on his cheek. "I've manifested green magics, as you all can see. This was certainly not something I'd planned." He didn't wait for a response, but hardened his voice. "I also did not expect to be betrayed by one who never should have sought me harm." He didn't look toward Lysander, and he hoped she would understand. The public would know he was talking about, well, himself, Ayada. But he was sure Lysander wouldn't take it that way. He would have to talk with her later. But there was no disturbance from that quarter, not even a twitch. She was too self-controlled for that. "This is my promise to you, Kingdom of Valorous." He held out a hand to Laguaya, which they'd agreed to beforehand, and then reached past Dressa to also clasp Lysander's hand, which she'd also, hesitantly, agreed to. "With Prince Lysander Javieri and Admiral of the Fleet Dasan Laguaya as my witnesses, witness my truth. I will not use these magics against you, my people. I will not change without the seal remaining visible. I will not touch you or meet your eyes without your giving permission. And if a task requires violence, that will be handled by one of my children. I promise you, I will give the same judgments I have always given. Give this kingdom the same attention I always have." But I have been an advocate for magicker rights my whole rule, and I will not stop that advocacy now. That I now count myself as one of them is beyond the point. I wish prosperity and safety for all in this kingdom, no matter who wears a seal and who does not, no matter if they have an aura or not." He looked between Lysander and Laguaya. One, a scion of a high house that had traditionally been an enemy to the Ryaldans. The other, a political opponent. "I witness," Lysander said, her hand briefly spasming in his. She was doing her utmost, he sensed, to keep her emotions in check, and he was doing his utmost to keep what he still sensed from her from being picked up by Laguaya. Laguaya nodded, their own emotions carefully neutral, but colored with distaste and the bitterness of a decades-long grudge. "As do I, Ser Seritarchus. You're clearly sincere." And they intended, he sensed, to hold him to the letter of his promise of fairness for everyone, in their case in favor of non-magickers. Laguaya was not known for being overly tolerant of magickers, but Laguaya was excellent at their job, and well respected. He had what he needed. He withdrew his hands, folded them in front of him, his many rings subtly catching the light. His gold and ruby ruler's signet ring visible foremost among them. "What I ask of you, my people, is to see the humanity of green magickers, too. I manifested because I was in shock and in pain. Any one of you in a similar situation might have manifested, or might someday. That a contract member of my family also manifested is more testament to the danger my family routinely faces, not a matter of our genetics, not any moral faults nor any outside means. As Ryaldans, there are many who seek to do us harm, who will not heed the holy mandates of Adius that Ryaldans who are truth-spoken are appointed to rule, under the will of Adius." He leaned forward, put more heat into his voice now, anchored his feet firmly to the dais floor, and projected his purpose outward from there. "I am human. I have skills that others do not. I have a mandate that others do not. But I feel, I breathe. I can die like anyone else. And the skills I do have are needed to uphold this kingdom so it may continue to thrive, to protect you and your children and their children against any threat, inside or out, to the safety and well-being of this kingdom. I intend to do the same with the new skills I've gained through my magics. I will not use these abilities against you, but for you. That is also my promise." He sat back, and this was the point where Dressa was supposed to stand and make a brief speech in his support. But someone in the audience stood instead. Lord Denam Xiao, representing High House Xiao in this meeting. His second cousin. Denam was as tall as he was as himself, and as homage, he shared a light resemblance with Denam, in the broadest sense of also having some Xiao features, which Denam had always flaunted. Denam was handsome, and he knew it. Iada suppressed a flare of impatience. High House Xiao had been supporting him publicly in this crisis, as they always did, leveraging the fact that the ruler was half Xiao. But Denam was a prick of the highest order. Iada had never understood why the Prince Xiao left Denam to handle capital politics while they seldom ventured off the Xiao homeworld. Why Denam? Of all people, why? "Yes, Lord Denam?" Iada asked. Denam bowed a small measure, which was not enough by far. "Xiao supports the Ryaldans, as always. Seritarchus, will you please not meet my eyes, as you just promised?" Iada drew a sharp breath, looking aside as he fought to clear his vision of sudden rage. His thoughts sought the metal bar in his pocket, and he pulled, just a little, from its strength. Enough to steady himself and his hammering heart. Adius. He had just promised not to meet anyone's eyes, but Denham, whether he'd intended that as an insult or not, could bring everything down right here and now. Dressa hissed beside him. He shot her a glance, and her eyes burned back at him with everything she wanted to say about Denam, everything she wanted to do about it. Just asking for permission. He gave the tiniest shake of his head and didn't quite smile. It would have been a rictus smile. Yada made sure his gaze hovered just beside Denam's head and didn't meet anyone else's eyes in the crowd either, or the cameras. He didn't need anyone accusing him of reading them over the feeds. Never mind, that wasn't actually possible. That promise not to meet anyone's eyes was going to be hard to keep. Necessary, but hard. And it was tearing at his insides that it was necessary at all. "As I promised, cousin," he said with acid, because though he wouldn't let Dressa go after Denam, Homage wouldn't let an insult like that slip either. "And what else can I help you with today?" His obvious displeasure with Xiao's representative might drop Xiao's standing. Well, maybe in some circles. In those that favored anti-magicker sentiments, Denam would be applauded. Hell, had Xiao's position shifted? Was his being half Xiao, a half Xiao magicker, a liability to their family? Another person stood, Lord Kenna Kavan, one of the more staunch anti-magicker lords from the General Assembly. She gripped her hands tightly in front of her, as if she was braced against... what? His attack? His ability to rake through her thoughts? Sir Seritarchus, we in the General Assembly wish more assurances than you've given that you will not seek to disguise your seal and listen to our thoughts, attempting to influence members of the General Assembly to your bidding. Fucking hell. So I propose, informally, and to be confirmed by a half session of the General Assembly later today, to implement scan checks for concealed magicker seals at the entrances to Assembly Hall, to be carried out at every session of the General Assembly. She didn't know how magicker seals worked. Adias. They couldn't be concealed. That was the point. The seals were made to disrupt holo concealment. They wouldn't allow makeup to be smoothed over top of them. That was the point. Dressa stood now. "You are out of line, Lord Cavan. Sit down." Another stood. Duke Raharis of High House Raharis. "Of course you would support a magicker walking among us as one of our own," they shouted over the rising din. "You have everything to gain from—" Lysander shot up. "Raharas, if you wish to keep those trade agreements with Javieri, you'll stop being a bigoted ass and—" Yada pounded the table with both fists, rattling the scattering of comms and tablets and mugs on its surface. Beside him, LaGuaya inhaled, a startled rush of air. Some in the crowd quieted, but not enough. So he did it again and roared, "Enough!" Chapter 14. One Among Many. Control, momentum, and change. All three are facets a ruler must balance to adequately steer their kingdom. Anathari Rialdan, Seritarchus 8, as quoted in The Change Dialogues. Yata stood, slowly and deliberately, and if his pounding the table hadn't caught the crowd's full attention, this now did. Then, when LaGuaya stood with him, they quieted. And that was dangerous. So dangerous that these people, his people, revered the admiral of the fleet more than they feared him. He could almost feel the brewing coup. His heart raced in his throat, a ringing in his ears, and he couldn't in that moment calm himself enough to stop it. Should he abdicate? Was this the moment where he should publicly and formally abdicate to Dressa? But the crowd hadn't calmed for her either. They were entirely losing their fear of the Rialdans. No, that wasn't true. They had the wrong kind of fear for the Rialdans now. Enough that they were doing everything they could to push the Rialdans out. He pointed to the seal on his cheek. "I can't remove this, not without intense pain and damage to my nerves, as well as a signal alerting both the first magicker and any nearby guard authorities. It is the same for every magicker. I don't have a special seal. I have the seal every magicker wears. "With respect, Ser Saratarchus," Duke Rahara said, "you do not. The rank on your seal is higher than any magicers I've seen, certainly higher than the first magicers." Yada glanced at Mariette, who just looked back, his mouth a grim line, as if he'd known this meeting would go so sour so quickly. He might have hoped otherwise, and Yada had so foolishly, hoped. But Mariette had known. The camera drones whirred softly, moving closer, honing in on him. He couldn't cut the broadcast now, much as he deeply wished to. "Yes," Yada said. "I manifested at a high rank. No one gets to choose what rank they... Isn't it true that the highest-ranking magicer should also hold the position of first magicer?" Raharis pushed. Yada broke into a cold sweat, and there was no smoothing that now. A dais. He hadn't seen that angle of attack. He hadn't. Either because he was still half-focused on repairing the remaining damage to his body, or because his reserves were strained, or because when his aura was out, he was filtering so much more sensory data, and he just wasn't used to that yet. Not in a setting like this. But he hadn't seen this coming. And that failing, that utter failing when he always saw the tides around him, when he was so rarely caught off guard by political maneuvers, shook him from his center. He wrenched his center back. It was the only thing holding him together just now, keeping him from bolting under the intense hatred rolling off so many in this crowd. He could feel that too, with his aura out and pulsing to the energies of everything around him. Was that hatred the normal animosity toward Ryaldens, or hatred for him specifically, as a magiccer? Because he was a magiccer? Had all he and Maya done to lift magicers up to social parity done nothing? He made his voice softer, forcing them all to quiet again to hear him. The first magiccer is chosen by a combination of the Council of Magicers, the current ruler, and the current truth speaker. Mariette Brodin has been and remains the best possible choice to hold that position. Ser Saratarchus, yet another member of the assembly said, rising. Adios. They were all interrupting him. They would never have done that even days before. I support this claim that the highest-ranking magiccer must represent all magicers. This was calculated. Oh, this had been planned, and he and everyone else had been too distracted to gather that intelligence beforehand. If they forced him into also taking the position of first magiccer, it would force him to divide his loyalties between the green magicers and the rest of the kingdom. It would make him accountable to no one as a magiccer but himself. He would hold the keys to his own seal. He could have no defense but his own word, and witness that he hadn't removed it to change. And that word wouldn't be good enough. He saw that clearly in their eyes, even those who hadn't been radiating hatred a moment before. They were now radiating fear. Not the fear a truth spoken should rightly command, but the fear of a truth-spoken magiccer. And by this move they would take him down. Was this where the truth spoken ended? Right here? On this dais? Yada looked to Dressa, hating that he needed to look, knowing that this look right now might have just cost him the kingdom. He shouldn't be deferring to his heir, not now, not in public. He was as much as admitting he no longer had the control to rule, but Dressa glared back at him, giving her head one small shake, and that look seemed to say, "Don't you dare abdicate! Don't you dare let them win!" Adius. They'd pushed him, and all this world, and soon all the other worlds, were watching. He was a Saratarchus. He ruled with strength and control. But he'd been around Maya enough to also know how to adapt like an Iolorius, to take the sour situation, turn it around, and make it his own. Rewrite the rules. But this situation wasn't calling for an Iolorius either. He wanted to grin at Maya, to tell him he knew. He knew now what Maya had felt, shunting himself onto the path of a Saratarchus at the beginning of his rule. even though Maya's own natural instincts were iolorious, adaptation and change, because Iada was about to do it himself. He tapped the table, shifting his thoughts, shifting his stance, letting go of his roots, letting the situation carry him. He would be movement itself. He would be momentum. He would have to do a lot of thinking later, a lot of rethinking everything on how he related to the court, to the kingdom, to everyone around him. Because if this was going to work, he had to carry it all the way. "I'm formally changing my style of rule," Yada announced, and now the room fell dead silent again. No one had expected that. "From this moment, I am Homage Rialdan, Melisori 9. Truth speaker, do you witness?" "I witness, Homage Rialdan, Melisori 9, Kior said, her voice carrying clear and dousing the crowd like cold water. He rapped the table again and stepped back, the room still mostly silent, everyone watching what he'd do next after that announcement. Rulers so seldom changed their style mid-rule that he knew he'd just ticked a mark for history. He held out a hand toward Mariette Broden. Mariette. The people of this kingdom would like to see the voice of the Magickers and the voice of everyone combined into one single, united front. One voice for everyone. Mariette stood. He bowed deeply, and when he rose, his face was blotchy, his eyes shining with a fire Iada didn't have time to interpret. "I support unity in our people above everything else. Sir Melisori, I concede my position, my title, and my responsibilities to you. Lead our people, all of our people, into greater peace." Yada swallowed. He couldn't help that, and he gave the slightest bow in return. "Thank you, Sir Broden," he said with all of his heart. "I accept your position, your title, and your responsibilities alongside my own." He faced the crowd again, which had begun to murmur, and held up both hands. "I am Melisori the 9th, the 9th ruler of the 12th dynasty of the Kingdom of Valoris, and I am the first Magicker. A united voice for all of our people. No one, absolutely no one, has more voice than anyone else, including myself. The first Magicker is one among many, and so now is the Melisori. I serve you, under the will of Adius, for all of us." Pandemonium erupted. Too many people shouting too many things and wondering, he rather thought, if he'd just undercut their own power too. Maybe he had. He hadn't had time to process what he'd just done, let alone for them to process it. Time to make an exit. Dressa's eyes weren't quite wide. LaGuaya's were, though. They leaned close as he made his way for the antechamber door. "We need to talk. Sir Melisori." "Of course," he said. "Calm me. I'll reply directly." And should he have agreed that readily? Should he be that open? What was his place in any of this anymore? And was his pronouncement that no voice was heard more than any other going to be a stranglehold on him? Was that pronouncement going to break the kingdom? Or would it, in the end, be ignored as the kingdom carried on as it always had, the legal precedent superseding the heat of the moment? He had momentum. He did. He wasn't yet sure what kind of momentum, but he had it, and he had to keep moving. Chapter 15. The Melisori. When you've been through a tremendous change, of course you'll see your surroundings with different eyes. You don't have to be truth-spoken to change, to become a different person. Yata Rialdan, as quoted in the Change dialogues. They followed him through the back corridors, the whole parade of them. Everyone but LaGuaya, who'd stayed in the reception hall. No one said anything until they all spilled into his study. The panel door was closed, and he stood in the center of them all, his head spinning. He glanced at the floor, which had the rugs pulled back, new floorboards covering the areas where the old floor had been ripped out. Mariette had been back to the palace to transfer strength back into the room's support beams, but the floorboards around where he'd fallen had been a lost cause. Those boards had saved his life. Chadrakur had supervised the hasty reconstruction, which had only finished that morning. The smell of freshly cut lumber and applied top coating was heavy in the air. "Well?" Dressa asked. "Imorie?" He drew a breath and started to answer, but his attention was caught on Lysander, who was closing in on herself, moving closer to Dressa. The last time he'd been in this room, he'd been attacked. And the last time Lysander had been in this room, she had attacked him. Another breath to steady himself, to center. He might be in motion. He might be in constant motion now for the rest of his life. But position was relative. He would center the universe around himself just now and let it be in motion. Or was that too Seritarchus of a thought? Aedeus, it would take time to try to rebend his outward personality, instincts, and actions to a pattern that wasn't natural to him. But he didn't have that time. And he knew how to be a Imorie, just as he knew how to inhabit the roles of any combination of personality types. He would just have to fake it until it became his reality. "Do I have all of your permission to meet your eyes?" he asked, because he had to ask now. Not that he thought any of them would have an issue with that, but it was a new part of the paradigms he'd set for himself. It was Mariette who shifted, grimacing. Mariette, who was no longer the first magicker, crossed his arms in disapproval. "I don't like any of this. I don't like what they forced you to do. I don't like that you felt you had to pledge to not fucking look at them, because not even high-ranking magickers are required not to look at people, Yada. That just set a bad precedent." Yada held up his hands. "I'm sorry. I knew it was going to be an issue." Mariette closed his eyes, rubbed at his bearded cheek, visibly pulled himself back under control. "Not your fault that the city's full of bigots. The whole fucking kingdom's full of bigots." Yada decided to ignore that for the moment, true as it was. The strength he'd gathered for that meeting in the reception hall was waning. "There isn't enough of me to do your duties and mine too, Mariette," Yada said. "If they want me to hold the title, fine. Fine. But can you please continue to function as you have? Be my Aedius. I'm sorry. Be what you were to Anya before she gave up the position. You were running most of it then." Mariette nodded, shrugged, dropped his arms to his sides. "I can do that well enough, but you'll have to hold the seal in seal releases, and that will be problematic." Truth spoken. A pain triggered in Iyada's chest, a pull from self-protecting his still-healing abdomen. He stopped, pressed a hand to his chest. He saw multiple people shift in discomfort or protest or concern, but his eyes caught on Jalava, who was continuing to stiffen up to one side, another crisis waiting to happen. He needed to have a conversation with them in private. Aedius knew he did, but he needed to diffuse some of Jalava's tension now, or the commander of the palace guard wouldn't be thinking at their best. He needed them to be at their best right now. Yada shunted off the pain and took 2 strides to stand in front of Jalava, holding out his hands. Jalava only stiffened further, so he dropped his hands back to his sides. He knew Jalava didn't have a thing against green magickers. He knew that. But Jalava had a big thing about not being trusted. And they weren't wrong. "I've been a magicker for 9 years," he said quietly. "Maya and I made the decision to tell as few people as possible. Among the guards, only Zhang knew, because she had to personally guard me at times. Not even Dressa or Imorie knew until recently. We didn't want to complicate your life or your duties." Jalava looked up with novas in their eyes. "I've served you and him for 23 years, every moment of them loyal, every moment spent keeping you, both of you, safe. And you left out this detail, which I needed to protect you. I know. I'm sorry. I trust you." Jalava opened their mouth again, then visibly stopped themselves from saying whatever they were going to say next. Their eyes were pooling. Damn all the hells. He wanted to grip their hands and show them the depth of his regret. The reasons didn't seem to matter now. "I should resign," Jalava said, rocking on their heels. "No, please, Jalava. I need my guard commander, and I need my friend. Whatever else, we will work it out." Jalava looked away, smoothing down the front of their maroon and silver uniform, and Iata let them be, stepping back again. He was mostly sure Jalava wouldn't just slip into the back corridors and leave. They had the access. They could leave if they wanted. But Arius, he had to let them be, whatever they chose. He couldn't dwell any longer on the hurt in their eyes. Haneri drifted closer as he moved back to the center of the room and slipped her arm through his. He glanced at her, smiled, and also marked Dressa's frown. "Everyone here knows who he is, right?" Dressa asked, more pointed remark than legitimate question. Mariette had called him by name. Dressa was getting that stubborn set to her jaw. "He's Jan," Haneri said simply, glaring back at her daughter in challenge. "Yada," Kiore said, stepping closer, drawing attention to herself, trying to diffuse as she always did. Or maybe she was forcing a different confrontation. "I'm not entirely sure what just happened," she said. "You changed your style of rule. That's a risk. But it did bend the situation, changed the energy. And having a few moments to think on it, I don't disagree with that decision. We will need momentum in the next days and weeks to pull through this. But your statement that no one's voice is above any other's, did you mean in the sense of demographics? Or did you mean... No, it doesn't matter. The nobility will have a fit over that either way. They'll say you're trying to take their power and give it to the magickers." "And I will demonstrate otherwise," he said, dropping everything else in his thoughts to rapidly think through where she was going with that. He was already thinking behind the wave of his own velocity, and that wasn't good. He had to catch up. "As soon as I'm recovered enough, I'll make myself visible," he said. "I'll be out in the city, helping with wherever help is needed. It's the only way through this, Chior, without abdicating, and I don't think that's an option right now." "Because of me?" Lysander asked tightly. "Because I'm married to Dressa, and she'd be the ruler, and you can't trust me?" Lysander and Dressa exchanged a tight glance, dismay and stubbornness rippling through both of them, and hurt. "In part, yes," he said, and Lysander flinched. He held up his hands. "I'm not going to lie about that. Not to you. No, I can't trust you that close to the center of the kingdom, Lysander. That trust must be earned. But also, if I'm forced to abdicate, that would greatly weaken the position of all Ryaldans, and the coup might happen anyway." "It might still happen," Shior said. She glanced at Lysander, back to Iata. "We already had one attempt. Who will be next? High House Xiao? They haven't been as happy of late with the status the Rialdan ties give them. It's been a long time since your Xiao father held their voice in court, and you're thoroughly Rialdan. Denam seemed eager to cut you down, despite Xiao's official support, so I wouldn't be surprised if they turn against you officially." She gave a sour smile. Blood ties mean little when power's up for grabs. Kiora waved toward Lysander. "Or will the Javieris make another attempt?" "I won't," Lysander said. "We know you're loyal," Dressa said to Lysander, though Iata could sense plainly that wasn't true. "But you're certainly not the only person in your family, and hardly the most ambitious. And Koldari had Imorie. Adeus, Iata was regretting that decision now, letting them go with him. Koldari had just been too adamant about it all. Koldari had to still suspect that Imorie was, or had been, truth spoken. He'd sent word to his agents on Calistray again to be on the watch and help Imorie as needed, but that help could come too little, too late, if Koldari was determined to make trouble. Haneri squeezed his arm. He'd been tensing up, and that wouldn't help anyone here. "This is new," he said, looking around him. "It was the path I saw to take, and I took it." "It was the right path," Mariette said with a sigh. He scratched the side of his beard again, which was in need of trimming. They were all a little ragged around the edges. "I should have sealed you at a lower rank. You were right." Yada shrugged. That couldn't be changed now. The only way through was forward. And would he have to learn to seal people now? He'd hold the tool that could release a Magiker's seal. That tool was only to be held in the first Magiker's possession, locked to his biometrics, and never used except in dire emergencies, which mostly didn't happen, and every use of it was logged. His skin wanted to crawl. "None of us saw the first Magiker angle coming," Chor said, rubbing at the bridge of her nose. "And that is nothing we can change now. Yada, I know you can bend to a Melisori for a time, but how long do you think you can sustain it? Maya didn't have magics trying to push him back into his own personality, and it was still a struggle." Yada shrugged. "Maya was also learning how to rule a kingdom. I don't have that learning curve, and I have a lot more experience now than he did then, than either of us did. But I'll sustain it as long as I have to. Same as remaining homage. I will do what I must." A nod from Chiore. "It isn't safe," Jalava said, still not quite looking his way, "for you to go out into the city just now. You'll have to do your helping from the palace." "Then keep me safe, even if I have to have 20 guards around me at all times." "Then how will the people even see you?" Jalava asked, exasperation creeping into their voice. Their silver blonde hair had slipped into their eyes, and they angrily shoved it back. "If you're so surrounded by guards, what's the point of being seen? Being seen to be paranoid? Being seen to not trust your people not to kill you?" "That is a point," Dressa said. "And I don't like you going out there either. You can't defend yourself. And people know that, and there's a lot of angry people out there making threats just now. Your whole voice for everyone thing isn't making that better. Not yet, anyway. They'll think it's just for the Magikers. Yada, you'll have to be harder on the Magikers than you might normally be. No favoritism at all, and you might have to use negative favoritism even." But he was shaking his head. She was right, yes, but he wasn't going to take the title that had just been thrust on him less seriously than he should. Because the first Magiker was one among many, and with so much hate and fear flying around just now, every Magiker out there would need more help and protection than ever. He shuddered and leaned against Haneri, the room spinning. "Take a step back, all of you," Haneri snapped. "He's still only 3 days out from a wound that would have killed any of you." Another flinch from Lysander. Was he crazy to think he could still train her? That he could ever give her a life that was less dire than the one she'd grown up in? "Jan," Haneri said, "sit down. You'll do none of us any good if you pass out." He sat in his usual chair, Homage's chair, his legs trembling, and he hated the weakness of it. Then hated that he saw it as weakness. Hated the world that had pushed Imorie out to Hestia because of an illness that was no fault of their own, which had set off the rest of this disastrous chain of events leading to now. To right now, with him, now the Melisori, with hardly a strategy ahead of him, with a kingdom in chaos, also now head of a group of people the rest of everyone else despised. He stilled himself again. No. The voices speaking of the Magikers weren't all hate. He and Lysander had interviewed pro-Magiker rioters a few nights before. He would do what he could, bolster support where he could. Do everything he knew how to change the narrative. Because he was going to get through this. He would. He did have momentum. He had pieces in motion, and he would shape them as he went. "I will need all of your help," he said. "You all either already have direct send privileges to my personal inbox, or will have it as soon as I can change that over." A quick glance at Lysander. "Send me ideas. Tell me if I'm heading in the wrong direction. At least, until we have things stable again. But I want all of your opinions. I might not take them, but I'm asking, and I'm listening." He'd undercut the strength of his rule, and his own reasoning, by changing his style of rule to something he wasn't at all used to. But still, looking back through that last meeting, he didn't think he would have changed that action. The next few days might be rough, as Homage's first had been as a Seritarchus. Oh, Odious, those early days had been rough. But he did have help, and he wasn't starting from scratch, new. He'd talked to Batea and Priya as well, and Chadrakur. Batea was already hard at work on the tasks he himself would have helped with for Maya. Maybe it was a mistake for a ruler not to have a council of advisors around them. Other heads of other nations did, but the truth spoken had always been expected to rely on themselves alone. And the truth speaker, as needed, but mostly themselves. They were, after all, sanctioned to be the will of the god themselves. Yada sat back and closed his eyes, just for a moment, to assess where his body was right now. He was holding back the pain, and it wasn't truly as bad as it had been. Another day or two, and he should be almost fully healed. But he wasn't there yet, and his emotions and the strain of that last meeting hadn't helped his healing. His trying to power through all of this the last 2 days hadn't helped. When he opened his eyes again, everyone but Haneri was gone. Chapter 16. Marriage. I don't regret my marriage to Homage Rielden. I will never regret my marriage. It was a necessary political alliance, and it gave the kingdom 2 heirs, and I can't ever regret that. It gave me my children. Haneri Nedalor Rielden, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Yada started and sat up. Adius. Had he slept? In the middle of a meeting? He must have. How long? He was growing to hate that question. "An hour, maybe a little more," Haneri said. She sat in the chair beside him, and now set down a tablet she'd been reading. He hadn't had an hour. He needed to be up and visible, to keep his momentum going. "Don't worry. Dressa's been busy, with Kaor's help. They've been messaging you along the way. They said to check your inbox when you're able. I've been sorting out the current mess of Rielden trade agreements with other high houses and commerce enterprises. The smart ones are staying on." Her look did not bode well for whoever wasn't. Yada wiped at his eyes and looked around for his calm. Haneri held it up, out of reach. "Let yourself wake up first, Jan." He raked back the loose hair that had fallen out of his braid earlier. "Haneri." She sighed and handed his comm over. He checked his personal inbox and skimmed enough to know that, yes, Kaor and Dressa did have it in hand, if a bit shakily after his shocker of a reception. Had he truly done what he'd done at that reception? It felt like a dream just now, a very vivid nightmare. But Kaor and Dressa were doing no worse than he would have done running on fumes. He was still running on fumes. "The economy is crashing after I changed my style of rule," he said. Not that it wasn't diving already. "That," Haneri said, "or because of their bigotry, or their fear. It's pretty much the same thing." Yada set the comm down and sat back again, closing his eyes. He felt vaguely dizzy. His body, where parts of the wound and the surgery after were still healing, ached. Parts that hadn't been injured by the knife but damaged by the poison also ached. It had been too great an injury, with both the wound and the poison, to heal in one go. These kinds of injuries healed much better over time as his stamina recovered. and still he was continually dipping into light trances to help ease it along, and that in itself was wearing him out. He just hadn't yet recovered the strength. Haneri slipped her hand into his, offering, again, her own strength for him to use. His stomach soured, and he shook his head. It's not an ethical practice, Haneri, taking strength or life force from another person. In dire emergencies, maybe, but not a regular thing. She didn't withdraw her hand. Then, comfort. You don't need to magically draw on comfort to have it. He grunted and felt Haneri's mood turning pensive, holding back something she wanted to say. He tried to ignore it, to let her be and focus on the roil of his own thoughts, but the feeling in her was only growing stronger. "What?" he growled. She swore. "I forget that you can read my thoughts, and I really don't like that. I'd be worried if you did, and I'm not reading your thoughts. Not trying to anyway. Your emotions. I'm extrapolating the rest, because my damned mind won't stop." He was falling back into his own speech cadences, and that was a balm. He needed that, after he'd stretched himself into so many unfamiliar places today. "I'm feeling yours too," Haneri said, voice softer. He opened his eyes. He'd expected her to be defensive. He'd rarely, if ever, known Haneri to be soft. But he'd seen an entirely different Haneri in the last few days. Last week's, really. He met her gaze, his sense of her emotions intensifying, and knew her sense of him would be clearer with both touch and visual contact, too. Tired as he was, he couldn't quite hide the jolt of desire that wrenched through him. He blinked. Or was that from her? She leaned across the chair arms between them, and he leaned toward her, too. But that would be awkward, and now he had a decision to make. So he pushed up, still a little shaky, and flopped down again on the couch, the synth leather creaking. Without a word, she followed, until they were sitting knee to knee, shoulder to shoulder. She smelled faintly like the perfume she usually favored, a spicy, musky blend, but she hadn't worn it the last few days, he thought. Or at least, not much of it. That small gesture, that small kindness when all his senses were overloaded, when he hadn't had to ask for it, suddenly tightened his chest. They stared into each other's eyes, too close, but both afraid to break the connection of whatever was happening just now. She reached for his cheek, a tentative, bracing touch. She leaned toward him again, her braids brushing his sleeve. He drew a shuddering breath and held up his hand. "No. You're my brothers. I'm married to Homaj Rialdan, and right now, you are the only Homaj Rialdan I see. And you told me I'm not even married right now, if Maya abdicated, so I can do what I want." He was still shaking his head, but it was slowing as he saw the look in her eyes. Had anyone ever looked at him like that before? He'd seen lust in people's eyes, strangers who he'd met and seduced, or they'd seduced him. People he met in the city and then never saw again, because that was his life. People of all genders, mostly femme, because his attraction was mostly to femme people, but he'd explored every avenue of himself thoroughly, and been any number of people in return, trying to carve out small places for himself in a life that mostly wasn't his own. Blood servants couldn't form romantic attachments, not anything serious. And where would be the time anyway? He'd mostly crashed into the city after an extended time of being Homaj, when that reality crashed back into his reality of being Yada, and he needed to ground himself in something that was his own. But he hadn't been able to have even that release, those feeble connections, the last 9 years since he'd been a magicker. He couldn't suddenly spring an aura during the unguarded moments of sex. He couldn't hide his aura while he slept. Haneri's look now was something between concerned and ravenous. She cared. More than lust. This was much, much more than that. And that thought tightened his chest further with a growing fear. He wasn't himself. Adius, not even this moment was his own. If she was desiring him, she was desiring homage, not Iada. And did that matter? Especially now? When he knew that this was his body from here on out? This body had been his for so much of his life that it was his own. He was exactly as at home in this body than his as Iada. And he knew, no matter what shape his body took, it always was his own. Maya's twin just now in many ways, but not Maya. It wasn't as if he wasn't homage, the public persona, too. This persona had also become his own, and he'd shaped it just as much as Maya. Did any of that matter if right now he was feeling horny as hell, frustrated and confused and just wanted, well, her? He had so much to do. He had a kingdom to wrench up, by any means he could, from a spiral into the void. He had a new style of rulership to think through as thoroughly as he was able and adjust his strategies accordingly, adjust his own personality, the order of his thoughts. No, not the order, the momentum. And all of that, in this moment, was not as important as the person who sat next to him. Femme with an aggression that bordered on performance. Less graceful than forceful. Round edges and unnaturally vibrant beauty. He'd wanted her for a lot longer than these few minutes. He wanted her, as much as he could get of her, for as long as he could have her. Adius. But he did. And he didn't have enough defenses up to push that longing away. I never consummated my marriage, she said. Not that it was ever anything other than a political marriage, and consummation is relegated to the historical vids. But I never did. We never did. That confession, which he'd already suspected, wasn't helping things. And he was also having trouble, knowing she'd never been attracted to homage before, with thinking she was now, even though he could feel it, and feel it was still building. Haneri, I don't care what you look like, she said. I've never cared if you were Iada or homage, and I have always known. And I've never wanted Maya when he was homage, but I have, when it's you. She let out an explosive breath. And I knew you'd never cross that line. Never. Because you're yourself, aren't you? But I'm not married to him now. And he's not homage now either. He has exactly no claim over me, so I want you to... He kissed her. And she tasted like she had that day she'd kissed him a few weeks ago, sweet and just a touch bitter, and years' worth of feelings he'd shoved down as unhelpful, and nothing he could pursue rioted back up again. Became a raging, uncontrollable fire. He'd been trying these last weeks to keep them contained, but Haneri kept being there, close and constant. And she was saying now she didn't want him to push these feelings back down. With their hands linked and his magics amplifying their emotions between them, it was clear to both of them what they both wanted. I don't think, he said between kisses, that it's a good idea to do this right. Now. She made a low noise that pulsed straight through his nervous system, but pushed him away with the tips of her fingers on his chest, like pinpoints of fire. Adius. He hadn't wanted her to agree with him. Haneri smiled ruefully. No, you're right. I don't want you to damage anything you've just healed. Not that I don't want to do this. She leaned in for one more kiss, then moved herself back on the couch, which was torment, though he knew it was for the best. For now. But she still kept a hold of his hand. And then didn't, because they were only building each other up again. He had to catch his breath. What I wanted to ask you, she finally said, and knew the time wasn't appropriate, was to transfer my marriage contract to you. I am still, publicly, married to Homage Rialdan, if not to Maya. Never to Maya again. So, I want that transferred to you. Have Cheore do whatever she needs for it to happen. I know that won't be public. Publicly, nothing will have changed. But I want that. And I think you need that support, too." His brow furrowed. "Haneri, please don't do this out of some sense of duty." "Why not?" she asked, squaring her shoulders. "I was never allowed that choice with Maya. I want the choice for this to be my choice, and I'm choosing you. I want more than a loveless life in this palace. When Chelsea died," she choked, fingers digging into her thighs, cutting small trails in the fine fabric of her gown. Her lover, Lord Chelsea Fadera, had died in an air car accident 5 years ago, shortly before Haneri had gone into her seclusion. He'd always suspected it was part of why she'd sheltered herself away from the rest of the court. She'd never talked about it. Not, he thought, to anyone outside her own staff. Haneri had loved Chelsea, truly loved her, and the grief he felt from her now, even not touching her, stole his breath again. And there had been Maya as homage, cold and openly hostile to Haneri, spurning her, dismissing her. And Iada hadn't been present for her, of course, because he'd had to keep his distance, even when he was homage, most especially when he was homage. She was his brother's wife, not his, though he'd suspected she'd been hurting, and almost certain of it when she'd gone into her seclusion. But it hadn't been his place to pull her out of that seclusion. And then she just hadn't come out, not until a few weeks ago. She reached again and squeezed his hand, her face hard but her emotions showing a different picture. "Don't apologize. You weren't the one who hurt me, and I'm well aware I helped make that bed too. I'm not the easiest person to be around. If you haven't noticed," she grinned with all her teeth. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I'll ask Shore." She bit her lip and looked, for the first time since he'd known her, a little unsure. His wife. She would be his wife shortly. There was a joy, an unsquashable joy rising up past all the other fears, and maybe he hadn't let himself connect to anyone. Maybe Maya would have been fine if he had, but he hadn't let himself, because he'd known his heart was already given to someone who could never return that same regard. But she could now. She was asking him, telling him she cared in the same way. Would Maya be upset about that? Maya had never done anything but cast Haneri aside, and Maya wasn't the ruler anymore. Haneri would soon be his, well, his own Melisori consort. But the title mattered much less to him than Haneri, than knowing he could give her more than coldness and hostility, knowing that he might actually be able to give her love. He leaned back across the distance and slowly, with much more attention and tenderness this time, kissed her again. Chapter 17. The Test. I wish so much that you could be, just for a moment, not my prince but my love. Olin Chiral in the Vid drama. Nova Hearts, Season 9, Episode 12, Gentleness. It was the evening of the day after the Ceratarchus had become the Melisori. Lysander had spent this day and most of the day before in an absolute whirlwind of a social campaign, deflecting questions about where Imorie had gone, along with, did she think the Melisori should actually be the Melisori? And wouldn't it be better if the heir stepped up now instead? Because how could a magicker fairly rule the kingdom? The questions weren't quite treason, but then, who was Lysander to judge what was treason? The people had, at least, stopped judging Dressa's competency to rule, and she'd mostly abandoned the airy socialite aspects of who she had been at court, which Lysander kind of missed, though Dressa in power mode was also extremely hot, And Dressa had stopped shoving Lysander at Cheora or Haneri or whoever would have her. Dressa had kissed her again, nuzzled her neck. They'd had a decent cuddle the night before. They hadn't done more, not yet, and maybe they were both too fragile for that yet. But now, Lysander had been summoned. A single, short message on her comm: "Tonight, my study. Use the back corridors." She'd been dreading this ever since she'd sent a yes to Iada's question about training her. She'd weighed all her options, had weighed what she herself wanted, because she was being given a choice, and that was such a new experience that it should be treasured. Unless this was all leading up to an immaculate and thorough revenge, which she also couldn't discount. Though watching how Dressa responded to Iada, with a respect that actually seemed deserved, Lysander didn't think it was revenge. And him telling her to use the back corridors? She shouldn't have access at all. Odious. But she could change her palm to Iada's own DNA, or Ariana's, if she wanted to admit that she'd studied stolen DNA before she'd even arrived. Imorie's, she assumed, would not work. She didn't dare attempt Dressa's biometrics. In the prep room, Lysander handed her comm to Dressa, who was sitting at her vanity. Priya, dressed immaculately in a brocade coat and trousers Lysander knew was equal to the cost of a small, and maybe slightly older, interstellar ship, worked through Dressa's hair with a dry conditioner. It smelled like plums, and here was another reminder that blood servants were hardly servants. Dressa had said Priya wasn't as fully trained as Iada, but she was still change-trained. She was still royalty, still blood, and she was still in training to be Dressa's shadow co-ruler, if not quite in the way that Iada had been with Homage. So Dressa said. Today, Priya's short black hair was artfully messy. She eyed Lysander through a spike of bangs with open hostility. Priya had never been particularly friendly to Lysander, but just now her glare could chisel through stone. After Dressa had explained who Priya's father was, Lysander didn't really blame her. Dressa took Lysander's comm and read the screen with Iada's message on it, her sculpted brows climbing. She handed the comm back. "That's a test," she said. "Which of us you choose to use for the biometrics?" "Yes. I thought as much." Lysander eyed Priya. She didn't want to be as open around the blood servant as she was when she was alone with Dressa, even though Dressa didn't seem to get that. To Dressa, Priya was just family. And would Lysander ever have that status in Dressa's eyes? To actually and truly be family? Would she ever deserve it? Dressa loved her, yes, but love didn't always mean family. But then, family didn't always mean love either. "Any advice?" Lysander asked. "Don't try to kill him," Priya said under her breath. Dressa sat up straight, her feet thumping hard on the carpeted floor. "Adias, Pri, give me the bottle. I'll take it from here." Priya's glare transferred to Dressa, turned admonishing. "I've slept in the same bed as my wife the last 2 nights, and I'm still alive, if you haven't noticed," Dressa snapped, getting just a little of her father's sharp tone, which she seemed to notice and checked herself, sitting back again. "Well, I'm not going to start worrying now." "I'm worried about him," Priya said. "He shouldn't be alone with—" Priya opened her hands, let the comb she'd been using drop to the floor, and marched out. Dressa pressed both her hands to her cheeks. "She's not taking this well." Lysander said nothing. What in the worlds could she say to that? That she'd now come between Dressa and her blood servant, who were supposed to be closer than siblings. Dressa swiveled in her chair and looked up at Lysander with narrowed eyes. "Don't you blame yourself, not for her. We've never gotten on as well as we should, Pri and I. We're just very different people." Dressa sighed and bent to pick up the comb, flicking shut the bottle of conditioner. "Our parents did their best to make sure our personalities would be compatible," She shrugged. There's only so much you can guess beforehand, though. Dressa grimaced, a weird, lopsided frown which was a new tic that had started just after, well. And Lysander could hardly blame Dressa for being upset about all of this, too. About her. Lysander had given up her family for her wife. She had done that. That should count for something. That should count for a lot. But she had a large debt to pay before she could come even close to forgiveness or trust. She had a summons, though. While the Melisori hadn't specified a time, as soon as possible was implied. She held up her palm. The test? He would know which person's genetics she used to gain access to the back corridors, and maybe it wasn't even safe to use Ayada's own biometrics, with the kill order out on him. That thought sent another spike worming through her gut. She'd been trained for how to kill a truth spoken, but she'd never been trained to handle the guilt of it after. In her mother's eyes, there should have been no guilt. And the guilt of, in the end, betraying her family. Betraying both of her families, not truly belonging to either. Despised by both. Dressa leveled a look at her. One of those two-seeing looks Lysander was coming to seriously dislike. Lysander squirmed, and was not proud of it before she regained her composure. But she knew Dressa still saw. Did she revel in it? No. No, that wasn't Dressa. Dressa wasn't even close, not even a little, to the sadist that was Lysander's mother. And her mama, too, if she was honest. No one could be in tandem with Eroic and Javieri and keep their morals intact. "It's your test," Dressa said. "I won't help you cheat." Then her face softened. A little. "At least, it's Iada teaching you. My father... Yeah, I would have helped you cheat with my father." And with those ominous words, Lysander made her way into the bedroom. On the way, she concentrated and changed the DNA in her palm to, okay, Ariana's. The genetics that Imorie had to leave behind. Cards on the table. She wasn't going to hide from Iada exactly what she'd been trained to do. Even if she'd talked her mother out of marrying Imorie and then replacing them. Killing them. Then replacing them. Lysander shuddered again before she brought herself back under control. She hadn't been alone with Iada since that night. He'd known who she was. He'd known she was illegally trained, and that much had been glaringly obvious. But he'd still taken her with him into the city, and when she'd been in distress, he'd embraced her. And she'd stabbed him. She'd been facing him. She'd watched the moment that realization hit his eyes, the slightest flicker of surprise, the universe of hurt. She would relive that moment in her dreams every day of her life. She was sure of it. The panel door, which she'd watched Dressa open before, clicked open, and she slipped into the back corridors. Chapter 18. Too Much Truth. Change is so much of who we are that when you try to view a truth spoken away from change, there is no context. If there's no change, there's no truth spoken. But I wonder sometimes who I would have been without it. Who you would have been, Uncle. Who my children would have been, and my parents, and my siblings. Would we all have been better without it? Or just have different problems? Homage Rialdan, Saratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent. Published in the Change Dialogues. Lysander tried to push in the panel door to the Saratarchus' study, but it wouldn't open for her, not even with Ariana's DNA in her palm. It would have for Iada's, though. She was fairly sure of that. Was that also a part of the test? The door clicked and swung inward. Iada stood there, a silhouette in the light behind him. His posture was rigid, though she couldn't see his face well enough to read more. A long weave of 3 large, loose braids hung over one shoulder, glossy enough to see in the light, glinting with red Nova hearts woven into them. His shoulders puffed with gauzy pastel taffeta. Lysander had never seen any signs in anything she'd seen or read of Iada to indicate he was other than firmly masculine. But as homage, he wove through expressions of gender fluidity like he'd been born to them. And maybe it was more complicated than that. Lysander was finding that everything at Palace Rialdan was more complicated than that. For her to have thought she could play on the same level as the Rialdan truth-spoken was appalling. And appallingly naive. Iada was a man who'd performed before an entire kingdom for half of his life. Or maybe all of it. Which was the real Iada, the intense and rigid blood servant, or whoever this was before her now. Every nuance of this man was exactly what he wanted it to be, except, maybe, the glint of the seal on his cheek, and the flare of deep forest green around him. Iada stepped to one side, and she slipped past him into the study. He shut the door quietly behind her. "Thank you for coming. What I would like to do tonight is mostly talk through what you already know. Then we will begin to assess the limits of your education and what you still need to learn." Bile rose up, and she pushed it back down. She still couldn't quite believe he was willing to train her as a truth-spoken. What they were doing now was so illegal. But then, he was the ruler. And his rulership itself wasn't exactly legal, or at least not all above board. He wasn't above the law, but he was still at its pinnacle. A ghastly part of her whispered, what if she could finish the job she'd started right now? Kill him and then rise to power with Dressa? Or, what her mother had wanted, kill him and then kill and replace? Well, it wouldn't be Ariana now. It would be Dressa. She could replace Dressa. She passably could. Maybe not in the truth speaker's eyes. She'd have to find a way to kill Kior, too. And Haneri. And Imorie and Rhys while she was at it, wouldn't she? But she knew Dressa's every tick and nuance. Everything that Dressa had shared with her, and Dressa had bared her soul. At least, she'd thought. A vicious part of Lysander was proud she'd gotten this far into Palace Rialdan politics. She'd made the mistake about not knowing who Iada really was, but that was hardly a mistake she could be blamed for. It might even help the kingdom to have the ruling magicker gone, and the bulk of the Rialdans. The Rialdans were on a fast slide downward, and she could save them, their family name at least, from the fall. Lysander could win back her family, and she wouldn't be a failure. She wouldn't have to be estranged from them, as she knew she would be now. Then she could sit at the pinnacle. She could hold the power. For once in her life, for fucking once, not be beholden to everyone else's whims and their cruelties. She'd only have to kill everyone around her. She'd only have to kill the woman she loved. And this man, right here, who'd refused to die the last time, who was still offering to teach her. Lysander shivered. She wasn't aware that she was crying until the room around her blurred. And Iada was there, nearby but not touching, the aura around him radiating his concern. She could feel that, palpably feel that from him. A deus. He should not be concerned for her. He shouldn't. Her chest constricted. "I'm a horrible person," she choked. "You shouldn't train me." "No, you're not," he said, with such definitive finality that any thoughts to the contrary shied away from her. "And that is the truth." It rang in his voice, was searing in his dark eyes when she met them. "Come on," he said, and led her to the powder blue couch in the center, taking a seat in the wingback chair across from her. He eased down with less grace than he should have had, his mouth tight. Was he still in pain? And that was her fault. How could he say she wasn't horrible? How could she have felt that truth from him? But magickers would reflect a person's truth, not necessarily the truth. If Iada had decided not to believe that she was horrible, it still didn't mean it wasn't true. Just that he was delusional. "Lysander," he said, and there was enough ache in his voice it made her look up again. "I'm sorry." She gaped at him, shocked into asking, "What the hell did you do to make you apologize to me?" He'd done nothing. Absolutely nothing to deserve what she'd done to him. He grimaced. "I didn't see. I let my own opinions of your family inform my opinion of you." She wrapped her arms around her stomach, leaned forward on the couch. "When Imorie first came back, when you, Iada, brought them back in the corridor, that was you, wasn't it?" He might not be angry with her now, but he had been then. His rage had been nearly solar. He let out a long breath, exhaustion pinching around his eyes. "Yes, I was angry. Not at you, specifically, but the Javieris. But at the time I'd equated them with you. The Javieris coerced Etty into using his magics illegally. It's how Imorie was caught." Lysander froze. She hadn't known that. And she still had the nagging sense that Etty was familiar. Had she seen him before? On her homeworld, had they, whichever Javieri had been using him, brought him to her mother's palace? No, she didn't think that was it. She was sure she hadn't met Etty until the palace here, until a few days ago. But she absolutely believed her mother was capable of using green magickers in that way. Her mother had never liked magickers, with an intensity that felt like a grudge. "I didn't know," she said carefully, attentive to every nuance of his reaction. He nodded, accepting her statement as if it was truth. And he would be able to tell that, wouldn't he? His aura flared denser around him than any other magickers she'd seen. Bright enough that he'd been forced into taking the position of the first magicker. She was talking to the first magicker. Lysander halted her blanch, and knew, for a moment, the fear that all the other nobles must be feeling. That this person could both read her body language and peer into her soul with a glance. What secrets could she ever hide from him? What part of her soul could she hold separate enough that he'd never see? She swallowed, forced herself to meet his eyes again. "You asked me what I thought about magickers when we went into the city. And did you give me truthful answers?" Yes. She had. She hadn't known he was a magicker then, and she'd known what was at the end of that excursion, what she'd planned to do. But she'd let herself pretend, just for a moment, that her life was different, that he really was the person who'd trained her, who asked her opinions and truly seemed to listen, who walked her through the why of things and didn't scream at her when she didn't understand. She'd almost dared to hope that she could have that life. He had offered to train her, and she knew now he'd really meant it. But she'd known it had to be a lie. She'd thought she had no other choice but to carry out what she'd come to do. "Good," he said, and smiled, leaned back. "It's a foundation from which to start." And his face was so earnest. She was off kilter, too open with him just now, partly because he was not holding his own guard up. She could very clearly see that he was not Homage Rielden, though his likeness was perfect, and he was still using most of Homage's mannerisms and cadences. His hands glittered with Homage's rings, his elaborate hairstyle a marker of Homage's tastes, his puffy designer blouse with all the fashion-setting extravagance Homage was known for. His eyes were sharply lined, his lips a deep violet, a contrast of pastels and rich darks. But there were a dozen little things that were off from the man Lysander had been made to obsessively study. The way he was sitting, the projection of power, the empathy. Adios. This man wasn't at all how Dressa had described Homage Rielden, because he wasn't. He might project that personality if he wanted to, But he wasn't the tyrant Lysander had been sent to overthrow, through death, or through her slower victory of time. And if he could see through her soul, he was allowing her to see his as well. She could feel in her gut, clear as a gong, that he was being sincere, no intention whatsoever to mislead her. He wasn't trying to mislead her in his role as homage either. It was simply where he was mostly settled just now. He still wasn't mad at her, not in any way that mattered. He should be, by every right in the universe he should be. But he wasn't. Chapter 19. Worth Saving. Void is a color for when the world hasn't seen the blaze of who you are. Owam, excerpt from their poem, Becoming Fire. Yada frowned slightly, and Lysander almost crumpled. What had he seen or felt? What had she done wrong? Had he found a layer of her soul that was not worth saving? She wouldn't be surprised. He sat up again, sat forward, some of the strength coming back into his expression, some of the fatigue leaving. "We don't have to do this," he said. "I'm not forcing you to train. This will always and only be your choice." She swallowed and grabbed for the nearest excuse, anything to get out of his unasked for pity. "You're busy. I know you're busy. You certainly don't have the time to—" "This is a break," he said, his frown deepening. "This is rest, and how I keep my sanity in the maelstrom. Adius, Lysander, give me the benefit of knowing my own choices." She recoiled, and she watched him recoil too, then hold up his hands, his eyes a little too wide. "Forgive me, Adius. Forgive me. I'm not used to moving in a Melisori personality, and I'm misfiring at the wrong moments. That was not called for. He wouldn't be in this position at all without her. He wouldn't publicly be a magicker, and he wouldn't be in the pain that he was trying to hide, his only insincerity. And of course he was still in pain. She'd rammed a poisoned knife into his stomach after he'd given her a hug. She stood, her throat burning. "I'll go." "You can," he said. "You absolutely can with no consequences. I mean it. I don't have to train you. I want to. You have so much potential, Lysander. No, you are already there. Your performance as Yada, as me, was excellent. You were an attentive student throughout the tunnels. You were a help to me in a politically difficult situation with the municipal guard. And if you wish to help me at all, and help this kingdom, I could truly use the help of someone else who's truth-spoken trained. I am desperately short on those just now." Slowly, slowly, Lysander smoothed out her dark blue linen tunic. She tucked her hair behind her ear, her eyes on the floor, and sat back down. And Iata's very open posture eased, as if she was doing him a favor. He'd just said that she was. She'd heard the ring of truth in those words. It was edging her near panic. "Lysander," he said, spreading his hands wide. "I'm not Prince Eroikin. I'm not your mother's. I'm not the person who trained you. I have my suspicions on who that was, and if they're correct, I am deeply, deeply sorry for what you had to endure." She swallowed hard, an audible squelch, and her flooding eyes were betraying her. She pushed hard into a light trance to keep them from betraying her further. Her training had been torture, in every sense of the word. Lysander had thought that was just how it was, teaching her to forcibly rewrite her genetic code, to siphon away the pain of it in her mind when it was immediate and demanding, and then all the training in quicker and quicker changes, forced to go again and again until she was so drained she could hardly stand. She stared at her hands, tightly knotted together in her lap. How long had she been quiet? How long had she been tangled in her thoughts? The holographic hearth gave a crack. The faintest, simulated scent of wood smoke hung in the air. It should never have been like that, Yada said, and she heard the anger in his voice now, saw the echo of his face in the corridor when he'd glared at her. All of his anger, then, focused on her. There were parts of my own training that weren't pleasant, he said, but steps were always taken to teach in a logical order. I knew how to block pain by the time I had to use that skill to progress. Lysander's trainer had screamed at her while she'd been crying, protesting the need to... Well, something had to be broken in order for her to learn how to heal. The room tilted now, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She was going to be sick. No. She knew how to handle this. She was calm and in control. She could smooth away the nausea and wrap up those memories in a tight bundle and shove them aside. I know trust has to be earned, Yada said, and that means I have to earn it too. Truly, the greater burden is on me. She jolted up straight. No! She'd known what she was doing. She'd absolutely known when she'd plunged in the knife. Lysander gripped her legs so tightly she was sure she'd have bruises. He twitched forward, as if he wanted to come toward her. To comfort her, even. But he didn't, and for that, she was intensely grateful. I know, he said in a near whisper. I know what it's like to have parents who raised you to a singular purpose, who never once let you see love, not the kind of love you needed. I might not have your past, Lysander, but I have my own, and I do know that. He stopped and looked toward the hearth, the intensity of his attention easing like the passing of a spotlight. He frowned and his aura flickered once, then went out. Lysander let out her breath, her whole body easing. It had been too much. There had been too much truth in this room. Sometimes some of the lies were necessary. He gave a wan smile. Forgive me. Again. I'm not used to having my aura out, and it seems to be strengthening the more that I do. He shrugged. When I'm around Maya, he knows me so well that... Well, I'm not particularly used to the effect it can have on people. He clasped his hands together on his knees. Lysander, I truly mean my offer to teach you. But this might not be the right time. The wounds... No, forgive me. That's not the right word. The trauma is too fresh. And too old, I think. We can resume this later if you wish. Or again, not at all. You don't have to be truth-spoken. Her heart kicked into a staccato rhythm. Adius, no. What if he decided for himself that now was not a good time? She'd thought, well, she'd been afraid to train with him because of what he might do or say to her. Not actually because she didn't want to train. She did want that. It's already what I am, she said. Change-trained, I mean. I want... She hesitated, but he waved for her to continue, and she did, slowly, feeling the ideas out. Knowing, for a dizzying moment, that he would listen to them. That he actually wanted to hear them. Things she'd hardly dared to think about. I want to know what it's like when it's not broken. I mean, is this a bad life when it's not all pain? She did know how to block pain. Oh, she knew how to block pain. Remembering the pain of Dressa forcing her to change quickly made her breath catch. That had bothered her more than she'd let herself admit. It had been too close to her own training. Far too raw. What? He asked. More a prompt, she sensed, than a demand. She could read him now with her own trained senses, not having to see the full blaze of his open soul. And he truly couldn't sense the depth of hers just now, could he? His attention was focused on her, reading her, but it wasn't the same as when his aura flowed around him. Lysander's shoulders eased in her relief. And whatever he read in that was what he read. She couldn't tell him how Dressa had handled that forced change the night of her attack, and Dressa hadn't been wrong. Dressa had had every right. Or had she? Lysander shook her head and saw Ayada relax, nod. His posture still open, his sincerity telegraphed. He was being deliberately careful, like she was fragile. And maybe that wasn't wrong too, as much as it galled her. But she didn't want to stay wounded. She didn't want to let her family win. Adios. She wanted a life where she could look at her wife and just love her. No pretenses, no secrets between them but the ordinary small things partners always kept to themselves in the fluffiest vid dramas, her very secret guilty pleasure. Just the small things. She wanted trust. She wanted to know what it was like to trust, and be trusted. The hearth crackled again, and she flinched. Yada glanced at the hearth, twisted one of his rings, and the flames banked to embers. "No, it's not a bad life," he said, answering her earlier question. "It's hard. It's intense. It can be filled with a hell of a lot of anguish, but it's rewarding, deeply rewarding. Change is a part of who I am, and if you were raised to it, however you came about it, it's a part of you too. If you want to know what a life of change is like lived to its fullest, with support around you and others who can change, I would love to help with that. And if you wish to learn what a life is like without change too, or those obligations to tie you down, I can help with that too. You do not need to be anything other than what you wish." Lysander nodded. She did know the lie in that. Neither of them would ever fully have control over their own lives. His belonged to the kingdom. Right now, his life wasn't even his own. But she wanted a chance to make hers her own, because it never had been before. She nodded again, took a breath. She did want this. "Okay," she said. "Here's what I've been taught." Chapter 20. Wedding Plans. I met Homage Rialdan 3 times before I promised my life to him, and he to me. Once, when we were children, and my parent presented me to the Seritarchus and his family as the heir to a high house princedom, and therefore a rival. Once, when I was 22 and he was 18, and he barely gave me a look before sliding his eyes away again. And once, the day before we married, when he met me on the landing pad behind the palace. And that time, he smiled at me, and took my hands and led me inside. But that wasn't the man I married. Haneri Nadalor Rialdan, as quoted in the change dialogues. "Mother," Dressa said, bearing down on Haneri in the corridor. It was early enough in the morning, and her mother was, again, heading toward Ayada's apartment, which seemed to be an utterly common thing these days. Which on the surface might even be normal. She was, after all, married to Homage Rialdan. But Ayada wasn't the person her mother was married to, and Dressa, who'd managed to set this whole new wrinkle aside the last few days, needed answers. Dressa waved toward her own apartment, and Haneri, arching one immaculately sculpted brow, inclined her head and followed. Dressa still outranked her mother, but she had no illusions whatsoever that her mother cared anything about that. Dressa didn't quite storm into her prep room, startling Lysander, who covered it with a graceful rise from her desk. "Talking with my mother," Dressa said. "You're fine." Lysander hesitated, giving Dressa a look that Dressa chose not to interpret, then sank back down again. Lysander's gaze slipped to Haneri, but quickly away again. Her wife had been subdued since her meeting with Ayada the night before, but Dressa hadn't pried open more than Lysander was willing to give. And then Dressa held the door open for her mother to step into the bedroom, shutting it a little harder than necessary behind her. "In a temper, are we?" Haneri said. She looked around and Dressa had to cover her flusterment at the unmade bed, despite Lysander and her only sleeping next to each other just now. Nothing more. Not anything more, though. Dressa's veins were burning for that more again, for both her and Lysander to get past what was between them, and Adius, she could not think those thoughts in front of her mother. Imorie smirked, turned back to her. So Dressa went on the attack. "What are your intentions with with your father? He's not. He's the better person by far." Dressa blinked rapidly. Was this thing between them new? Was it old? "How long have you two—" "Dear daughter." Imorie clasped her hands, looked around, and slid back into her default mode, the cold and critical authority figure, aloof and never really apparent, which was an act. Dressa knew it was an act. She'd seen her mother around Kidaa, knew that Imorie was capable of feeling things other than spite. "Don't you do that, Mother. Not to me. Not now." Imorie only smiled. Dressa stepped closer. "I need to know. You owe me that much, both of you. All of you think that you can keep me out of the loop when I'm one of the only reasons the kingdom is still holding on just now. You have to tell me what's going on." Inorie's face shifted. Just a subtle changing of tension in her facial muscles. But the spite was gone. And Dressa was talking to her mother. Actually, her mother. Her eyes stung, and she let them. Because why did all of this have to be so hard? Everything was so hard just now. "I love him," Imorie said. "That is the truth of it. He loves me. What we've done about that is not particularly your business, Dressa, any more than you'd like to tell me what you do in that bed over there. Adius." She was burning again. "But Iata and I are going to make our marriage legal. To homage, of course, but to him?" Dressa took that in. And the way Imorie put just that tiny amount of tenderness in his name, on him, that tiny bit spoke volumes for her mother. Imorie had hardly left his side since the attack, and Dressa had seen the way Iata looked at her mother. Her own father had never looked at her mother that way. There'd been nothing between them but the spite Imorie was so fond of. And then there was that kiss, a lifetime ago, when Imorie had kissed Iata in the reception hall antechamber, and he'd kissed her back. "Did you know it was him when you kissed him? That first time?" "I always know when it's him. And that wasn't the first time." Dressa bunched her hands into the sides of her skirt, slowly released them again, steadied herself. She looked at her mother, wanted to say something. Something that would turn everything that was upside down back right again. She wanted, what? Affection? Like parents actually gave their children in the vid dramas? She didn't know if Imorie was capable of that. Or at least, not to her. But who else could she talk to? Chior was busy keeping the kingdom from crumbling, and Chior was more practical, more pragmatic than Dressa would like. Priya had been giving Dressa meaningful glares that all amounted to get rid of Lysander already, and Dressa was very much over that. Lysander was the problem, wasn't she? Dressa didn't have Rhys, and she desperately wished she did right now. But Rhys was 2 weeks away at the very best speeds. Dressa briefly toyed with the notion of ordering Rhys home. She could do that. Iata might not even object. But no. Better Rhys not be here tangled in this mess if it all crumbled. "You're doing your best," Imorie said. Dressa refocused on her. Was her mother actually trying to give her a pep talk? It broke the dam. Dressa shuddered, and, oh no, she did not want to cry in front of her mother. Not the wrenching sobs that she felt trying to rise up, that she'd been smoothing away and shutting down for days now. This was not the right time. She didn't have the time for this at all. Her mother froze. went colder again, but Dressa knew it as a defense mechanism, not what was actually happening. Dressa looked toward the closed door leading back to the prep room. She strode toward Priya's room, empty at the moment, and her mother followed. Dressa closed that door behind them too. She felt vaguely trapped in her own apartment, living with a woman who had tried to kill. And what was Iada to her even? Her uncle, yes, but she'd started to think of him as a better version of her father. The father she'd never had a chance to have, because he'd been a controlling bastard. "I started my first child," Dressa choked out. Iada would know. He hadn't said anything, but he'd know. Had he told Haneri? But her mother often knew things too. Far too much. Her mother just nodded. Then yes, she did know. "Mine," Dressa said. "Not Lysander's." Another nod. Haneri stepped closer, pressed a hesitant hand to Dressa's wet cheek. The touch sent a jolt through Dressa. It was too much. Too different. Too unexpected. Too unknown. She bit her lip to keep from screaming as she turned away, and then stared at the wall for several minutes, trying to get herself back under control. "You actually love your wife," her mother finally said. "This child, that's practical. And with the way a Javieri would be trained, Lysander might understand that. She knows what she did. She knows. Dressa, turn around. I'm not interested in talking to your back, and this is important." Dressa sobbed a laugh, because yes, that was also her mother. No sugarcoating, not ever. Her mother's eyes were burning. "There are two good things in this palace right now. You and him. And now there will be three. This child. It is a rotten, rotten world to bring a child into. But it's the world you have to give them. And you can only give them what you have. And you must do what you must do to keep them safe. To keep them from being swallowed up in this hell of a palace." Dressa was shaking her head, hand to her mouth. "I shouldn't have even started." It was a moment of weakness. "No," Haneri said, with enough force to make her pause. "Do you know why I had 5 contract children started before I married Homage? Every one of them but Rhys was to fend off an enemy of Delore before they could chip away at my family's power. And Rhys was to secure military favor and gain preference for a base on the Delore homeworld. It was my duty, Dressa, to protect my family, to help my family prosper. It is your duty now to protect yours. This system is rotten to its core, but it's still holding these worlds together. And you can't afford to let it fall. You can't afford to not have an heir that is yours and yours alone." Dressa closed her eyes. That wasn't the answer she'd been looking for. She wasn't even sure if it helped. She didn't want it to be true. And if it was true, if she accepted it as truth, would she end up like her mother? Bitter and with very little love left to give anyone. She didn't want that with all her heart. Dressa pursed her lips, studying her mother. Haneri was poised as always, her long braids wrapped up in an iridescent webbing, stabbed through with diamond combs, looking vaguely like one of Haneri's sculptures, and beneath it all, although there was fire in her eyes, Haneri looked exhausted. But then they all were. It had been a very not fun few days. "Do you want me to be there when you marry Iada?" Dressa asked. It was her mother's turn to blink, and it took a moment, and Dressa saw the surprise on Haneri's immaculately composed face before she could stash it away. "If you want." Dressa nodded. "Okay. Let me know." "And we should move up your wedding," Haneri said. "Official wedding. Within 2 weeks, I think. That might be the soonest possible for a public event. We do still need it to be a public event, even if a smaller and more manageable event. More secure. Still, It might be an excellent distraction for the people to latch onto. "They'll think I'm preparing to take over the rulership," Dressa said, her insides going cold. Her mother pressed her full lips tight. "It might be that, yes." Haneri knew what the people thought of their ruler being a green magicker. Dressa knew. And Dressa couldn't lie to herself about how bad it was indefinitely, even if she needed to right now. She nodded. Because what else could she do? "Now let me into the back corridors," Haneri said. "I have to talk with Jan." Chapter 21. The Investigation. We pride ourselves that there is little crime on Hestia. There is no need. Our cities and towns are filled with ample resources for whoever would need them. People come to our world to relax, and there's recreation in abundance. Nimaran Versinkrin, Attorney General of Hestia, as quoted in an editorial piece for Hestian Heritage. He still hadn't changed. It had been a brief and terse fight with Jang, who'd said he needed to be at his clearest, and if he was uncomfortable, he wouldn't be. But he'd tried to explain that he needed that discomfort right now, because it was something he could focus on that wasn't everything else. So they landed at the Windvale Estate landing pads, which was a mostly empty field in desperate need of a mow, with him trimly dressed as Shiera Carolyn, mid-level administrator from Palace Ryalden, second to Captain Jang of the Saratarkis's personal guard. Jang was the one who was actually in charge of this investigation, though he was in charge of sorting out the political angles. This hierarchy would, he suspected, have the desired effect on Windvale's staff. Shiera, as a palace administrator, wasn't nearly as intimidating as Captain V. Jung, in full and stoic captain of the ruler's personal guard mode, and she hadn't spared any polish on her boots and uniform either. All her abbreviated medals were on full display on her chest, her silver buttons shiny, black boots glossy. Count Alex Badum, the newly minted Count of Windvale Estate, had landed the day before, and now greeted them at the landing field. Badum was young, mid-20s, with electric green hair that was plastered down in the stifling humidity on her light brown face, her lips curved down in an irrepressible frown. She had a tattoo of a rose on her neck, a static ink tattoo, not hollow. Badum seemed more belligerent than cowed by the Valangrade officials who'd just landed on her doorstep. She even went so far as to help Anya, whose back was acting up again, into the hovercar, despite Anya's vivid and obvious aura, which made her rise quite a few points in Maya's calculations. "I've begun my own investigation, of course," Badum said, as the driver took them at a sedate pace in the, thank Adius, air-conditioned car toward the estate house. "I found the staff in considerable disarray, although I've heard I have Duke Koldari to thank that they were not left in complete chaos. He left a report on my aunt's, my desk before he left, which I heard was also in some hurry. The Racha Guard impounded Imorie Rialdan, Maron Quevedo's ship, by the way, for their investigation. I can give you that paperwork as well." Which was one of the loose ends he'd need to wrap up, yes. He'd sell the ship and arrange for the funds to be returned to the original owner, with extra for their silence. No. Imorie's DNA would be all over it, wouldn't it? And they'd changed on the ship. Their truth-spoken DNA as Ariana would be there as well. And he also didn't want the ship to become some vid-feed billionaire's content focus for a month. Knowing the vid-feed undermarket, that's probably who a ship associated with such a high-profile scandal would sell to. He'd arrange for the Jade Crescent to be flown back to Vallon, where it would be stripped, refit, cleaned of all DNA, and added to the palace's small reserve fleet. In the hovercar, the new count fiddled with a Nova heart ring on one finger. She sat across from him and Anya, with Zhang beside her, Zhang and her facing toward the back. Her entire posture was defensive. Maya made his own posture attentive, non-judgmental. He usually was a bit more opinionated as Shiera, But this wasn't the right time. He had no intention of being sidelined here, but Zhang was playing her role well. He'd continue to be her second, not point on this mission. Alex Bottom looked up at Zhang. "Whatever my aunt did here, Captain, whatever horrible things she's done, and I'm trying to find it all out. I had no part in it. My family, we weren't close. My aunt had no children. I was her only heir." She smiled tightly, her fuchsia lipstick puckering around the edges. "I think she thought she'd just live forever." Alex shrugged. Zhang asked, "Were there any cameras inside the interrogation room?" "This is something I particularly wish to know. Both of the victims were unable to complete their debriefings without significant trauma, and so we don't yet know what happened in its entirety." Alex visibly swallowed, and Maya almost felt sorry for her, because he knew what it was like to be dropped into a tumultuous situation, having to clean up the messes of his elders, who were supposed to know better. He leaned forward, took a gamble, and gently touched Alex's hand where she was gripping her knee. The Count stiffened, but met his eyes. He read the open fear there, at what he and Zhang represented maybe, as those the Saratarchus had personally sent to investigate. Fear of what they might find, certainly. Fear of a permanently tarnished reputation and political disfavor before she even fully inhabited her new position. Maybe fear of criminal charges brought upon herself. He drew back. He shouldn't have touched her. He met Zhang's eyes, and hers widened slightly. Beside him, Anya shifted. And did she sense what he was about to do? He needed answers and needed them fast. He needed to know what had happened to Batea, needed to know what these people knew, what the old Count Bottom's lot had done to his child. He needed Alex's absolute cooperation. Could he get those things as Shiera Carolyn? Could even Zhang get them, with all her weight as captain of the Saratarchus's personal guard? Maybe, but if he said he was Iata Buyer Ryalden, blood servant to the truth spoken? Zhang caught his eyes again, gave a tiny shake of her head. He drew in a long breath, and if he said that, he might have his answers faster, but he'd also have to explain that blood servants could change. He'd only have to give up a secret that had been closely guarded for centuries. That ominous feeling he'd had on the ship in below space hadn't lessened, and it was itching at him now, a thrumming drumbeat in his head pushing him to get in here, find what he needed, rescue Betia if Faye needed rescued, and leave. Go back to the capital as fast as he could, or... No? Go... where? This wasn't him. Whatever this was, it was messing with his head. Or had he finally started to crack completely? Rattled, he sat back, pulled his hands into his lap, and locked them tightly together. "So," Zhang said, pulling Alex's frowning attention back to herself. "So, Duke Koldari left. Do you know where he was headed?" Maya shook himself, wrenched his thoughts back onto a more productive path. Was it what he knew was ahead of him that was throwing him off so completely? He needed to know what had happened at Windvale, but he also didn't want to know. "Koldari said he was going to Valen," Alex said. "He also took his partner with him, Iwanko Antia, if that's relevant, and Imorie's servant." Adias. Neither of them had asked about Batea yet. He'd known Zhang would work the question in when the timing was right. "The servant, Jis Amir, went willingly with Koldari?" Zhang asked, without any particular emphasis. Just a part of the line of questioning, even while his hairs stood on end. And if Batea was with Koldari, they might all be landing on Valen now. They could have crossed paths in below space. Damn the communications lag, though he'd still needed to come here. "I suppose so, and I don't know why they wouldn't have gone with Koldari willingly, unless you have a reason." Alex was looking less sure again. Maya unlocked his hands to turn his palms up, sliding again into the role of comforter to Zhang's provoker, though it wasn't exactly in Sierra's nature. "The captain is merely covering all angles, Sir Count. I'm sure you can understand. It's—" He glanced to Zhang. "This situation is tricky politically. With the ties to the Javieris and the involvement of an unsealed magicor being coerced into—" Alex lifted her chin. "Whatever ties my aunt had, I don't have them, I assure you. I have had no dealings at all with green magicors, and I don't intend to." Her gaze flicked to Anya Norin, who'd been mostly staring out the window. Not quite invisible, but not asserting her energy into the conversation either. With your forgiveness, Sir Magicor." Anya shrugged. "No offense taken, Count Bottom. I am here to replace the magicor who left their post in Racha. I'm not a part of this investigation." Alex looked dubious but nodded. Did she recognize Anya as the former first magicor? Maya couldn't see anything more than ordinary suspicion around green magicors. He decided to count that as a new. The car sighed to a stop on a circle of gravel outside the main house, and his stomach turned. Because here was where he'd sent Imorie, and here was where they'd been harmed. Chapter 22. The Garage. With enough rain, even flowers rot beneath their roots. Unknown, colloquial saying from the Racha region on Hestia. Maya squinted up at the stone and steel monstrosity that was the Wind Vale estate house, all peaks and edges, razored in the sunlight. Modern 50 years ago, hardly fashionable even then. This was where sick people came to get well? Well, he already knew this estate had claws. He narrowed his eyes as he stepped out of the car. "I will have my people see you to your rooms," Alex said, clasping her hands together through a now forced hospitality. "I would like to see the interrogation room first," Zhang said. Maya's nails dug into his palms, but he didn't contradict Zhang. It would be better to have that part over with. Alex went back to trying to hide being flustered, and now Anya came alongside her. "I'll go into the house, dear. Thank you. I'll be staying the night until I can catch a ride into the city tomorrow. It's too late in the afternoon otherwise." Anya was hardly the gentle, aging magicor she was presenting herself as, but the act effectively diverted Alex from her rising tension. Yes. Yes, that's fine." Alex flagged down a porter who'd just stepped out and pointed toward the car's trunk. "Take care of the bags and see the magicor inside. I'm taking our other guests to the garage." The porter visibly tensed, eyeing first Zhang, then Maya. "Yes, Count Bottom," they said, and quickly began to unload. Was this person here before the old Count Bottom's death? By the efficiency with which they pulled out the bags, setting them in a neat row on the ground, yes. "Are you sure I can't persuade you to rest first?" Alex asked Zhang, pleaded almost. "Have a meal? I'm sure it's much better to—" "No, we're fine," Zhang said with a small smile. Alex swallowed, but she nodded and began to lead the way on the path that wound around the main house toward the large garage on the right. Maya took in everything, more surreptitiously than Zhang. It was supposed to be her job, not his, to find the hidden dangers. Sierra, as an administrator, wouldn't have that same training. But the landscaping of the estate was well kept. Tropical foliage mixing with some more temperate foliage, all of it lush and competently trimmed. Vibrant flowers clustered around the walls of the house in strategic places, and a stone bench sat under a tree. Farther on, near a distant patio, he could hear either a stream or a fountain. Rhyam, the gardener, had done good work. Or had this been Eddie's influence? When they rounded the side of the house, he tried to see where Etty might have been caught and Bettia stunned. He marked the door to the kitchen, and the door which led to the hallway with Bottom's office, where Imorie would have been dragged out. He thought he had them right. But seeing these places, seeing Imorie's descriptions made real, only made the nausea rise. They'd done those things to his child, and to Iada's child, and to a magicer they'd forced to illegally gather secrets for them. Eddie had almost died to protect Imorie. For that, and because he and Imorie had attached themselves to each other, Maya would protect them both however he could. He'd help them get closure if he could. The criminals here had also forced Imorie to give up who they were, an act of ultimate defeat for a truth spoken, and that burned with a rage he didn't know how to quench. Here. This had happened here. The late Count Bottom wasn't this Count Bottom he was following now. He knew that. But knowing she was still a Bottom, carried the same name and some resemblance to the images he'd seen of the Bottom Etty had killed, was doing unwanted things to his head, to his rising, oncoming fury. He flexed his hands. Zhang glanced back at him, slowed her steps so she was beside him. She leaned close. "You don't have to see the interrogation." "I do," he hissed. His ears rang, drowning out the various bird calls around them. "Don't try to protect me." "I'm concerned for our Count's safety as well." She pulled away again, and he swallowed. He wasn't in charge here, and she wasn't his guard. Yes, if it came to it, he knew she'd protect him, but his dynamic with Zhang was still changing. He had no rank here at all, no power except from genetics and long habit. Maya set his mind to patterned breathing until his hands began to unclench. Alex led the way into the large garage full of the estate's various cars, and his relief at being out of the heat again felt like a betrayal. She took them all the way past the cars to the back, to a hidden chamber and then down a set of stairs, as Imorie had described. Maya's dread grew with every step down. He didn't want to be here. He wanted to be anywhere but here. Alex paused at the dim landing at the bottom of the stairs to unlock the door. Then they all stepped into a medium-sized room, which lit up with cool overhead lights as they entered. He almost expected blood on the floor, but there was none. He had the story, mostly, up until this point. He'd heard enough to want to murder everyone who'd held his child here himself. But they were all dead already, and that seemed intensely unjust. He wanted to resurrect them just so he could murder them again, which was a ridiculous thought. Odious. He couldn't have stopped this because he hadn't known it was happening, but he could have stopped this. He could have not sent Imorie away. He could have not been a fucking insensitive ass and not let his child's illness be the reason he cast them aside. No matter the consequences, no matter the shift in public perception that would have happened if the public learned the heir had the bruising sleep, they could have weathered that, much better than they were weathering all the disasters that had followed his decision. He was having to work hard to keep his eyes dry, his pulse steady, his breathing even. Zhang's boot scuffed the floor, a deliberate redirection of his attention back to her. She met his eyes, a passing glance. Steady. Adios. Steady. There was a metal chair bolted to the concrete floor in the center of the room, with the crumbled remains of what had been shackles scattered around it. Bile rose. Zhang was looking up, looking all around. She'd pulled out a scanner and was searching for any signs of surveillance equipment, concealed or otherwise. But after a moment, she shook her head. No surveillance. So, Bottom hadn't wanted records of what had happened here, unless she or her people had carried recorders or cameras on their own persons. Zhang asked, "Where are the bodies and the personal items each had on them when they died? Were there any electronics found on their persons?" "Racha's municipal guard came," Alex said. "Koldari called them, and they took the bodies and processed them. I did request the reports from them, but haven't received them yet. Duke Koldari said in his note that he searched the bodies himself. He left the contents in my office, and he didn't allow the guard to take those things, only catalog them. I can show you." Jang nodded, still scanning, while Maya tried both to take in everything and see nothing. His child had sat there, in that chair, and been forced to give up their identity, had known they would likely die. If Eddie hadn't used his magics to kill, they might have. No, would have. He couldn't stop the nausea this time. He banged out the door, up the stairs, and sprinted to get out of the garage. Outside, in the too bright sunlight, he bent over, hands on his knees, panting. Bile rose in his throat, but the retching wouldn't come. He choked around a sob and almost wished it would, because that would hurt less than the searing pain tearing through his heart just now. He stood, hunched over, still shuddering. Just fucking retch already? Expel all the horror, the anger, the guilt that was wrenching him apart. He'd let that one sob get past him, but he really just wanted to cry. That would be an entirely inappropriate reaction as Shiera, though. It hadn't been Shiera's child who'd been restrained to that chair. It hadn't been Shiera's child who'd been forced to give themselves up, who'd feared for their life. It hadn't been Shiera's fault. Vomiting, though, would be understandable for anyone who knew the particulars. Maya heard a noise behind him and jerked around to see Jang jogging toward him from the garage, looking disheveled. Had she run too? He didn't see Alex yet, though he doubted she'd be far behind. Jang stepped close. She wasn't supposed to be as publicly familiar with Shiera as he knew she'd want to be with him just now. Maya blinked and felt his sense of gender shifting, and closed her eyes in exasperation. Well, at least she was already Shiera. She sighed, her perceptions realigning with her body. Jang paused, her eyes flicking between Maya's. Jang knew her too well, and gave the smallest nod of understanding. "It's not your fault." Maya closed her eyes against a growing flood. Then she smoothed the tears away, did her best to dip into enough of a trance to smooth away the nausea, and it left her feeling numb in its absence. It felt almost like a betrayal, but at least Batea was gone and out of danger from those on the estate. Though she wasn't sure being in Kieran Koldari's hands was a great improvement. Batea had been alive when Fade left, though. That was something. That was a lot. "Thank you, Captain," Maya said, straightening into a semblance of Shiera's usual confidence. "I'm just not used to seeing a place of torture. We don't keep dungeons in Palace Rialdan." She smiled tightly, and it was a poor joke. Jung couldn't hide her own gray complexion. "It's not something I'd ever want to get used to." She placed a bracing hand on Maya's shoulder, a gesture between colleagues, and Maya had a moment's disorientation, wondering if Jung was comforting her or trying to comfort herself. Maya covered her hand, just briefly, shared a look. Alex jogged up, her mouth a tight, distressed line. "Forgive me," Alex said. "I read Koldari's report. I know what happened was horrific. We should go inside. I'll call for dinner." Maya pressed her hand to her stomach at the thought of dinner. Ugh. Or not. And then Alex just stood there, at a loss. Jung turned up her hand. "Not quite yet, I think, Sir Count. Thank you. Though if you could prepare it for an hour from now, that would suit. I will stay with Carolyn. She will be fine shortly." Maya just breathed, and she would be fine. She had to be. Chapter 23. Impossible. We have exhaustively researched all possible connections between the disease known as the bruising sleep and the physiological and religious condition known as green magics. Both conditions have evaded our attempts to research them, which is one of their similarities. We have been unable to make connections, however, beyond the superficial, and must therefore conclude that the few similarities are coincidence. S.D. Palika and Q.M. Verkada in Assumptions in the Comparison of Green Magics and the Bruising Sleep. The day after the Kidaa followed Occam's storm into the border system it now patrolled, the captain collapsed on the bridge. Rhys was there. They were still wearing their uniform. That hadn't changed, but the captain had insisted they pin the off-duty tag to their shirt front, as well as the collar tab that was reserved for government advisors. It was, well, embarrassing wasn't the right word. And everyone already knew who they were now. Maybe everyone expected this of someone of Rhys's rarefied company. They hated that so much it burned, but they were already well versed in ignoring the stares, the looks of resentment, as much as they still cut. Captain Nantrean was standing behind her chair, both arms braced on her chair back, glaring pensively at the 3 Kidaa ships centered on the view screen. Still following the storm and correcting their heading to any turn the storm made. The silence from the Kidaa was growing deafening. It was, Rhys was beginning to suspect, an answer in itself. The storm was supposed to leave this star system at the end of the 2nd watch today to go to the next system in the route, and normally that would be routine. But the captain hadn't given any orders to prepare to move on. And that was actually Rhys's decision, wasn't it? They hadn't talked to the captain about it yet. Rhys was pretty sure they were both stalling on that one. Rhys had taken the station designed for political or military observers to the captain's right, which had been mostly vacant until this point, and that was definitely not helping the stares. From people they knew, people they'd played games with and eaten meals with and joked with for months. People who looked at them now like they were a stranger. And weren't they? Rhys was also lost in thought, staring at the Kidaa ships, trying for the 100th time to find something new to add to the unfinished pattern, when they heard a soft exhale, a minuscule rush of air, and then the muffled thump of someone hitting the deck. Rhys was up, spinning around, dashing in the direction of the sound. Growing up around truth spoken, they'd been ever wary of an attack on their siblings, and had been trained by the Ceratarchus's personal guards, along with the truth spoken and blood servants on how to handle such situations. It was just part of living with truth spoken. They'd been through even more scenarios in their mind, thinking through what they would do if anything ever happened to Dressa, or Ari, or the Ceratarchus, or their mother. How they would help, and shield, and protect. There had been a few assassination attempts, mostly centered on the Ceratarchus, and nothing that had come close to Rhys. Nothing that had been more than mildly dangerous. But Rhys had always known the worst was a possibility, and they'd been thinking about it between bursts of thinking about the Kidaa, what might have happened to Homage, and what they might have done if they'd been there, if they would have been able to help, to stop it. Their danger reflexes kicked in now. Rhys skidded onto their knees on the deck before they fully realized it was the captain who had fallen. They caught their breath. Oh, Adius. The captain had collapsed. They looked up. The bridge hadn't fully realized anything was wrong, though Rhys saw a comm tech at one of the rear stations rise. "Captain," the man said. "Call the infirmary," Rhys barked. "Get a medical team up. She's collapsed." And that did cause pandemonium. Not chaos. The crew was too well trained for that, but a controlled and furious motion. A weapons tech got down to cradle the captain's head with their hands, as Rhys felt her neck for her pulse. There, thank Adius. She had a pulse. They checked her breath, visually checked to make sure she hadn't broken anything obvious when she'd fallen. She was breathing fine. Her pulse was a little fast, though. Adius. What had happened? They looked up as medics flooded the bridge. Rhys jumped back when the medics shooed them off. They swallowed. They weren't in the chain of command anymore, and their actual status hadn't been entirely communicated to the crew, just observed. Rhys wasn't even sure where they fit in all of this themselves, except as the one who had the final say in anything regarding the situation with the Kidaa. That chip in their pocket still showed a seal, though they hadn't shown it to anyone but the captain and Hamid. And Misha, late the night before, who'd stared at it with a sort of grim dread and asked, "Well, are you screwed? Are we screwed?" Rhys seriously didn't know. They glanced at the Kidaa ships on the view screen. No change. And why would there be? "Sir," one of the bridge ensigns said. Rhys looked around them. They weren't the ranking officer here. There was an OPS lieutenant who had always been off shift from Rhys, who was just now staring them down. But the lieutenant wasn't taking command. She was looking to Rhys. They were all looking to Rhys, because Rhys had been sitting next to the captain. Because Rhys was known now as someone who stood in the corridors of power, who might actually know what to do. Never mind that a few days ago, most of these people wouldn't have trusted Rhys to do their laundry if asked. Rhys swallowed. Should they accept that assumption of command? But someone had to, even if only until this was sorted out. "Call Commander Jian to the bridge," Rhys said. They watched the medics pushing the captain out on a hover gurney. "I'm going with the captain." But that solution, they found when they reached the infirmary, wasn't as simple as they'd hoped. Because Commander Jian was already there, his chair beside a medical bed in an open cubicle, trying frantically to wipe off the glow of green around him. Rhys stopped short just inside the hatch, gaping before they caught themselves and snapped their mouth shut. What the hell? Every hair they had made itself known. Their gut churned with a deep and building foreboding. "You have to be able to do something," Jian was shouting to two medics hovering over him. Commander Jian had manifested green magics? Hideous. What? That had to be... No, that shouldn't be. Jian's eyes locked on theirs. "Petrava, what happened with the captain?" Rhys took a breath, centered, pretended they were in the middle of an imaginary crisis with their siblings, and everything they said mattered. Every nuance of posture, every twitch, every syllable. This was a game. It was easier if they could pretend this was a game. Just for a little. To let their screaming mind catch up. "She collapsed," Rhys said, a little breathless. "Because that's what they should be. It happened 7 or 8 minutes ago." "I know that," Jian snapped. The bridge called down. His eyes were glassy, and he looked perilously close to a panic attack. No. He was already having a panic attack. Rhys stepped closer. "Commander, what?" "Stay back, Petrava. Nothing like this happened before you came on board." That wasn't fair. Rhys had been on the ship for 6 months before they'd gone back to Vallon. That all of this had started when they'd returned had to be coincidence. The fact that it wasn't coincidence, and that Rhys felt the pattern of that fact to their core, was something they couldn't deal with yet. Because no one could give anyone green magics. No one. They turned as the medics transferred the captain to a bed on the other side of the room from Jian, then pulled the curtain mostly closed around her. Rhys moved toward the opening to the captain's cubicle. There was something they needed to know. Very much needed to know, because there was another impossible piece fitting into their pattern. "Do you know what's wrong?" Rhys asked as the ship's doctor breezed past them into the cubicle. "Lieutenant?" the doctor said, without looking back. "I haven't looked at her yet. And you need to be gone." He pulled the curtain tight. Rhys touched their shirt pocket, thought about bringing out the Ceratarchus's seal. It would, at least, get them answers, if there were any answers to give. But that would be overkill. That was the wrong move. A very wrong move. "Check for the bruising sleep," Rhys said through the curtain, their throat tightening around the words. The doctor poked out of the cubicle again, gave them a sharp look, then snapped his finger and pointed emphatically away from the cubicle. Rhys backed up, stood in the center of the infirmary, thoughts whirling. Their gaze fell back on Commander Jian, who was hunching in on himself, breaths heavy, his newly acquired aura still flaring in jagged spikes of jade green. Jian was watching Rhys with teeth bared. Was he in pain? Rhys had no idea if manifestation was painful. They'd never thought to ask the few magickers they knew, and it hadn't felt like a decent question to ask Misha. Not when she hadn't even shared anything about her own family. Rhys crossed to the wall-comm. They flicked to shipwide, emergency channel. Magicker Moritu to the infirmary. "Don't!" Jian growled, but he was shivering now, arms wrapped around himself. Rhys didn't like him, not especially after this last week, but it made them sick to see him so vulnerable. His chair rattled softly with the movements. Rhys thought about pulling the curtain to Jian's cubicle closed, but Jian kept looking to Rhys as if Rhys might be able to do something. Audius. What? How were they supposed to know what to do? A dais. What should they do? The captain and first officer had been incapacitated in, what, minutes? They thought of the 3 Kidaa ships still behind the storm, steadily maintaining their stations. Rhys swallowed. With the captain and the first officer out of play, Lieutenant Commander Hamid would be in command. Okay, and so Rhys could do something about that. Hamid wouldn't know what had happened, or she'd already be here. They went back to the comm. Commander Hamid to the infirmary. And then they waited. Because they were absolutely sure that Jian wouldn't let them try to do anything to comfort him, if Rhys even could. Maybe Rhys being here was enough. Jian still kept looking their way, and it seemed to steady him. Even if Rhys was currently who he was trying to blame. The medical sounds from the captain's cubicle continued, but didn't really change. Low chatter, the clicks and beeps and whirs of instruments and sensors. A medic came back to Jian and tried to give him a sedative, but he smacked their hand away, and then cried out as he bent over, both hands pressed to his stomach. Violence. Shit. Magickers couldn't do violence. Misha arrived first, panting, her cheeks flushed. She took one look at Commander Jian, gaped at Rhys for a solid 3 seconds, then rushed forward. Commander, I'm here. I'm here. Let me take your hand, okay? Please, sir? I can help with this. I can help you through it. I've done this before with myself, and one of my fathers is a magicker, and my younger brother. We've all done this before. It's scary at first, but that will fade. Don't patronize me, Ensign, Jian growled, but he did take her hand. I just need you to make it go away. Rhys turned away at the helpless break in Jian's voice. Audius. They didn't want to witness this. The smell of fear, of panic, in this room was making them nauseous. Misha tugged Jian's curtain halfway closed, but Rhys could still see them both, and maybe Misha was keeping that avenue open if she needed help. Commander Jian was difficult on a good day. Misha didn't answer Jian's demand to make it go away. There was no answer to that demand, because if no one could give anyone green magics, no one could take them away again either. Except the captain and the first officer. At the same time. Just now. Rhys moved to the captain's cubicle again. Dr. Dash. The doctor pushed aside the curtain, thick brows pinched. How did you know? Rhys blinked, took in a breath. Is it the bruising sleep? Lieutenant, you don't have a right to know that, but yes, it is. Now I'm asking you, how did you know? I make a habit of checking up on the captain's health every week, and she's shown no signs of any illness. The bruising sleep, though, could onset itself at any time, at any strength, and it also couldn't be given or taken away by any means that medical science knew. It was the only disease that had ever so thoroughly evaded human understanding. The only one. And human understanding. Rhys took a step back. Someone in my family has it. I watched them collapse before. I've seen this before. They'd realized that, thinking through everything that had happened with Ari. They had seen that, though hadn't been overly willing to tease it all the way out in their mind. The bruising sleep was supposed to be a common illness, but of course that was bullshit. But Rhys had still been hoping another answer would present itself. But now, it fit the pattern. And what had happened with the captain fit the pattern. Rhys still wasn't entirely sure what that pattern was or what it meant, but it was coming together. "Well," the doctor said, wiping at his forehead. "Thank you. That saved me a few hours of preliminary tests before treatment, though I should run them anyway. It's a raw deal, I'm sure you know, but I do have the means for treatment here, if keeping it from worsening, at least. We'll need better facilities for her to truly make progress. They don't generally give the expensive drugs to the Navy." A grimace. And Rhys understood. The captain's career in the Navy was effectively over, or at least would be significantly paused. Would be different on the other side of this. Rhys had a moment to wonder why the doctor would give them that much information before Commander Hamid breezed into the infirmary. She looked around and froze when she saw Jian leaning close to Misha, which she could better see at her vantage. Did she see his aura? Oh, yes, she definitely saw it. She whirled and found Rhys, and was already striding toward them as they hurried over to her, the storm in her eyes a shield for her fear. "Lieutenant, what the fuck is going on?" Her voice was low, jagged. "I heard the captain collapsed. And Jian?" "Commander Hamid." Rhys fought the urge to bow instead of salute. Their capital training, which was holding back the tide of their own panic, warred with their military training. "Captain Nantreyan collapsed on the bridge. Yes. The doctor said she has the bruising sleep. Commander Jian just, manifested. I don't know the details there." Hamid pressed a fist to her mouth, took a second to breathe, focused more sharply on Rhys's face. "Both of them?" "Yes." "At the same time?" "As close to it." "Maybe exactly." Hamid's face contorted, and Rhys nodded. "That doesn't feel like the random chance it should be," she managed, and Rhys nodded again. There. Now that someone else had said it, they couldn't pretend it wasn't real any longer. Hamid might not have Rhys's training in evacu and social patterns, but she was ops, through and through. She made it a point to know every detail of what was going on around her. And she knew how to draw conclusions from that data, too, and apply them to the day-to-day running of the ship. "No, sir," Rhys said. "It doesn't feel like coincidence." They stared at each other. Occam's storm was being followed by 3 Kidaa ships, one of which had contacted them before. And the Kidaa had followed them here, to this system. Rhys didn't think the system was as important to the Kidaa as the storm itself, and the people on it. Rhys. Their 2 commanding officers had just, suddenly, and at the same time, been beset with the 2 conditions that had foiled any attempt to explain them for decades or centuries. Green magics, especially, had been around before the humans had even met the Kidaa, the bruising sleep something that had started to become a rising epidemic 20 or 30 years ago, though it had been identified as a disease for much longer. Rhys would need to look into that more. Ari had the bruising sleep. Ari had manifested green magics too. Ari had been on a path to becoming the most powerful person in the kingdom. And Kidaa always knew the leaders of a ship. Always, unerringly, overlapped to the leaders. Rhys remembered from studies growing up that there wasn't supposed to be a link between magics and the bruising sleep disease, despite a few similarities in how they both randomly manifested and had no known antidotes. But that didn't mean there weren't links. Kidaa weren't supposed to follow border ships and identify people who'd grown up around truth spoken either. And now? Was this possibly an attack by the Kidaa? Had the Kidaa figured out a way to give someone green magics, or give them the bruising sleep? And why? Green magics weren't a disease, though they'd affect social standing, and certainly would change someone's life. They could also effectively keep someone from doing violence. If every Valoran became a magicker, none of them could fight. Was this, then, a painfully slow and centuries-long invasion? Did that make sense? No. Maybe, well, new. It didn't fit anything Rhys knew about the Kidaa, and even if humanity's base assumptions about the Kidaa were deeply, fatally flawed, they couldn't have gotten every detail wrong. So could the Kidaa trigger whatever happened to make someone a magicker? Or... And Rhys had to clamp down hard on their emotions to keep from shaking themselves. Was it possible that green magics was a thing that had originated with the Kidaa, even? Misha had said she'd felt the Kida's minds when their ships had overlapped, and that they might have felt her mind back. Hamid snapped her fingers in front of Rhys, and Rhys jumped. "Petrava! What are you thinking?" They swallowed. Why not? If the Kidaa can give people green magics, and give people the bruising sleep, and they gave both to the ship's commanders, why not instead give them to me? They shuddered as the thought fully formed, because it was built on impossible premises, and their whole paradigm of everything they knew was shifting in that moment. Hamid blinked, hesitated. She was struggling with these conclusions, too. "Because not everything revolves around you, Petrava," she said, though there was no heat to it, and Rhys wasn't sure it was true. "Go back to the bridge," Hamid said. "If the Kidaa twitch, use your discretion, and tell me immediately. I need to talk to Gian and the doctor, then I'll be up." Rhys nodded, because that was the only response. There was no, "Yes, sir," because they weren't in her chain of command anymore, and that she was giving them the bridge drove that home. Their calling her sir earlier had been a mistake in the moment. "I'll keep you informed," Rhys said. Chapter 24. Status Change. Every contact we have ever had with the Kidaa has been peaceful. Admiral Brink Quach in her report, "The State of Affairs with the Kidaa." Rhys sat rigidly on the alert in the bridge observer's seat for an hour. They couldn't bring themselves to sit in the command chair, even if Hamid had given them the watch. And then when Hamid came to the bridge, looking grim, they waited another hour with her. And then another more. The entire bridge crew of the Storm humming with the sort of tension that cracked the soul. No alert lights were on. No visible signs that they were all in imminent danger. No real understanding of what that danger was, or could be. And nothing happened. The bulky, blocky Kidaa ships didn't move from their stations. They didn't try to overlap or signal. There was no attack, and Rhys didn't know what a Kidaa attack in space would look like anyway, unless it had already happened. In those 3 hours, Rhys silently ran through hundreds of scenarios, of reasons, of possibilities, trying to find the edges of the pattern. The attacks carving runes to the lyrics of a rock song. The overlap with Occam's storm and trying to... what? Warn Rhys? Warn Valoris? Warn humans in general? About what? And now what had happened to the captain and commander, the bruising sleep and green magics? None of it was coincidence. Rhys knew that with the same growing certainty that Ari having both the bruising sleep and now green magics, and Homage now manifesting green magics, couldn't be coincidence. Their family. This had hit their family. The Kidaa had... what? Attacked their family. And what if the Kidaa had been attacking Valoris for centuries, and the humans hadn't known enough to call it a war? Context was everything. Were the Kidaa trying to talk to Rhys to negotiate a ceasefire? We have spun. You have spun. Adius. If they only knew what those untranslatable parts were. Or was that the wrong context, too? Was all of this just a precursor of something much more ominous to come? The pattern in their mind still fit the idea that the Kidaa were trying to warn them of something, and Rhys wasn't sure that was the less terrifying of possibilities. Rhys quietly tapped on the arm of their chair and stared at the view screen. The Kidaa ships in this aft view were so unmoved in their course they could have been a painting. And all of this, the not knowing, the lack of definable actions to take, the impossibilities, was keeping them so tense, their neck ached just sitting there. And it was their call. What they did from here, whether the storm should run now or stay and deal with whatever else the Kidaa dealt to them, was Rhys's call. It was Rhys's decision. And even if the captain hadn't been in the infirmary, and Commander Gian had still been fit for duty, it would still be Rhys's call. They hadn't sent word back to Valen yet, and they didn't think Hamid had, either. They'd watched her, and she hadn't done anything like touch the comm controls. From the way she'd come in earlier, all disheveled, and her short hair mussed and uniform slightly askew, Rhys was almost certain she'd come straight from the infirmary. Escaped from the chaos of the infirmary, more like. And when they sent back to Valen, what could they say? That the Kidaa had attacked the ship by giving the captain the bruising sleep and making the first officer a magicer? It was even more ludicrous than the Kidaa using a rock song to communicate. If anyone believed them, and just now, after the attack on the Ceratarchus, they might, it could cause utter chaos. But if the Kidaa could influence things from a distance, the minimum 6 days of travel back to Valen, even at the highest possible military speeds, might still not be fast enough to warn Valen of what might be coming. What was possibly already here. Commander Hamid's looks in their direction were growing less surreptitious and more frequent, less patient. This was Rhys's call, and they had to make it soon. Either the storm ran to Valen to give their world-shattering but extremely vague and circumstantial information, keeping the crew theoretically safer than they were now, or they stayed, and waited to see what the Kidaa would do next. Adius, help them all. Rhys slowly stood. These last 3 hours, the bridge had mostly worked in silent efficiency. The only sounds the clip of reports and orders, the hum of the ship's systems and all the things no one was willing to say out loud. Rhys didn't want to break that fragile calm. Didn't, Adius, want to order Hamid to do anything. They wanted to go climb in bed, pull the covers up, and pretend that none of this was happening at all. Hamid watched them stand, hesitated only a moment, maybe warring with the broken chain of command, then set her jaw and rose too. She handed command of the bridge off, gave Rhys a hard look on the way out, and then pulled ahead to lead them toward the senior officer's quarters. Her own quarters. Neither of them spoke on the way. What they needed to say was much, much too volatile for that. Hamid slapped open her hatch and waved Rhys inside, then stood rigid, gripping both arms, looking younger than she was and scared. Rhys swallowed. Hamid had always been unshakable, and just now she was looking to them, as if they might possibly have the answers. Rhys glanced around, stalling, their fingers drumming a tight pattern on their pants leg. They'd never been in Hamid's quarters. They'd never had a need to. The space wasn't much larger than the space they shared with Misha. It wasn't a large ship. But like Rhys, Hamid's private spaces were full of the personality she didn't share in public, like the hollow tattoo that she kept mostly hidden beneath her collar. Her quarters overflowed with colorful prints and rugs, a deep blue bedspread on the double-wide bunk, a striped orange towel by the extended sink drawer. She had a private washroom, and of that, Rhys was envious. When Hamid didn't say anything, Rhys took a breath. Commander. Drop the Junior Officer Act, Petrava. I am in no mood. They stiffened but nodded. They hadn't, really, been trying that hard to maintain that personality. Habit, mostly. Commander, they said, with an entirely different inflection, and Hamid's mouth pulled tight. How the hell did she want them to relate to her? They forged on. I've been thinking through everything, and what information we have. And? Rhys swallowed. Either they've been attacking us with green magics and the bruising sleep for a long time, or both of these things are something our species share that they also know how to trigger at will, though we still don't, or they're using these things as a means to try to wake us up to whatever they're trying to warn us about. Or as a means to communicate. Misha said she could feel Kidaa minds, and there might be something in that too. Maybe giving Commander Jiang green magics was an attempt to bridge our communication gap. But then the captain? Hamid asked. What possible use could they have for giving her a debilitating illness? Rhys spread their hands. And Ari, too. Why give Ari both? I'm only telling you what might be possible. They saw more possibilities than that, but these were the most prominent in their mind. The ones that made any kind of sense in the pattern. Hamid passed an unsteady hand across her eyes, muttered, Fucking stars and all their hells. Rhys shrugged their helpless agreement. So, we don't even know if it's an attack. I mean, something done with malicious intent, Hamid said. We still don't fucking know what the Kidaa are intending with all of this. And we don't have enough information to make a solid plan, but we can't just keep waiting, Petrava. We can't not send to Valen, and we can't keep the crew in danger. I don't want anyone else to manifest. Or get sick. I know, Rhys said, fighting to keep their calm. And agreed. If I send under the seal, it will give us better encryption and higher message priority. Reach the Ceratarchus the fastest. They paused. But a message coming from the border under that seal could cause its own panic, and further implicate them in all the wrong kinds of plots from the capital just now. Commander Jian hadn't been wrong that all of this looked bad. They could try to use truth-spoken inference code so no one could actually read the message if it was intercepted, as no interstellar comms were completely unhackable. They'd played enough games with Dressa that they were pretty sure they could get the context right so she'd understand. But how did you convey that the Kidaa had given two people conditions that were absolutely impossible to give? How could you say that through context, or convey the intense dread of what was going on without being able to say just what you were afraid of? So, do we skip sending the message and carry it ourselves? Hamid asked, watching them closely. Deferring to them, yes, but she was bracing for Rhys's no, and preparing to argue. It was the argument Rhys had been having with themselves. This information was hot, so hot that Rhys felt like they were standing in the center of a volcano about to erupt. If they sent it or took it back with them with the ship and all its crew, either way it had to go to Valen as soon as possible. Rhys couldn't justify delaying any longer, but the Kidaa were here, and Rhys was here. That argument hadn't changed. Those reasons for staying hadn't changed. And whatever else was happening, the Kidaa were trying to communicate. Something. So Rhys was back to the same problem as before, if amplified 100-fold. Go back to Valen, or stay at the border and try to find out what the Kidaa were actually after. Commander Hamid shifted, her eyes narrowing. Petrava, our commander, both of our commanders, have just been taken out. Off the effective board. I spoke to the doctor, and Captain Nantrean will need to remain resting as much as possible, because stress will trigger and exacerbate the illness, and Commander Jian can't command a military ship, especially in this kind of situation that might require violence. Adius help us all. He can't. So that leaves me, and you, and the other 108 people on this ship, against 3 Kidaa ships who've already demonstrated they can attack us without firing a shot. We don't know it's an attack. Hamid's face screwed up. Petrava. 2 people's lives were just destroyed. They are my commanders, Rhys, and my colleagues, and they're yours too. Did she think they were being unfeeling, weighing all the possible outcomes before they made their decision? Or was she assuming that because Rhys was who they were, growing up the way they had, that they'd been taught not to care? That everyone to Rhys was just a piece on a board to move at will? Was that how she saw them? That shouldn't have hurt just now, of all times, as much as it did. Of course. Rhys cared. They cared so much they'd barely been sleeping this whole last week, trying to connect the pieces, trying to understand, knowing that so much might hinge on it. They kept checking the people around them to make sure no one had spontaneously manifested an aura, or come down sick with the bruising sleep. They'd checked their own hands more than a few times themselves, half expecting to see green at some point. But it was their decision to leave or stay, and they hadn't yet made that call. They knew the responsibility here, and they knew some of the possible costs. Just because they needed to make a decision on which terror to run with, which risk to embrace, didn't mean they didn't care about the people behind the variables. Adius. They cared. But they couldn't give in to their emotions. They couldn't. They couldn't crumble. Rhys knew Homage Rialdan was a bastard, and just now they were feeling just a bit the other side of having that kind of authority, of everyone looking to them to have some kind of answers, and maybe they weren't showing it, but they were scared. Adius. Oh, adius, they were scared. Hamid held up her hands again. Okay. I get that this is a lot. So, you think they're still trying to warn us, or get us to do whatever they wanted us to do before. So how in the world does that help their cause to turn around and attack our ship's commanders? I don't know. You have to know, Petrava. I don't know. They flinched, because that was a loss of control, and they desperately needed control right now. Rhys flexed their hands at their sides and glanced around, but there was no real space in the furniture-cramped cabin to move about, no good excuse to. So instead, they crossed their arms, pressed tightly against themselves, as Hamid had earlier, and wished they'd never shown that damned seal. No, that wasn't true. They wished they didn't know what they knew, wished they weren't a semi-royal masquerading as a semi-competent lieutenant, wished that they weren't the person the Kidaa had singled out for whatever they wanted, and no, none of that was really true either. They wished that a part of them didn't thrill a bit to be standing in the center, to having, for once in their life, a responsibility that was actually important. Something more than just being a semi-royal sibling to Truth Spoken. Rhys drew a long, long breath. Hamid recrossed her arms, too, her brows up. And she was right. What the Kidaa had done to the captain and commander didn't make sense in the context of everything else. Why go through all of the strenuous trouble to carve out lyrics to a Rings of Viator song on 6 worlds and then just attack the people they were trying to reach? Rhys didn't have the context yet, but that context did exist. They knew it had to. I don't know, Rhys said again, more quietly this time. No one knows. And that's why we have to stay, just a little longer, and try to understand. Hamid opened her hands, turning a tight circle. Adius, Petrava. I won't risk any more of this crew, not a single one. Then why are you even asking me? Because you hold our lives in your hands. And I won't risk the world's, Rhys roared back. They're all at risk. Commander. They paused, licked their lips, tried to tamp down their terrified fury. It's my family, too. It's all of their lives, all of the kingdoms. The Kidaa can already do this from a distance. They did it to my sibling, gave Ari the bruising sleep and green magics both. Hamid reared back, shock registering. The rumors had been floating, yes, that Imorie Rialdan Meron Quevedo was in fact Ariana Rialdan. There had been a few lesser, more malicious rumors about Ari also having the bruising sleep, someone on the crew knowing someone's uncle that had gone to Hestia to be treated. Those rumors had felt gleeful that a Rialdan, even a minor Rialdan, might have contracted an illness usually reserved for the lower classes. "And the Ceratarchus?" Hamid finally asked. "It can't be a coincidence either. There's just no way his manifesting now is a coincidence, even if he was attacked." Hamid's face pinched. For all her usual presence, she looked like she wanted to cry, and Rhys understood. Oh, Adius, they understood. But they held themselves together. They kept their faces clear of their own fears again as they could, and they didn't particularly care that they were pulling from both homages and Ari's gestural playbooks now. It was steadying them in the moment, giving them just enough courage to do what they needed to do. Hamid rubbed her neck, rippling her holo tattoo from the pale lines Rhys usually saw through deep red and orange. Was it a dragon? Even with her collar pushed down a bit, Rhys still couldn't see much. It was an anchoring detail, a strange and comforting counterpoint of normalcy to the hurricane going on in their head. "Is it a dragon?" Rhys asked. Hamid froze, staring at them like they were crazy. Then she looked down as if she could see her neck. She pulled down her collar. "It's my fucking cat that I had to leave with my partner and I miss." And Rhys didn't know why that, of all things, made the tears sting. Hamid let go of her collar, looked away, cleared her throat. "Look, Petrava. I know my work, and I know when I'm outclassed. I know you're not truth-spoken. I get that. But your training, whatever it is, lets you see patterns that I just can't pull together yet. You knew this was coming before it did, all of this with the Kidaa. So, if you say we need to stay, then we'll stay. I will trust you in this. I am with you in this." Rhys gave a tight nod, their throat swelling again now for a different reason. And maybe they weren't looking at the human picture as much as they should be, too. Hamid had a partner. She had a pet tattooed on her neck. She was a person, and so were the rest of the people on this ship. And all of those people, any of them, could be given the bruising sleep, or green magics. Their lives pushed into directions beyond their control, or worse. Just because the Kidaa had never been known to kill didn't mean they never would. Rhys was sure of that now, too. Their heart was pounding again, and they might be using their evacu training to hold themselves together, but no amount of evacu training without change could help calm their screaming body. Their body that wished so hard right now to run away. Staying kept the crew in danger, and getting this information back to Valen was as absolutely essential as anything Rhys had ever done in their life. But a message sent through interstellar comms wasn't enough. Not enough context, not enough information without the risk of causing kingdom-wide panic. Yes, staying could also mean more information. But... Rhys cleared their throat, coughed, and pressed a palm to their chest to hold themselves together. "We'll stay until the end of the third watch. If nothing happens with the Kidaa by then." "We send back to Valen either way," Hamid said. "Yes, I'll go work on the inference code now." Hamid breathed out an exasperated sigh. "Of course you'd know how to do that." "My siblings," they said. "Did you play games with your siblings? Do you have siblings?" They hoped that wasn't a sore subject like the cat. "I have 3. And not those sorts of games, Petrava. We actually played sensible games for growing children." They shared a tight smile, an understanding, even. It was a weird moment, and Rhys wanted more than ever to melt away into the background, to hide. They were not normal. They were not, and never would be, and they'd been such a fool to try. Trying to be normal had brought them here, and they were holding themselves together with every trick they knew, but beneath it all, not far beneath it all, 12-year-old Rhys was suddenly, again, having to confront the reality that they were alone. So very much alone in a world that didn't want them. They touched the chip in their pocket and didn't bother to be subtle about it. Hamid noticed, but she didn't say anything. She just waited, while Rhys remembered what the Saratarchus had said. Homage Rayalden had said he trusted them. Homage did nothing without purpose. Nothing at all. Rhys had replayed that short recording in their thoughts between everything else, in between other much more urgent thoughts. That recording, too, was keeping them together, and freaking them the hell out. Because Homage Rayalden would never have let Rhys into his household, would never have allowed them to train alongside their siblings, if he hadn't had a purpose in that, too. Petrava, we'll do our jobs. Do them well. We'll get this crew safely home and get the information safely home. And though they knew she was still deferring to them, with that seal in their pocket, with who they were and what they knew, Rhys was glad, so glad, that she wasn't laying this entirely on them. We'll get this crew home. Well, Hamid said, and if anyone else manifests magics or gets sick before then, I want to leave right away. It's an enormous risk as it is. She kneaded her hands together, then seemed to realize she was doing it, and dropped them to her sides. And if not even the Saratarchus is safe from the Kidaa, if this is really happening, then Adius help us all. Rhys wholeheartedly agreed with that sentiment, and if they'd given themselves the deadline of the end of third watch, and it was mid-second watch now, Rhys wished they had some way, any way, to clearly to convey to the Kidaa their dismay, their confusion, their fear, even, to try to understand exactly what the Kidaa were thinking, what this was about, what any of it was about. They could try the maneuvering code again, but that hadn't worked when the Kidaa had followed the Stormin system. Could Rhys possibly think it would work now? No one had tried after the captain and Gian had gone down, and there was the risk it might provoke the Kidaa further, because they were way off any known precedents and procedures now. But Rhys had to try. They had to know more if they could. Try one last time to talk to the Kidaa before they left. Rhys straightened, and Hamid raised her brows. I'm not going to like what you just decided, am I? Rhys coughed. I want to go signal that we want to talk. Just one more time. A few more times. Hamid considered a long moment. Rhys wasn't making it an order. A dais. They wouldn't do that. But they wouldn't back down on this one. Not before they took the storm back into below space and completely left behind their chance for answers that might be vital, absolutely vital, for protecting the kingdom. Hamid waved toward the hatch. All right, ship is yours. Chapter 25. The Crash. So, maybe you should just lean into the wind. Remember who you are. Olin Shiral in the vid drama Nova Hearts, Season 3, Episode 4, High Places, Low Places. They'd been through the Windvale records, and the records weren't as thorough as Maya would have liked, but there were encrypted sections they'd take back to Valon for the forensic experts. They'd been to Racha. They'd talked to the Racha guard and retraced the steps of the chase, so now Maya had a picture of his child being hunted in public. But he also, finally, had a better picture of what had happened in the city. He was somewhat male again. His gender had tilted back a few hours after his freakout outside the garage, and then taken its usual sliding course through somewhat male to a little more male to mostly male to just a tiny bit male and around again. His presentation had stayed firmly femme as Sierra Carolyn, but that was a choice, and it grounded him. And today, he'd interviewed a good portion of the Windvale staff, those who hadn't left. He'd heard a lot about how they'd thought something was a little off, but they hadn't known what, and hadn't thought to ask. Or maybe had been afraid to ask. Those who were truly guilty had fled. And the Javieri involvement? The estate's comm logs were part of the encrypted data, and some communication might have been done from Bottom's personal comm, which conveniently hadn't been tied into the estate's network, and which hadn't been in the small pile of personal effects found on the bodies. Anything relevant to the Javieris had probably been taken by the fleeing staff. Those who'd chased Imorie and Eti into Racha had also fled. Maya could read when someone was lying, and he hadn't at all felt the need to bring Anya into these interviews. These people were obviously not the enemies he was after. He had found a scalpel, and he'd stared at that scalpel a long, long time. He did have names, though, of the staff that were missing. That was something. And Adius, Maya, wanted to be off this world, wanted to be back on Valon, wanted to be near his child so that they didn't have to feel alone through this. He shouldn't have left. He knew that now. He'd had to leave, yes. Someone had to come here. But maybe it shouldn't have been him. He'd been running. Again. Hey. Zhang squeezed his shoulder where he sat on the maid bed in his room at Windvale. Her room was beside his, but not adjoining. But they'd come to his room to lay out what information they had and figure out what to do next. You need a break, Zhang said. And it was more order than observation. He snorted, fell backward on the bed to stare up at the ceiling. Maybe. Did he? Where could he go on the estate, or even in the city, that wouldn't remind him of what had happened here? His total and immense failure? Really, Zhang said. The estate has trails. There are hover bikes in the shed. We can take 2, go out for a few hours. He stared up at her incredulously. Am I supposed to have fun? There was no way. Absolutely no way. You're supposed to get out of your head for a few hours. I don't care if you have fun. But we're here. It's a resort world. Or we can go to another estate. I don't care. He sat up again, tugging on the thin chain of the necklace he wore, one of Shiera's lockets, her only bend to sentimentality. Maya caught the tightness around Zhang's eyes, the tension in her own neck. He did need to get out of his own head if he was forgetting how much this affected Zhang, too. Zhang had watched Imorie grow up right alongside him. She wasn't their parent, but she'd been there all the same. And would a few hours make the difference? He had leads to check out yet, and he wanted to track down the truly guilty employees of Windvale, the co-conspirators. He needed to know what they knew. That Zhang was suggesting this at all meant either he was near his breaking point, or she was. The time truly could make the difference. They had leads, and they had to follow them. But it had been over 6 days now since the event had happened. Anyone who'd been determined to get off Hestia would be away by now. He closed his eyes, tugged on his locket, and tucked it back inside his shirt. 2 hours. Then we go chase our leads. She nodded, her shoulders relaxing just a little. He smiled at her briefly, the only true affection he could show in this role, then followed her down the stairs. They tracked down one of the staff and marched out to the large shed at the beginning of the gardens, back behind the main garage. The bikes are here, the grounds worker said, and all the safety gear is on this wall. The helmets have built-in comms. Just be careful around the turns. We've had a few people lay their bikes down on the trails and get hurt. First aid kit is in the side pouch. Maya eyed the bikes and shared a look with Zhang. They weren't like the electric bikes he used to ride into the city on Valon, but full sport hover bikes with much heavier engines. They could keep pace with regular traffic. He might be worried about sabotage by the staff if they hadn't only just decided to ride them. They chose their bikes, grabbed helmets that mostly fit, and set out on a trail that wound around the gardens and toward the open fields. Jang, ahead of him, opened the throttle, so he did too, and the speed was good. Adias, good to focus only on the path ahead of him, on keeping his balance, on the grass and trees zipping by and the wind tugging its resistance. He wanted to cry at the sheer sensory release of it all. Maya tapped his helmet comm. "Jang?" "I hear you, Shiera." "Good." Zhang pulled out into another field, then took a turn to the left, following the tree line. "Is there a map?" he asked. "Or are you just following—" Ahead, his world turned into blazing white fire. "Fuck!" he yelled, and threw his bike to the side, skidding to bleed off speed. He was still moving too close to the fire. Adias. Fire. He abandoned the bike and dove off of it, rolling until he stopped a few meters away. Fuck. He hurt. He'd banged his shoulder, certainly. Panic set in, and he pushed up. Zhang had been just ahead of him, the tree line still to his left. Had she veered into the field, as he had? "Zhang!" He hadn't hit his comm. He hit it now. "Zhang. Zhang. Where are you?" "To your left." He whipped around, looked past the flaming ground ahead and saw she'd also laid her bike to ground right under the trees. She was tangled with her bike in the underbrush and struggling to get up. He ran out of the field and over the sloped, grassy trail. "Zhang, are you hurt?" He was limping, but a quick, erratic delve didn't find anything broken. But then, he wasn't concentrating too hard. His eyes were only on Zhang. He skidded down beside her, pushed branches out of the way so he could better get to her, then tore off his helmet. "Zhang!" She was struggling with hers, and he pulled it off too. "Think my ankle's broken," she said. She was breathing heavily, still trying to push up. He glanced at the bike, but it was beside her, not on her, further into the underbrush. The engine had cut off, and he saw one of the hover bars at the bottom was bent. The bike's controls were flashing a red warning light. Shit, and it wouldn't be safe to ride like that. Might veer heavily in one direction if it even worked at all. He snapped some of the branches off and helped Zhang up to stand, and she leaned heavily on him, keeping weight off one foot. He stumbled, and fuck. As an overworked palace administrator, Shiera wasn't exactly in shape. Well, he'd manage. He turned them around again. Where was his bike? There. And they should be able to both